the Voice of South Africa, presents The Cassius Touch, a play for radio by Beverly Pierce.
You coming up to bed, John?
No. Still a mountain of work to get through. You go on up, darling.
You won't be too late, will you?
Oh, we'll see how it goes. If I'm late, I'll sleep in the other bedroom.
Oh, all right. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Try not to make it too late, will you?
Good night. Let's see now. I'll drink first. Relying on you rather a lot, aren't I? Oh. Not that much. Now, Peterson contract renewal. I'm going to have that ready with the board tomorrow. Blasted door. Let's get that cat seen to.
You left your husband a little after 10:30 last night.
That's right, Inspector. I asked him not to stay up too late.
Approximately how long was it from the time you left the room until the time you heard the shot?
A few minutes, no more. I went straight up to my bedroom. I was in the bathroom when I heard them.
You saw nobody about the house?
No, the servants had gone to bed earlier in the evening. The only person up at the time was Mr. Richards, my husband's secretary.
How did you know he was up?
He was in the office. It's on the same floor as the bedrooms. I heard the duplicating machine when I went upstairs.
How long had you been married to Mr. Cassius?
4 years.
You were his second wife?
Yes.
The girl last night, Jocelyn Wiley, what can you tell me about her?
Nothing very much at all. It was the first time I'd met her. David, that's John's son, well, he was obviously very taken with her. So much so that he wanted to bring her out here to meet me.
Well, I think that's about all from you for the moment, Mrs. Cassius. I wonder if you'd ask Mr. Richards to come in.
Oh, yes, certainly, Inspector.
Well, Sergeant, get all that down?
Yes, sir, all of it. Nice homecoming for Cassius, wasn't it? Row with his managing director, fight with his son, and 3 bullets.
He'd been away 2 months, yet his return seemed rather abrupt. Nobody expected him. Odd.
He seems to have been rather odd all round, sir.
What was your opinion of Mrs. Cassius?
Younger than I'd have expected. Well, mind you, she was his second wife.
Mr.
How do you do?
You, sir?
What can I do to help you, Inspector?
Well, let's find out, shall we? Where were you when Mr. Cassius was shot?
Upstairs in the office. Mr. Cassius had given me some contracts to duplicate, and I was...
Just sign it as witness, will you, Richards? Good. That does it. Now, take them upstairs and have them run off, will you?
Certainly, sir. How many copies?
I don't know. 6, isn't it? You're the secretary, not me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, get a move on. I'd like to have them before tomorrow morning, if it's all the same to you.
I was doing just that, Inspector.
I see. The machine you use, is it an automatic model?
Oh, yes, fully automatic.
I mean, would it be capable of running on its own without anyone to watch over it?
Well, yes, I suppose so. I've never really thought of it.
Do you know if Mr. Cassius kept a gun?
Yes, indeed he did. A Corsair 38, American Police Special.
American Police Special? That's an unusual weapon for a private individual, surely.
I believe he acquired it whilst in America.
Where did he keep it?
In that desk, Inspector. Here, I have the keys. It's odd. It's not locked. And the gun. It isn't here, Inspector.
Might it be anywhere else in the house?
Possibly, but I couldn't suggest where.
Where did you last see it?
Prior to our leaving for America on his last trip. Mr. Cassius was cleaning it himself.
Was it always kept there?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did anyone in particular have a personal grudge against him to the extent of wanting him killed?
There were men whom he ruined financially. I should imagine any one of them would not have been unhappy to see him dead.
Do you think you could supply us with the names of such men?
I believe so, yes.
Fine. Please do that, Mr. Richards, as soon as you can. Well, that's all for now, I think. Would you ask Mr. Cassius to come in for a moment?
Yes, of course. If there's anything I can do, Inspector, please don't hesitate.
I won't, Mr. Richards. I certainly won't.
Good day.
Inspector, there's something about that, Mr. Richards, something that doesn't ring true.
What in particular?
Oh, I don't know, something false. Nothing I can put my finger on, though.
A hunch, Sergeant. Extraordinarily enough, I think I'd be tempted to agree with you. Our Mr. Richards is withholding something, and I'm rather sure it's something we should know about.
Good morning, Inspector Vernon.
That's right. Come in, please, Mr. Cassius.
I hope you won't mind Miss Wiley coming in. She was with me last night.
Not at all. How do you do, Miss Wiley? This is Sergeant Scott.
How do you do?
Please sit down.
Yeah.
Just a few routine questions.
Well, I don't know that there's very much we can tell you that'll help in any way. You see, we'd both already left when it happened.
So I believe. However, one never knows, does one? Now then, you left here at 10:20 or thereabouts, didn't you?
Oh, about then, yes. I'm almost sorry we came at all.
You didn't know your father would be here?
I hadn't any idea. I'd been out all day, so I wasn't here when his cable arrived. But as soon as I opened the front door last night, I knew he was here. No mistaking those trumpet-like tones of his. Joss and I had been out for dinner. I thought I recognized the dulcet voice. Welcome. Welcome home, Father.
Aye, what a cool reception. How are you, Davy boy?
Davy boy is just fine, just fine. Allow me to introduce. This is Jocelyn Wiley, my father, John Cassius.
How do you do?
Everybody please bow. My stepmother, Marcia.
How do you do?
And my father's managing director, Mr. McCorber.
How do you do?
Is this the latest addition to the fold, Davy boy?
This is the addition to the fold.
Oh, she's decorative. Then most of them have been, haven't they?
Oh, all of them, Father, all of them.
In any event, welcome to the Cassius clan, Miss Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. McCorber, haven't we met before?
I hardly think so, Miss Wiley. I'm sure I would recall having met you.
Thank you. But there is something familiar...
You've probably been reading too much Charles Dickens.
Yes, of course. Yours isn't a particularly common name.
May I get you a drink, Joss?
I love one.
Well, you've been given quite a build-up, Jocelyn. You don't mind my calling you that, do you?
Oh, please do. What kind of a build-up?
Well, David has been drooling at the gills for days about you. You've made quite an impression.
And you, dear Marcia, have quite an imagination. Drooling at the gills is so descriptive. Rather like a fish that swallowed too much cod liver oil. Anyway, Joss, one soothing medicinal beverage.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, now, Father, what brings you home so suddenly? Must be something terribly important.
How now, Davy boy?
What is it, 2 months? 3?
Gently, boys. Let's all have a lovely evening.
You've heard of my father, haven't you, Joss? The legendary magnate, the genius of the stock market, the carver of empires.
Oh, yes. I've heard of him. As a matter of fact, Mr. Cassius, my father's about to give you some competition.
Your father? What kind of competition?
Home appliances. We've just entered the market.
Wiley? Of course. Carson and Wiley.
What's so amusing, Father? Let's all laugh.
Oh, nothing, Davy boy. Just something to do with the business.
Well, if it's to do with business, why shouldn't I know about it?
You? About business? Oh, Davy boy, you stick to your cars and your debs and your nightclubs. I'll take care of the business.
Such touching faith, such confidence. I hope I won't let you down, Father, with my, what was it? Oh, yes, my cars and my debs and my nightclubs.
I've no worries on that score. After all, you've had a lot of experience in those fields, not to mention the models. Do they call them models these days, do they?
Must be Monday. Dirty washing being brought out.
Yes, well, I think it's about time I was getting along. Plenty of work to catch up.
Oh, Ma, sure you're not going?
I'm afraid so. We old-timers need the sleep. Well, good night, everybody.
Miles, you won't forget that little chore in the morning, will you, old man?
No, John, I shan't forget. No matter how I feel about it, you're the boss. Good night.
Well, that was unlike Miles, wasn't it? He sounded so ominous.
Not ominous, darling. Just saluting the flag.
What do you mean?
Oh, I told him to handle a couple of matters for me, and he wasn't too happy about it.
I don't follow.
Well, not in quite as many words. I intimated that he was not entirely indispensable.
Oh, John, you wouldn't fire him, would you?
If necessary, as I told Miles, I'd fire anybody, but only if necessary.
And on that happy little note, dear Joss, I think we should leave.
All right, David. It is getting rather late.
I'm so glad we've met, Jocelyn. Please come out again.
I'd like to. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Mr. Cassius.
Good night, Miss Wiley. Oh, please give my regards to your father.
Why, thank you. I will.
Good night, Marcia. Father?
Oh, Why the military-type farewell, Davy boy?
Just saluting the flag, Father. I hate to think that I might be dispensable.
I see. So when you left, your father and stepmother were alone?
That's right, yes.
And you then took Miss Wiley home?
Yes, she lives in the city.
You went straight home, no stopping off anywhere?
No, nothing like that.
Well, not quite, David. We stopped outside, remember, when you came back?
You came back here, Mr. Cassius?
Well, no, not really. I was going to, but I didn't actually get here.
Well, perhaps you could explain that a little more clearly.
Well, you see, I was coming back to collect some liquor. I thought I thought Joss might like a nightcap and something like that when I took her home.
But you say you didn't come back. What made you change your mind?
Well, I remembered that I had some in the car, that's all. I just started down the drive, but I didn't come right back to the house.
Tell me, how long did it take you from the time you left the car to the time you returned to Miss Wiley?
I don't know, a couple of minutes, perhaps 5 at the most. Why?
Well, because it was no more than 10 minutes after you left that your father was shot.
You think I killed him?
Oh, I didn't say that, but you may have noticed someone in the grounds.
Well, I didn't. Why should anyone be in the grounds?
The gun was fired from beside those curtains. The killer would have had to be standing outside to shoot from there.
How do you know the shot was fired from there?
Powder burns on the curtains.
Well, it's a pity I didn't see anyone there.
Yes, it is rather. Well, however, it can't be helped. Miss Wiley, how well did Mr. Cassius know your father?
Well, that's the strange part. As David told you, Mr. Cassius specifically asked me to give his regards to my father. But when I did so today, Daddy was most surprised. He said they never met before.
How odd. I wonder why he should have done that.
I told you, Inspector, my father had a peculiar sense of humour, if you'll pardon the phrase.
Yes. How long have you two known one another?
Just over 3 weeks. We've only been out a few times.
And Cassius was away for the past 2 months. It's all very puzzling. He couldn't have known even that you two were seeing one another. Mr. Micawber arrived yet?
Yes, he came in while we were waiting for you.
Ask him to come in for a moment, will you?
You finished with us?
For the present, yes. Oh, Mr. Cassius, don't leave the house just yet, will you? There may be more questions later.
Of course, Inspector.
I wonder, Sergeant, do you suppose that young Cassius neglected to mention that he'd returned to the house accidentally or deliberately?
I don't know, sir. It'd be very difficult to find that out for certain.
You're quite right, it would. Sometimes I think a crystal ball would help. It'd make our work so very much simpler.
No, that wouldn't do, sir. That wouldn't do at all.
Oh, really? Why not?
Fortune telling, sir? That's against the law.
Oh, really? Ah, Mr. Micawber, please come in. Sit down.
Oh?
I'm sure this won't take very long. Mr. Sergeant Scott.
Thank you, Inspector. How do you do, Sergeant?
How do you do, sir?
Now then, we've been told that you were the first to leave the house last night. That's correct, isn't it?
Quite correct,
What
Inspector.
time was this?
Oh, 10:15. I'm afraid I can't be more accurate than that.
Well, that's accurate enough. Perhaps you can clear up a small point that's been bothering me. Did John Cassius ever have any dealings with Miss Wiley's father?
Certainly not, Inspector. He was about to, in an indirect manner, but his death prevented that.
Please explain that.
Henry Carson and Arthur Wiley, directors of Carson and Wiley, they were about to enter the home appliance field in competition with us. Cassius didn't like the idea and wanted to start an undercutting campaign to drive them out. I told him I didn't think it was a good idea, but, well, Cassius has a mind of his own.
I don't give a hoot what you think about it. That's the way it's going to be.
But, John, surely there are other ways of taking care of it.
I appointed you managing director of Cassius Developments to do just that. Take care of things. I'm out of the country 2 months, and you allow this piddling little company to move in on us.
Carson and Wiley is a very small company.
They're starting small. The same way I started 15 years ago. And today we're top of the pile. That's where we're staying, Miles. Nobody else gets so much as a nibble. Understand? Tomorrow you start the undercutting campaign. We'll run them into the ground.
If you ask me, John...
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
Well, you're the boss, I suppose.
There's no supposing about it. I am the boss. I hire people, Miles, and if necessary, I fire them. Is that quite clear?
You'd fire me?
Think about it, Miles. It's a remarkably sobering thought.
How extraordinary. Why should Cassius have gone to that amount of trouble?
He didn't relish competition, Inspector.
Very well, we live and learn. Do you know of anyone, any specific person, who might have wanted to kill John Cassius?
There are a good many people who would have liked to see him dead. He was an unbelievably hard businessman, Inspector. He made many enemies. Added to that, his personal life wasn't all that it might have been.
In what way?
He drank to excess, he gambled to an absurd degree, and he'd been associating with female companions for a number of years.
Oh, you surprise me.
Oh, he was very discreet about these liaisons, Inspector. But he had expensive tastes, and there are 2 ladies with whom he, consorted. I believe kept is the word.
Do you happen to know who they are?
Yes, I do. I assume this would be of interest to you, Inspector, so I took the trouble of writing down their names and addresses.
Thank you very much. You are indeed a most methodical man. I don't think we need trouble you any further, thank you.
It was my pleasure, Inspector.
Inspector, I do not like that man.
I know exactly what you mean, Sergeant.
Yeah.
I think our Mr. McCorber can stand a little investigating of his own.
It'll be my pleasure, sir.
Yes, we certainly shall look into that side of things, yes. John Cassius doesn't seem to have been winning any popularity contest, does he now?
That's a nice piece of understatement.
It's just as well that we don't allow ourselves any preconceived ideas about anyone, isn't it?
In what way, sir?
Well, I would have had a totally erroneous picture of Cassius, for example. Newspaper reports, gifts to charity and whatnot. And yet none of these people was particularly enamored of the man. The Cassius touch. Rather like Midas. Everything he touched turned to gold, all right. But none of it seems to have given him much pleasure.
Oh, Inspector, it seems that you've talked to everyone. I wonder whether you and Sergeant Scott would like some tea.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Cassius. That'd be very nice.
I'll have it served in here, then. Excuse me. Oh, Mark. Oh, you startled me.
Sorry, darling. Not intentional.
Inspector, of course, you've not met. This is my brother, Mark Reynolds, Inspector Vernon.
How do you do, Mr. Reynolds? Have you just arrived?
Arrived? From where?
I'm sure I've no idea. But I'd have thought with those sunglasses... You don't live here, do you?
You sound surprised. Yes, I do.
Oh, Mrs. Cassius, this is most irregular. You might at least have mentioned your brother. Mr. Reynolds, were you in the house last night?
Yes, of course I was. Why, Inspector?
Why? You are aware, are you not, that a murder was committed here last night?
Dear John, yes. Oh, but surely, Inspector, you don't suspect me.
Mr. Reynolds, I am a remarkably suspicious person. I suspect everyone.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm afraid you'll have to remove me from your list.
Indeed, and might I ask why?
Because, my dear Inspector, for the last 5 years, I've been quite blind. How did it happen? It's quite a story, Inspector. Quite a story.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell it.
Ah, the gentle barbs of the law. Ask a question, but phrase it in such a way that it is unmistakably an order. Your obedient servant, sir. Point is, where does one start?
Well, you've been blind 5 years. Try starting 5 years ago.
Oh, how very practical. Well, up to that time, I was one of the many minions of John Cassius. I was a pilot. His personal pilot, to give my title its full prestige.
For how long?
3 or 4 years. From the time John bought his first plane. Used to hopping about the country and over to the continent. Good corporate image, you know.
This was before Cassius and your sister were married?
Oh, yes. Yes, but that comes into the story, too. You'll just have to bear with me, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, go on.
Well, we got on fairly well together. I suppose you have to trust somebody when you put your life in his hands. Anyway, that's not terribly important. We were on our way back from Paris after a couple of days over there on business. Nothing eventful. We'd done the same sort of thing dozens of times before. But this time there was one minor snag. The weather closed in on us. I told Cassius that it'd be rather dicey to try to land. I don't like it, John. Lower we get, the worse the visibility seems.
Nonsense. Take her down.
We won't have a clear view of the landing strip. I can barely make out the field itself.
Well, what do you propose to do? Take us back to Paris? We haven't got time for delays. Put her down.
I don't like it.
I'm not asking you to like it. Just do it.
Your obedient servant, Saab. Here we go. It's no use. I can't see a blessed thing. I'm taking her up whether you like it or not.
Watch out! Those trees!
We darn nearly made it, too. But as they say in the classics, a miss is as good as a crack-up.
The damage serious?
Well, it depends on where you're sitting. The kite was a write-off, and yours truly was in a similar kind of state. Both legs and arms, several ribs, and sundry odd bones. And my optic nerve, just for good measure. Ergo, one rather blind, rather useless, ex-pilot.
And Cassius?
The gods look after their own, Inspector. He twisted a leg. small consolation to remain twisted, rather like the rest of him.
I see. But you came out of it all right?
Oh, yes, indeed. Only the best for me. And all at the expense of the man. Or rather, Cassius developments. I'm sure it must all have been deductible. Private ward in a private hospital, and the constant and costly ministrations of the physician royal to the Cassius brood.
The physician royal?
Oh, yes. Sir Martin Harcourt himself.
And where does Mrs. Cassius come in?
Right now, via the hospital door. That's where they met, in my ward. Probably the first time in history that the part of Cupid has been played by a blind man, but mark you, it was none the less effective.
So it appears. For a blind man, your aim was surprisingly accurate.
Do I detect a hidden meaning lurking in there, Inspector?
Oh, no. Just poor humour. My usual variety. How long after this meeting, Mrs. Cassius, were you married?
A little less than a year. We moved out here, and when Mark was discharged from the hospital, he came to live here, too.
It was one of the more attractive fringe benefits for a man in my position. Fortunately, I had two major advantages at the time.
What were they?
A wealthy employer, a beautiful sister.
Really, Mark?
And you've lived here ever since, have you?
All the time. No point in my leaving, would there? I know the place backwards by now. Don't even need a stick to get me around anymore. It's all very convenient.
Yes, I should imagine it would be. You're familiar with both the house and garden?
Completely. I could even tell you what flowers are planted where, how many inches it is from the driveway to the swimming pool. Anywhere else, for that matter. Regular one-man guided tour.
Oh, well, that is interesting. Now, about last night, Mr. Reynolds, you say you were here at the time of the murder.
Guilty. In a manner of speaking, of course.
Whereabouts?
In bed, Inspector. Snug, warm, asleep. Sorry.
For what?
That I can't be of any help to you.
What time did you go to bed?
Very early. 8-ish, I suppose.
How do you know what time it was?
You mean being blind? My dear chap, I listen to clocks. They have a convenient habit of striking on the hour every hour.
Yes, so they have. One tends to forget these things when one isn't dependent on them. Did you hear the shot?
Afraid not. I sleep very heavily. And it's plural, by the way, shots, not shot.
Oh, so there were, yes. You'd have heard all about it this morning, wouldn't you?
The entire grisly story, in detail, over breakfast.
Well, I think that's all I need from you for the moment. Thank you for your help.
My help? Oh, yes. You're more than welcome, I'm sure.
Well. You might say that that lot is quite a kettle of fish, Sergeant.
And do any of them smell a bit peculiar to you, sir?
Hard to say. But I do find myself with nostrils a-quiver. And it's a pity about people like Cassius. They know too many people. Leaves the field of suspects wide open. Now, who have we got on our books right now?
Well, sir, almost any of the people who were here last night. Then we've got the business enemies that both Richards and Micawber talked about.
That should be an interesting little list. Yes, Mr. Micawber's little note. Let us not forget those two indolent ladies of pleasure, shall we?
Ladies of leisure, sir.
Yes, Sergeant.
You'd like me to handle that side of things for you, sir?
We'll both talk to them, I think.
Very good, sir. Hello? No, it's Sergeant Scott speaking. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Inspector Vernon here. Who? Oh, yes. You have anything interesting? Well, perhaps you read it to me. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I see. You're sure about it? Good. Thank you very much. No, just leave it on my desk, will you? Thank you. Goodbye.
Something worthwhile, sir?
Oh, yes. That was the police laboratory. The pathology report came in. Death was caused by one of 3 bullets, any one of which could have been fatal. Bullets fired from a Corsair .38, an American police special.
Well, that does help, doesn't it, sir?
It does. I don't think we need concern ourselves with business enemies, Sergeant, or these, extracurricular affairs. No. Our murderer is someone we've already talked to. Someone who is in this house right now. Well, Sergeant, I've had a look at the will. It helps us in that it supplies motives, all right, but at the same time it complicates matters. Too many motives, perhaps.
And who gets what, sir?
Mrs. Cassius and young David get most of it. The bulk of the estate is divided between them. Micawber comes into a large slice of the business itself, quite a hefty slice, I might add. The secretary, Richards, gets a nice fat £10,000 tax-free, and Mark Reynolds is taken care of for life.
Reynolds? In what way, sir?
£5,000 tax-free per annum for the duration of his natural life, unquote.
Gee, like you said, sir, that certainly does provide all of them with motives.
Yes, indeed it does. Too many suspects, too few clues. Let's take a look at them, shall we?
Shall I take some notes, sir?
No. More or less just thinking out loud.
Ah.
Now, in the first place, Cassius was alone when he was shot. No witnesses. Therefore, every one of our suspects could have had an opportunity. Secondly, motive. They all stood to gain.
Including Miss Wiley, sir?
Yes, but we'll come to her in a moment. Number one, Marcia Cassius. Motive? Yes. Opportunity? Yes. She could have been telling the truth up to the point of saying goodnight to her husband. Then, instead of leaving, she could quite simply have walked to the window, shot him, and walked right out again.
She'd have run the risk of bumping into someone on the way back to her bedroom.
Not if she went into the garden and returned through one of the side doors.
Ah, yes.
Two, David Cassius. He inherits handsomely. He could have shot his father at the time he says he was coming back to the house to collect liquor which he didn't really need and which he didn't get.
It would have been cutting it rather fine,
Yes, it doesn't take much time to pull a trigger 3 times. And by the way, those 4 or 5 minutes would have given Miss Wiley the opportunity as well.
What about her motive, sir?
Nothing very definite. Still, if she had learnt about Cassius's little plan against her father, well, let's not stare at that for a motive. People have killed for far less.
How right you are, sir.
4. Miles Micawber. He inherits too.
And he was also the first to leave the house.
Possibly intentionally. He could have left, parked his car somewhere nearby and come back. It wouldn't have been very difficult.
That leaves us Paul Richards and Mark Reynolds.
Yes, it does. Richards. 10,000's a nice fat motive for a man in his position. He was supposed to have been in his office, but that duplicating machine could have been working automatically. That would have allowed him to slip out, come round to the window, shoot Cassius, and return to the office in the same way. Very neat.
Yes, that duplicating machine isn't really much in the way of an alibi. Now, so what about Reynolds? You're not seriously considering him, are you?
You mean because he's blind?
Well, yes, sir.
Sergeant, tell me something. According to the pathology report, any one of those 3 bullets would have been fatal. Why 3 shots?
Well, to make sure, I suppose, sir.
Yes, exactly. To make sure. You agree with me that our raconteur friend had plenty of motive to do the job?
Oh, I'd say so, sir. 5,000 a year for life, plus a possible grudge against Cassius for his blindness.
Precisely. Now, by his own admission, he knows every inch of the grounds and the house. You saw the way he moves about, never barges into anything, knows to the exact centimetre the position of the furniture. When he gets up, he turns immediately to the door. He knows it's there. No hesitation about direction. You see?
I'm beginning to, sir.
Reynolds could have been waiting outside, listening to the noises in the study. He'd have heard the last person leave. He'd have heard Cassius sit down at his desk, heard the papers rustling. All he'd have to do is point a gun at where a man would be sitting and fire. Not once, but 3 times, to make sure of hitting him. Yeah. Hello, Inspector Vernon here. Oh, why, hello, Miss Wiley. What can I do for you? Well, why? Yeah, but can't you give me any indication? I see. Oh, very well, Miss Wiley, if you think it's that important. Yes. Would half an hour suit you? Oh, fine. I'll see you down there, then. How very odd.
Jocelyn Wiley, sir?
Yeah. Sounded serious. She wants us to meet her at Cassius Developments in half an hour.
Well, what for?
She wouldn't say. But she implied that it concerned our friend Micawber. Come along, Sergeant. This might prove rather interesting.
My dear Inspector, do please come in. Good day to you, Miss Wiley. Sergeant Scott.
Good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. Micawber.
Well, now, Inspector, what's all this about? You were rather mysterious on the telephone.
Yes, I probably was. Perhaps because I don't really know what this is about myself.
No, I'm afraid I don't...
Mr. Micawber, do you recall when we met at the Cassius home? I said that I thought there was something familiar about you.
Oh, yes, my name, but
No, not just your name. although you tried very hard to make me believe that's all it was.
I really don't
understand. Oh, yes, you do, Mr. Micawber. But I'm sure you'd rather I hadn't brought up the subject. You see, I've just remembered where it was that I'd seen you.
Is it really all that important, Miss Wiley?
Oh, yes, Inspector. You'll find it even more so. Do you remember, Mr. Micawber?
Well, offhand, one meets so many
My
people.
father's office, 2 months ago, on the day when the new company had its first board meeting. It all came back to me this morning, Inspector. You see, Mr. Micawber was in on that board meeting.
Is this true, Mr. Micawber? Were you there?
Well, Yes, it is true. I was there.
As a member of the board of an opposing company?
Yes, that is correct.
And this fact has naturally never been made public?
Naturally not. But I had faith in the company. When they offered me a directorship, I took it.
And when Cassius returned, he told you that he was going to ruin that company.
Yes.
And very conveniently that night, he was killed.
I don't care for your insinuations, Inspector. I hardly think that the fact that I happen to be on the board of a rival company is all that important.
All that important? Well, Mr. Micawber, it happens to be sufficiently important to place you as a leading suspect for the murder of John Cassius. Good morning, Mrs. Cassius. Sorry to trouble you again. This won't take long.
That's quite all right, Inspector. How can I help you?
We had a word with Sir Martin Harcourt this morning, your family physician.
Oh? About anything in particular?
One or two things. Your brother, he seemed to recover remarkably quickly from his accident.
Oh, yes. Mark has always been stoic. Barring accidents, I don't think he's ever been really ill.
Yeah. Sir Martin was puzzled about something. It seems he advised Reynolds to come in for regular checkups, advice that your brother chose to ignore.
Mark was quite vehement about it. He doesn't have a very high regard for the medical profession at the best of times. He says as long as he isn't ill, what's the point of seeing a doctor?
In all this time, 5 years, he hasn't needed to see one?
No, not really. Oh, there have been the usual minor accidents. Falling over unexpected things, bumping into walls. The occupational hazards of being blind, I suppose. But nothing serious enough to warrant calling in Sir Martin.
I see. Now, about your husband. He just returned from a trip to America, which lasted 2 months.
That's right.
And prior to that?
Oh, how do you mean?
How long had he been here before going off on that trip?
Oh, John was quite a globe-trotter. He'd been here, a little over a month. You see, before that, he'd been on a business trip to the Far East.
How long was he away for on that occasion?
Another 2 months.
I see. It must have been lonely for you.
It's part of the price one pays when one marries a man like John Cassius.
Yes, of course. Now, let's just summarize, shall we? The past 5 months, he was away for 2 months. Here for 1 month, away for another 2 months. That's right.
Yes, Inspector. I've just said so.
Yes, so you did. You have no children of your own, Mrs. Cassius?
No, none.
Had you and your husband planned on having any?
Well, the situation never arose. I suppose, had it happened, John would have been quite happy. Is all this necessary, Inspector?
Yes, Mrs. Cassius, it is. Very necessary. Sergeant Scott?
Yep.
Would you do that now? Just give us a few minutes.
Right, Your Honor.
Now, Mrs. Cassius, suppose we be as honest with each other as we can. It'll save us a lot of time and probably some embarrassment.
What is it you want to know, Inspector?
I see. The hard way, then. Dr. Arthur Fenning.
What?
Dr. Arthur Fenning is a colleague of Sir Martin's. They had lunched together last week. Fenning mentioned casually that you'd been in to see him. He was rather surprised that you hadn't been to see Sir Martin. Well, Mrs. Cassius?
Well, Inspector.
You saw Fenning on the 2nd of the month. He examined you and gave you certain tests.
Yes?
Tests which later confirmed your pregnancy.
You're very thorough, Inspector. What of it?
On the 2nd of last month, you were 3 months pregnant.
You know all the answers, Inspector. Why bother with the question?
The father of that child was not your husband.
Really?
Mrs. Cassius. Look, at the time of your conception, your husband was on a business trip to the Far East.
Very well, Inspector. I am pregnant. And the father of my child is not my husband. Is there anything else you'd like to drag out?
I am trying to get at the truth. For heaven's sake, don't you realize the position in which this puts you?
What position?
Sir Martin had no inkling that John Cassius was not the father. He naturally would have mentioned the subject when next he saw him. But that opportunity never arose. Your husband was murdered the night he came home.
And that gives me an ideal motive, does it?
You and the real father. Who is he?
That, Inspector, you shall never know. You see, there is no way of your finding out. unless I tell you. And I do not intend to. Oh, Paul!
You wish to see me, Inspector? Yes, Mr. Richards, I do. Please sit down. Now, you were personal secretary to John Cassius for 3 or 4 years, I believe you said.
Yes, that is correct.
You accompanied him on all his business trips, both in this country and abroad.
Yes.
Always?
Yes.
Including the last trip to the Far East?
Well, yes.
You hesitated. Why?
Well, nothing really.
Were you with him for the entire duration of that trip, the full 2 months?
Well, no. You see, during that time, there were 2 emergency meetings here. Mr. Cassius couldn't attend them himself, so he sent me as his representative.
Inspector, really,
Mrs. Cassius, will you please not interrupt?
Now, look here.
How long did you come back for?
Approximately a week, but I
Did that week cover the end of 1 month and the beginning of the next?
Yes, I think so. Let me see. Yes, it was from the 27th to the 4th.
Yes. Yes, of course. It would have included the 2nd of the month.
Aren't you rather jumping to conclusions?
I don't think so.
Proof, Inspector. You have no
Mrs.
proof.
Cassius, Mr. Richards, were you and Mrs. Cassius lovers?
What? How dare you?
Were you the father of her child?
Her child? Her child? What?
He didn't know. He didn't know.
Easy now, my darling, easy.
Believe me, please, I'm deeply sorry that it has come out like this.
How did you know? How did you know?
Oh, it was no great detective work on my part. Nonetheless, savory aspects of an investigation, the anonymous note. Did you know that Marcia Cassius and Paul Richards were lovers? That's all. It's typed, and of course there's no signature. Naturally, no fingerprints either. Here.
It's typeface. I'm almost sure. But it looks very much like the type on my machine upstairs.
Really? Is there another typewriter in the house?
I don't believe so.
Mrs. Cassius?
No, there's only the one.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to check that for me, Mr. Richards. If you would merely type out this sentence several times. We'll have an expert examine the specimens later, but I should rather imagine they will be from the same machine.
Marcia, will you be all right?
Yes, Paul, I'll be all right.
Come back down again when you've done with that, will you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll be right back.
Are you feeling better, Mrs. Cassius?
Yes, remarkably so. Congratulations, Inspector.
Oh, please, try not to feel like that, Mrs. Cassius. I assure you I regretted that scene as much as you did.
What a sick, sordid way for our love to be dragged out.
Look, I'm in no position to, set in any kind of judgment on you, or indeed even to make comment. Whatever that is between you is your own business, but I'm afraid that it is now part of the investigation. I sincerely hope, for the sake of you both, that it means no more than that.
Oh, so gallant, Inspector. So very, very gallant. You know as well as I do what will happen when this gets out. It will no longer be a love, something very, very beautiful. Oh, no, just dirty.
It need not be like that at all.
What do you mean?
Well, strange as it may seem, although one is a policeman, one is still a human being. I shall naturally have to include this knowledge as part of my investigation, but if it turns out that it has no bearing on the murder of your husband, I give you my assurance that no one outside the 4 of us will ever know a thing about it.
You'd do that? You'd keep it to yourself?
Mrs. Cassius, is there any reason why?
Oh, Paul! Paul! Is it all over, Inspector? Have you finished now?
Finished? I'm afraid not, Mrs. Cassius. But we're a little closer.
Closer? To what, Inspector?
To finding out who did kill John Cassius.
Well, Inspector, surely you've already done that.
How so?
Well, I mean, why else did Richard do
Paul Richards was not the murderer. Indeed, no.
Then why did he kill himself?
You know, I've always found it keeps things in perspective if one talks in an impersonal sort of way. Now, early this morning, a note was delivered to my office. It was posted in the city last night. It suggested certain implications about Mr. Richards.
What sort of implications?
Well, that's not very important. However, they turned out to be true. Mr. Richards left this room and presumably went immediately up to his office. After a very short time, a shot was heard. We arrived at that office within less than a minute. We found Mr. Richards dead.
Having very conveniently killed himself.
So it appeared.
Appeared? Aren't you being just a little overly cautious, Inspector?
It's remarkable how often it pays to be overly cautious.
What exactly does that enigmatic statement mean? You have a captive audience, Inspector.
Richards was seated at his desk in front of a typewriter. On the floor beside his right hand was a revolver. This one. On it, a very clear set of his fingerprints. It happens to be the weapon that killed Mr. Cassius. There was a gunshot wound in the right temple. Powder burns indicated that the gun had been fired from point-blank range. In the typewriter, a note. This note. The pressure is too much to bear. I can stand it no longer. I killed John Cassius.
Well, what more do you want? Richards to return from the grave and confess? Isn't it rather obvious that he killed my father, couldn't stand the pressure, and then shot himself?
That, Mr. Cassius, is what the real murderer would like us to believe.
The real murderer?
Yes. You see, Paul Richards did not kill himself.
What?
How can you possibly say that?
No, what really happened was this. The killer saw Richards go into the room and sit at his typewriter. A heaven-sent opportunity. He stood beside him, shot him in the temple, put Richards' fingerprints on the gun, slipped the note into the typewriter, and walked out. It was as simple as that.
Interesting theory, Inspector, but hardly plausible.
Oh, why not?
The time factor. You say you arrived up there less than a minute later.
Well, of course. The killer couldn't possibly have done all you say he did in that amount of time.
Couldn't he? Sit down, Mr. Cassius. Well, in this chair, if you won't mind.
What's this supposed to prove?
If you'll be patient for a moment, I'll show you. Now, the killer naturally is prepared completely. In one hand, the typewritten note done well in advance. He lays it face down on the desk while talking to Richards. It's just a sheet of paper, nothing to arouse suspicion, right?
I don't see the point of all this.
Eh, well, in a moment. Now, the killer has the gun in his pocket wrapped in a handkerchief. He stands behind Richards, so, takes out the gun and wraps it, so. Richards sees none of this. Now, everything so far has taken place before the gun was fired, right? Now, please time this, Mr. Cassius. I'm going to go through the motions of shooting you, putting your fingerprints on the gun, putting the sheet of paper in the typewriter, and walking out of the room, right?
All right, I'm ready.
Right, here we go then. Now, bang, gun. Hand down, fingerprints on gun. Now, paper into typewriter. So, now, walk to the door. So. Right, now how long did that take?
Why, it was only 13 seconds.
Correct, Mr. Cassius. But even if it took 30 seconds, it has been sufficient. The first person to arrive on the scene did so a minute after the shot. It was really quite ingenious.
At the risk of sounding repetitious, Inspector, it's an interesting theory. But how can you substantiate it?
Once we ruled out suicide, that was the only
But how do you rule out suicide?
The killer was very clever. He typed out the note well in advance, and then was most careful to wipe his fingerprints off the keyboard. There are still no fingerprints on those keys. Unless Richards employed divine guidance, he did not type out the so-called suicide note.
But he could, theoretically, still have shot himself.
Oh, no. The gunshot wound was in the right temple.
Well, what has that to do with anything?
You mean none of you noticed it? Oh, good heavens. It never fails to surprise me just how unobservant most people are. Paul Richards was left-handed. So there we have it. Oh, I've used the word he in talking about the killer. It could just as easily have been she.
Are you suggesting it could have been Jocelyn?
Miss Wiley is still a suspect, yes. The killer of Richards is the same person who killed your father. And, I might add, who sent me the note about Richards.
Hello, Sergeant Scott speaking. Yes, just hold on. It's for you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Inspector Bellin here. Oh, yes. What did you find out? I see he was. For those reasons? Yes, I thought the information would be accurate. Did you get the exact date? Yes. Until when? I see. Thank you very much. No, that'll be all. Good night. Mr. Cassius, you told me that you were on reasonably good terms with your father.
Reasonably good, yes. Why?
You gave me the impression that you always had been on reasonably good terms.
Well, what about it?
Meadowvale Sanatorium.
So, you had to dig up that rubbish as well?
Rubbish? I'd say it was rather pertinent, wouldn't you?
No, I would not. Drink, anyone?
You spent almost a year there undergoing treatment. At the time you were 19 years old. Treatment of an emotional nature.
It was also completely voluntary.
That does not make it less pertinent. But I am rather surprised that you decided not to mention it to me earlier.
Go on, Inspector. Don't stop there. Tell them all just how mentally and emotionally ill I was. Go on. And tell them the reason for it, too.
Yes, that is rather important, isn't it? But perhaps you and I should discuss it in private.
Oh, no. No, Inspector. This is very much for public consumption. You see, dear people, Meadowvale was my not very hospitable home for nearly a year. I say the treatment was voluntary, but it was a little more than that. I was given a choice, you see, by my dearly beloved father.
What kind of a choice?
What kind of a choice, indeed. I either had to commit myself for voluntary treatment at Meadowvale or face criminal charges.
Charges? Charges of what?
Of trying to kill my father.
Oh, that really is priceless. I think it calls for a drink. Now, put that blasted chair there.
I'm sorry, Reynolds. My fault. I moved it when I was illustrating my point about the suicide. Of course, you weren't to know.
No, Inspector, I suppose nobody is perfect. Well, we are a charming bunch, aren't we? Cheers. Oh, forgive me, Inspector, I should have offered you a drink. Or don't you on duty?
I won't, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. It's late, and I have work to do. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Cassius.
Of course, Inspector.
I hope you won't mind, but I should like all of you to be here in the morning. Please try to understand. Good night.
Good night, Inspector.
Oh, one other thing. I would advise all of you not to leave your bedroom doors unlocked.
You want to tell me the rest of it?
Oh, there isn't a lot more. My father became more and more impossible. It was the same story, repeated day after day after day. But it got to a stage where we were both looking forward to the times when he didn't come home. When it gets like that, it's about as bad as it can get. My mother was never... Well, she was never very strong. I saw what it was doing to her, eating it all the time. And all the time she was trying to cover it up, hide it. And one day she... Well, I suppose she just couldn't take any more. You know the feeling?
I know it.
There was this scene, big, violent, and... well, she broke, and I ran out of the room and... upstairs to her bedroom, and... Well, we both heard the shot.
Oh, no.
We ran up to her bedroom. I got there first, and everything inside me just flipped over. I don't know, I just picked up the gun and pointed it at him and pulled the trigger.
Was he badly?
No, he wasn't hurt. The gun jammed. Nothing happened. The gun jammed. He hit me. He hit me from one side of the room to the other and screaming at me all the time. I didn't even know what he was saying. Finally, he calmed down and gave me the alternative. Meadowvale, no criminal charges of attempted murder.
And afterwards, when you came out, how did you feel? I mean, about your father.
Oh, I tolerated him. That's about all. He'd ceased to be a father a long time before that. Now he was just a hand in a cash pocket. Don't you get to a stage where you can turn yourself off to somebody? They're there and you exchange words, but they're not really there at all.
Must have been a terribly lonely life.
It was. Until you.
Me?
Mm-hmm. I found a lot of things in you that I'd forgotten existed. And they started bringing out things in me. I'd forgotten they existed too. Wonderful things.
Oh, I'm glad. Very glad.
Oh, hello, Mark.
I'm sorry. Am I interrupting?
No, it's all right. Joss and I were just discussing something.
I shan't disturb you for long. I left my glasses in here.
Oh.
On the desk, I think.
Yes, there they are. I'll get them for you. You caught me. I tripped and you caught me.
Just lucky I happened to be in the right place at the right time.
No. You can see.
Oh, don't be absurd, darling.
Glasses, Mark. Here, catch. You caught me. She's right. You're not blind. You can see.
There you are. Both of you. How very obliging of the dear inspector to leave the gun behind. Now, sit down. Who is it?
You killed him.
Naturally. Very clever, both of you. My reflexes were a little too fast for me that time, but it won't help you, you know. Your cleverness just precipitated things, that's all.
But you were blind. I know you were.
How very astute of you. Yes, I was. But I'm not. I haven't been for nearly 9 months now. It's been rather fun. Now, both of you, please sit very quietly and put your hands folded in your laps. Thank you. Glad you're being sensible, David. You wouldn't want to see dear Joss hurt, would you?
Why, Mark? Why did you do it?
Your father really was an obnoxious man, you know. He deserved to die. But my personal reason, of course, was simply greed. Oh, it was very pleasant while I was blind to enjoy the luxury of his home, to be waited on hand and foot. Few blind men have it as good as that. But then came my little accident, that fall down the stairs, remember?
What has that to do with it?
Everything. I don't know exactly how it happened. Probably something to do with my optic nerve, but my sight started coming back to me. Oh, very slowly at first, but increasing day by day.
Surely you were grateful to be able to see again?
Grateful, yes. There were problems, you see, though. I'd grown accustomed to living this life of luxury, of completely satisfying idleness. And if dear Cassius found out I was no longer blind, he no longer have felt obliged to keep me.
But why did you have to kill him?
Money, my dear. Money. Oh, I knew he'd leave me something. But that wasn't the biggest prize, oh no. There was always my charming sister, ready and also willing to make life comfortable for her poor, disabled brother. In the future, oh, I never know.
You'd have killed her, too.
It may still be necessary.
And then Richards, Mark. Why Richards?
To give the police a murderer, of course. My reasoning was perfectly logical. And then in my haste, I forgot that he was left-handed.
You're mad. Do you know that? You're insane.
Your opinion, Miss Wiley, is neither valid nor important.
The point is, Mark, it's all come to nothing, hasn't it? Now we know there isn't anything more you can do.
Oh, David, how childish you are. I told you, I suppose, because of vanity. I wanted an audience. But it's going to be a short-lived audience.
Don't mean that.
Oh, my dear boy, you're perfect, don't you see? The main suspect, who's believed to be a little bit insane. In a few moments, the people in this house will hear 2 shots.
Mark.
When they come in, you two will be quite dead. The gun will be in your hand. And what will everybody believe? Why, simply that you knew your time was up, that you shot Joss and then yourself. It's ingenious, isn't it?
You can't do that. You'll never get away with it,
Dear
Mark.
boy, there's nothing to stop me. Good night, children.
Thank you, Reynolds. I'll take the gun.
There you are. Don't move, any of you.
There's nothing you can do, Reynolds. There are men outside. The whole place is surrounded.
You heard it all, didn't you? Everything.
Yes, everything.
A beautiful little trap. But how did you know? How did you know?
We didn't, really. But the list of suspects narrowed itself down rather considerably. Mrs. Cassius was with us when Richard was shot, so that let her out. Neither Micawber nor Miss Wiley was anywhere near this house at the time. We have had them watched, of course. So that left you and young David here. It seemed reasonable to suppose that the killer would make some move tonight. We simply watched and waited.
Oh, no. You found your killer, Inspector, but you haven't caught him yet.
Let's go, Reynolds. Give me the gun.
Oh, no.
There's nothing you can do.
One thing. You're the cause of all this. I'm taking you with me.
Reynolds, that gun is loaded with blanks.
What? You lie. You lie! You lie! Oh.
Come, Reynolds. On your feet. Let's go.
My eyes. My eyes! I can't see! I can't see!
That was The Cassius Touch.
Dear Ghost. Dear Ghost. Dear Ghost. This is a true story. There's not much point in inventing ghost stories. Anyone can do it. It's rather like playing a game whose rules one has made up without telling one else what they are. The events I'm going to report took place in a glorious blaze in the most marvelous summer in living memory. England. The summer of 1921. Good it was that summer to be alive. But to be young was very heavy. I was as old as the century. 21.
Biotech, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay. Just soak in Biotech. Just soak in Biotech. Just Just soak in Biotech.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotech removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotech.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotech.
Biotech, with natural enzymes, is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotech removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotech.
There are plenty of people still alive who will recall the endless procession of golden days. 1921. Its unclouded dawn. Its magnificent moons of blue and gold. Its days sinking into warm, noble evenings, full of the promise of another day of the kind of summer one dreams about, but seldom gets. I was living at this time with my parents in Taunton, and they, knowing my ways, were not at all put out when I went off, saying I would write when I found out where I was going. I had never been to Crome Stratford. I read its name and decided. I made up my own fantasy of characters. I was the only passenger to alight, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The whole earth drowsed pleasantly in the heat.
Crome Stratford.
The station master wore a cap of golden braid, but it appeared he was doing duty as porter as well. It was good to be 21 at Crome Stratford in the sun that summer.
Crome Stratford. Afternoon, sir. Tickets, please.
Good afternoon. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir.
I want to stay here for a while. Have you any suggestions where I might put up?
Put up? Well, there's the Bell Inn. That's if you don't mind a bit of jollification on market days and Saturday nights.
Oh. Well, you see, my stay is going to be quite a long one. I think I would prefer private accommodation.
You go out of the station, there. You go over the bridge. You'll see 4 houses in a row. They're called Suspenseful Terrace. Now, you call at number 2 and ask for Mrs. Wayne. Tell her I sent you, Mr. Jolbury. I think you'll find she'll fix you up.
Sevastopol Terrace consisted of 4 red brick cottages without elegance of any sort. They could not have been more ordinary if the architect had entered a competition for the most ordinary and the most mediocre dwellings.
Please come in. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, it's a beautiful day.
A dead front room, seldom used, uneasy chairs, a small piano with a fretwork front panel. The front room fire grate is stuffed with orange tissue paper. Above the mantelpiece, there was the enlarged photograph of a man in khaki. He was dark with a full moustache and an expression of slight astonishment on his face. I made a satisfactory deal with Mrs. Wayne. The other lady was Mrs. Jannison, 50-ish, stout, and, as it was called then, a kindly, infectious laugh. I knew I was going to be comfortable. 6 weeks or so I decided upon. Time in which to write a novel. Oh, yes, that is what I had set my heart on doing. The blue, cloudless days went by, and I wrote not a word of the novel. I liked my ladies. We took our meals together, and the household was an easy one to dwell in. And then a strange uneasiness began to make itself manifest in my mind. For no reason at all, it seemed, I began to be afraid of something. Afraid in a way that I'd never experienced before, or for that matter, since this time.
As Dr. Johnson said, if you think well of what you wrote at night, tear it up in the morning. Nothing. Quiet. Where are the ladies? Madonna. Oh, come on, Fielden. What's the matter with you? What is there to be afraid of, man? So quiet.
But there was no doubt about it. For some strange reason, I was afraid to stay in that house in Sebastopol Terrace alone.
Wayne, are you going out?
Yes, we're just going for a walk, Mr. Fielden. We won't be long. Yes, we won't be long, Mr. Fielden. Just a little walk. We shall be back to tea. Bye-bye.
You see, I became certain that I was being followed by something down the stairs whenever I'd been up to my room. It was worse somehow when they were out of the house.
All right, somehow, when they're here, but so quiet. Something else following. Stupid. Yesterday, too, when I went up to get my pen, I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't.
I knew, of course, that Mrs. Wayne was a widow, and I knew that exceptionally plain soldier in the picture was her deceased husband. One Sunday, after the ceremonial tea, Mrs. Wayne had used him as a time bag, as people do. She was putting the tea things together to take them out into the kitchen, and was at that moment holding what I privately thought to be a very ugly teapot. Mrs. Denison regarded the teapot. She nodded at it.
I always liked that teapot. Do you believe in premonitions?
No, I can't say that I do. Or at any rate, I've never had one that was worth having. Do you believe in premonitions, Mrs. Wayne? Oh. Tell me about it, Mrs. Wayne.
I'd rather not. It's a painful subject. She often thinks about that on Sundays. 2 years ago on a Sunday, she had a premonition of something awful all day. Her husband, who went into business when he came out of the army, used to get up first and go off to work. That Monday morning, when Mrs. Wayne came down, she found him in the kitchen. He'd hanged himself there. Why? There had to be an inquest, of course, but nothing definite ever came out of it. He had troubles, money or drink or something like that.
Well, there had to be a reason. There had to be. Tell me about it. Tell me what it was.
Well, if you ask me, it's only my opinion, of course.
I'm asking you.
If you excuse me, I must go and help Mrs. W. with the washing.
The reason? Tell me the reason.
I reckon that, like a lot of other men, couldn't settle down to ordinary life when he came out of the army. It wasn't the same anymore. Whatever makes you like life had gone out of it. He never liked being a soldier, but when he got back home, he didn't like that either. Some fellows managed better than he did, but he couldn't. He used to brood a lot. You could hardly get a word out of him sometimes.
I stared at the photograph of Sidney Whalen, and then at Mrs. Jennison. Do you mean he killed himself because he was bored?
Well, say bored? No. Say lost. There was a lot like that when they came back. Killed in action, you might say.
I moved close to the photograph and stared at the dead face in it. He stared with the same cold intensity, not at me, but past me. It was horrible. The stillness of the face, those eyes fixed on some object of vision beyond me or my glance. His hair was close-cropped beneath his hat with its badge of the Suffolk Regiment. The peak of the cap came down almost to the bridge of his nose, hiding his forehead. Nothing fitted with either his body, his temperament, or his final act. Now that I knew what that act had been, he was dressed for me in the horror of the grotesque. My eyes moved involuntarily to his neck, and I turned away alike from the photograph and the dreadful images which I violently extruded from my mind.
Now, how shall we spend the evening? Is anyone for church? On a walk? Or shall we have a game of cards?
Darling, let's go out and paint the town red.
But what about your headache?
Oh, that's gone. Grandpa Headache Powders did the trick.
Grandpa Headache Powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa Headache Powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa Headache Powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa Headache Powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotech.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrain dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotech.
Biotech with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotech removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotech.
Well, what do you think? A walk, do you fancy? Would that be nice? Mr. Fielding? Oh, dear, look at that. Sidney's picture. Well. Oh, I knew to go one of these days. Get me a dustpan and brush, will you? I'll soon clear this mess. All right. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Now you'll have to have it framed. Oh, frame's broken, too. I shan't do that. I never really liked that photograph. I only put it up there to please Sidney. I like to remember him the way he was before he went into the army. I shall just put it away somewhere.
And then I knew that we were not 3 in that house, but 4. The situation had taken a new turn. I did not know what to expect. I decided that day, after the falling of the picture, was a day to be spent by the sea. So accordingly, I went to Lowestoft. I soon settled with a newspaper on the promenade in a deck chair. There was an empty chair beside me. It was not empty long, though. A middle-aged woman sat beside me. After only a few minutes, she made occasion to talk to me.
You're troubled about something, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Will you tell me what it is?
Yes. Yes, all right, I will. And as if it was the most natural thing in the world, I told her the whole story. From my arrival in the house in Sebastopol Terrace, right up until the falling of the picture.
May I tell you what I think?
Certainly, I'd like to hear.
It's quite clear to me. I believe in spirits or ghosts, or whatever name you like to give to that part of us that you now know exists when the body's fallen away. That poor spirit was driven to his terrible deed by distress that was very real to him, however silly you or anybody else may think it to have been. And afterwards, in the clear vision death brings with it, he saw how wrong he had been, how cruel to that kind little woman. He's trying to tell her that, and he can't leave the house till he has done it. He's in touch with you to be his messenger. You know that now, but you're refusing the message. Oh, you mustn't, my dear. You must take it and set the poor ghost free.
I can't do that. I won't. Well, let his message, if there is one, be carried somewhere away.
You told me that you don't dare stay in the house when the others have gone out for a walk or...
Oh, that's right. Daren't is the right word.
That's just the time when he was trying hardest to get his message to you. You must stay in the house and give him his chance. I doubt he'll leave you till you do. Maybe you're his only chance.
How do you know this?
Oh, your way. Experience. And now I must go home to lunch. How strange I should come to you this morning.
And then he was gone, walking against the sun, so that I could hardly see her departure. Back at Crome Stratford at 6. Now, letters. I must keep up my correspondence. If no great novel is to come out of this holiday, then at least I must. Hello. Mrs. Wayne and Mrs. Jefferson. The house is completely silent. Yet somehow I don't feel afraid anymore. Even though I'm in the kitchen where did the body hang? Behind me? Or in front? The little kitchen had the peace of a Dutch interior. The place shone quietly with care. There was not even a sound from the outside world. The shadows in the room moved solemnly with the sun, and the light imperceptibly faded. The window was open a little at the top, and occasionally Occasionally the curtains stirred in a passing, soundless breeze. My eyes felt heavy, and my limbs agreeably warm. I felt, for the first time, completely free of fear. Slowly, I moved into that half-slumber that one gets in church at sermon time. One hears the sound of the voice and sometimes the words, but the impressions are jumbled. And then something happened. Something happened that turned me into a thing of terror. I uttered a sound like a man in a nightmare. I struggled to shout at the dark terrors that flapped in my mind. I thought I saw something, a limp form, unnaturally hanging in the room in front of me.
Been doing your correspondence. What a good man. Now, off you go while I make supper.
I'll just get everything sorted out, and then I can see whether to get the stamp tomorrow. I'm quite hungry.
Thanks, Mr. Phil. Thanks.
Yes.
Why, of course he isn't an officer of the Royal Flying Corps. He's wearing the uniform of an army chaplain. Then we all knew, you see, at once.
Oh, Mrs. Sanderson, you're a giddy limit. You really are.
You all right, dear? Quite all right. Why shouldn't I be? Oh, I thought maybe you had one of your headaches. Some maybe. No, I'm all right. Just tired, perhaps. I think I'll go to bed shortly after supper. You do that. We'll wash up, won't we?
Oh, rather.
She had lost her air of commonplace acceptance of life. She looked like... what could it be? Like someone who had mislaid a possession was trying to remember where it might be. She wasn't going to bed because she had a headache. She was going because she wanted to be alone, to think about whatever it was that preoccupied her. When the meal was over, she rose.
Well, if you don't mind excusing me, not at all. Where you go, have a good rest.
And so Mrs. Wayne went up to bed. Next morning, I was having breakfast when I heard the postman knock at the door. I expected her to return to the kitchen where I sat at breakfast. I was reading the paper which I'd propped up against the teapot. Mrs. Wayne didn't come back. I thought she was being a long time out in the lobby. There was no sound at all. Then, just when I was going out to see if anything was the matter, she came in. Slowly. Her face, with its snub nose and sandy hair, was as pale as death. It had a terrible dignity of sadness, a piercing accusation, like an angel with a sword, and a dreadful quietness. She held out to me a letter. The envelope and notepaper were mine. It was addressed to someone called Meg.
How did you know he called me Meg?
I did not need to ask any question. She had found this letter among my mail on a little table, and she gave the rest to the postman.
I didn't know.
No. I never told you. Read the letter.
I don't want to.
read it.
Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me.
That's not my writing.
It is. But you wrote it. I found it with your letters. He came to you last night, didn't he?
I don't know.
I knew. As soon as I came in, the house was empty. He stayed with me until you came. He was here. I knew he was here. I didn't think anyone else would ever know. But you knew. And he came to you. And now, he's gone. Forever.
You must stay in my house and give him his chance. I doubt if he'll leave you until you do. Maybe you are his only chance. Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me.
Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder.
I don't know whether I'd have gone into the Sailor's Rest if I'd seen its proprietress before I saw the grimy card with its scrawled clerk mounted in the window. But perhaps I would. A man with less than a shilling in his pocket and little chance to add to that can't hesitate too much. Still, there was something about Mrs. Manifold. Something you could feel but hardly put into words. I never saw anyone so fat. Though she was a short woman, she weighed over 300 pounds. It was easy to understand why she preferred to keep to her own room on the 4th floor, a gable room. Mrs. Manifold. Oh, I can see her now. Her fat fingers, her little tiny eyes. And I'm still frightened. Just of the memory of her. And to this day, I cannot abide the smell of Maderia wine.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight. by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolen, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Ever been a clerk before, Mr. Robinson?
No, but I can read and write. I can add figures, too, if it comes to that.
Plain to see you've had some schooling. Down on your luck, is it?
Something like that, yeah. In all that tremendous bulk, only her eyes seemed to move. There was no evidence that she breathed. No tremor disturbed her flesh, clad in a dress of black silk satin. There was something horrible about her. Not in a bestial sense, but in a spiritual. I was afraid of her. Afraid of the house she kept. Even then.
My clientele might not always be a nice one, Mr. Robinson. Rough lot, you might say, but... I mean, you wouldn't expect anything else of Wapping, now would you? Or of somebody like Mrs. Ambrose Manifold.
Well, don't worry about me, Mrs. Manifold. I can hold my own.
Perhaps we shall see, Mr. Robinson. Your duties will be simple. You know what an innkeeper's clerk must do, make him sign the register, Mr. Robinson. Sometimes there's reason to avoid it. Once a week, he'll bring the register up to me. I wish to examine it. The money will be deposited every week to my account at the Brisley Bank, whenever and as soon as it collects to £50. I'm never at home to anyone. I only come down here once a week. Some weeks I don't come down at all. I just stay up in my quarters. You can begin now.
The rooms are occupied at 6 shillings the night, 6 for day and night. There aren't any rates for the week. Don't need them. Hope you're happy here, mister. The lobby's got to be closed every night at 9 o'clock. Anyone comes home after that, and they all do, you've got to come and open up for them. I've been working here for a long time. You'll get used to out-of-sort habits. Now, if you'd like to come with me, I'll introduce you to the ones what runs the kitchen. And the door to there's got to be kept shut. But don't forget.
Mr. Plato was tall and thin and grey, with the expression of a very tired Great Dane. Probably there's nothing so tiring as his position as clerk in a shabby hole-in-the-corner inn, which seems designed to attract only the dregs of mankind. Work at the Sailor's Rest was monotonous, even when there were books to be read. The only way in which the pattern was broken was the weekly trip to Mrs. Manifold's room. Every time she would take the register and examine the new name.
Ronald Jensen. Now, what's he like? Is he a tall man or is he short?
Tall, thin, sandy red hair. He's got a wooden leg, wears a moustache. The last sailed on the Lofoten out of Oslo.
Frederick Schwartz, then. What's he like?
Short, fat, looks like a German burgomaster. Red cheeks, blue eyes. Last sailed on the Stresemann out of Hamburg.
Good gracious, Mr. Robinson. You should have been a policeman. I admire the quality of your observations.
I wouldn't say that she liked the examination of the register each week. She was anxious to go through it and would never dream of missing the task. But it was always with an obvious sigh of relief that she concluded this little chore. I had no idea why the register had to be gone through once every 7 days. Once, she was quite talkative. She didn't speak a lot. But I learned quite a bit about her, standing there before her in a gabled room.
Oh, yes, I've seen more than walking, I can tell you. Oh, yes. I kept a place in Singapore once, you know. Ran it with my husband.
Where's Mr. Manifold now, then? Still in...
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, Mr. Robinson. Nobody. Madonna, in the brigands, the first mate's brave of land. We'll sail the 7 seas and make it all our own.
Oh, that's the thing Mrs. Manifold's always singing, isn't it?
You know, see the man what come in today, did you?
Police, wasn't he?
Yeah. You know them? How? How'd you know what he was?
Well, he told me.
Makes sense.
They're always coming looking for people here, aren't they?
On an average once a fortnight, yeah. You see, sometimes people from here walk out and never come back. We have to store all their baggage against their return. And sometimes that doesn't happen. Things happen in folks. Things take place. Nobody never finds out. Robbery, sudden death, suicide sometimes. Don't go outside on foggy nights, Mr. Robinson.
I wonder why Mrs. Manifold left Singapore to come to Wapping. Funny thing to do, leave a wonderful place like Singapore for Wapping.
Ever been to Singapore?
No.
How'd you know it's wonderful then? Hey? Tell me that then, eh?
Well, that sounds wonderful, Singapore.
So does plum pudding sound wonderful, but it ain't. Fills you up. Gives you wind, plum pudding does. Can't stand talking here all day. Neither can you. You'd better get on.
And so time passed at the Sailor's Arms. Why had Mrs. Manifold left Singapore to come to London? She made sly remarks, sometimes about her reduced station in life. Yet she need not have been in Wapping. Her balance at the bank was always written in 5 figures. In ready funds alone, she was worth as much as £50,000.
Mr. Robinson. Oh, sorry. Was you dreaming? Here. I forgot to tell you when you come here first. Mrs. Manifold says you aren't to drink wine. No wine in the house, she says. It's the rule of the sailor's rest. Wine she cannot abide.
Well, I'm not much of a drinker. Does that mean I couldn't, even if I wanted to, drink?
No, not wine. Ale, yes.
Oh, I see.
Just whiskey, yes. Gin, if you like. Vermouth, certainly. Whatever you wishes. But no wine.
Sailor's rest, huh? You got a room?
There's a room, yes. Is there not?
Not much like the look of the place.
Oh, there's nowhere else. At least not close by.
Just in on Malaya out of Singapore. Name's Joshua Bennington.
American?
Born there. Spent most of my life in Singapore.
Oh, Singapore, eh? Ever heard of Mrs. Ambrose Manifold?
Heard of her? Heard? Mister, there was a woman. Big enough for half a dozen women. Never been as good a house in Singapore since she lit out for parts unknown.
Oh, why did she leave?
Oh, who knows? Women don't do things sensible, mister. She was making money faster than they could spend it. Then Amby ran out on her, and she closed up her place, and off she went. Biggest thing I ever seen to drop out of sight like that.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows that, mister. They didn't get along too well sometimes. Amby liked to drink, but he was a wine drinker in Singapore. He could get 6 stewed on wine faster than you could say Jack Robinson. Nobody knows how he ran out on her. Did, though. Took along the biggest cask of wine they had in the cellar, too. The way she watched him and all, he was sly and fast to get out, and with the wine, too. Nobody ever saw him go. With the cask of wine, he hauled out bold as brass. He'd made up his mind, mister, and so would you if you ever saw Mrs. Manifold. Well, can you show me the room?
Certainly.
Yeah. Oh, fattest thing I ever saw move. What could a man do with a woman as fat as that, eh, mister? Oh, fat. Sure.
Robinson. Well built with a brown beard, was he? From Singapore, too.
Yes, that's right. Beard, brown, American.
One night, too, midweek. Oh, too bad, too bad. Why didn't you let me know?
Well, I had no idea you'd want to know. I mean, I'll bring the book up each week, but I didn't know that you'd want to...
Oh, yes, true. Singapore, though. I'd like to have talked to him. I'd really like to have had a word or two with him.
There was a strange expression in her eyes. Triumph, amusement, regret. All these were there. Or were they only reflections from my own imagination? It was difficult to tell with Mrs. Manifold. But the trembling in her great body continued for a long time. And I was anxious to get away. Out of that gable room. To escape the burden of her eyes. 3 days later... something changed in that old inn. The change was in Mrs. Manifold, too. And it happened after the empty 7th room was filled. He came in just before closing time. A small man with a limp, his hat pulled down low, his face all muffled up against the fog. He was wet with it, the fog. And inside he was wet with wine. He reeked of it. The sickly smell of sweet wine hung about him like a cloud.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I whirled better. When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa. Oh, darling, don't it look as though you're enjoying yourself? The party's great.
Yes, it was until I ate.
Well, take a Digel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Yes, darling. But Digel is much more than an antacid. Digel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicone. It's the simethicone that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a Digel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel.
Good evening, sir. Number 7 left, sir. Will it be for the night or longer? It's a wet night, sir.
Thank you. Third floor back, sir. Last door. It's standing open. Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira.
Yes, who's that?
It's Robinson, Mrs. Manifold. You told me if we ever got anybody else from Singapore...
Come in. Let me see.
And then she saw. Her dark-skinned face went pale. And if she'd trembled before, she shook now. A great, obscene shaking animating that mass of flesh. Seems to be the same name as your own.
What's he like?
Well, short, small man with a limp.
Where is he?
In number 7, just under you.
I want to see him.
Now?
Now, Mr. Robinson.
I went down the stairs and knocked on the door of number 7. There was no answer. I tried the door and it was open. I went in after calling his name. He wasn't there. The room was empty. Empty, that is, of human occupation. But it was alive with the rich headiness of wine, a sickening sweetness, cloying and repelling. There was no sign that the bed had been touched. I returned to Mrs. Manifold. Well, I can't find him. I tried his room, but he's gone.
Mr. Robinson, have you been drinking?
No. No, the smell comes from... well, it's from him. He's been drinking. Madeira, I think, or something just about as heavy. Sweet port. Or... What?
You hear someone singing, Mr. Robinson?
I can't say as I do.
It goes like this. Oh, the captain in the brig, lads, the first mate's brains are blown. We'll sail the 7 seas, lads, and make them all our own.
No.
Let me know when you see him again, Mr. Robinson. And Mr. Robinson, get that smell of wine out of this house.
But I couldn't get rid of the wine smell. Open all the doors and windows as I would, I couldn't get that smell out. There seemed nothing to do but live with it. Had I seen Mr. Manifold? Yes. I saw him. I talked with him. Didn't I? He signed the register, Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira, didn't he? Mrs. Manifold wasn't the same.
More terrible.
Well, there's no jokes now. I mean, when I take the book up to her to read, I mean, not that there ever were jokes, just a sort of sly humour.
Oh, she's sly. Yes. And there's these footsteps she's hearing. You know what I think?
Footsteps?
Yeah, you know what I think?
What kind of footsteps?
You know what I think? I think she's gone off her head. I reckon she's lost her bacon.
Footsteps?
She hears them all the time, she says.
What? I mean, is there someone walking about? I mean, somebody making them, the steps?
Her mind's diseased, completely diseased. Who knows whether anyone's making steps or not? No one. She's too fat, that's what it is, Mr. Robinson. When her soul reaches her weight, it's a strain on the heart, and all the blood rushes right up into the head, and...
Mrs. Manifold had changed. There was a greater furtiveness about her, an unmistakable grimness. Every time I looked at her, I couldn't help myself thinking of death, and then fear of death. Being with her for any length of time at all was the most horrible, because she kept catching her breath and listening. And there was nothing to listen to. Or was there?
Listen.
What is it, Mrs. Manifold?
Nothing. Mr. Robinson, I wish you'd do your job properly and rid this house of the wine smell.
I've tried, Mrs. Manifold. I'm afraid it's not possible.
Not possible?
No, I'm afraid you'll have to take the whole place to pieces. Strip the wallpaper of the walls even. And even then,
Reminds me of my late husband, you see.
The wine?
Always the wine, never tending to business. That was Ambrose, and the women, too, never could leave them alone. I gave him wine. More than he could drink.
Will that be all, Mrs. Manifold?
What? Oh, yes. Don't forget the book next week, and if somebody comes from Singapore...
Yes, of course. She told me about her husband and his weakness for women a score of times. She told it in exactly the same words, never varying. She was like a mechanical gnome that knows one combination of words and one only. She was always listening. I can still hear her voice complain about the stench of wine, the nauseating sweetness of that cloying odor brought into the Sailor's Rest on that fateful night of fog. One night, I awoke out of my sleep, and the smell of wine was thick enough to choke me.
I'll sail the 7 seas land until I find home. Oh, the old man's in the deep land, the madam's packed and thrown.
I wondered, did she hear it then? Hear what she'd waited to hear? Nothing happened for a little time. The house was the stillest I'd ever known it. And then all that horrible silence was shattered.
Mr. Robinson? Mr. Robinson?
Yes?
Mr. Robinson?
Just a minute.
Did you hear it? You hear it, did you? What's up? What do you reckon's up then, Mr. Robinson? Whether they're up there, eh?
Well, let's go and see. Mrs. Manifold? Mrs. Manifold? Mrs... Mrs. Manifold was dead, choked to death. She lay there on the floor with her black satin dress ripped down one side and her white flesh poking out from the tear. All over the room was a smell of sweet wine so thick that it seemed there was no air left, only that sickening smell. And there was something else, too. Something that shouldn't have been. Something nobody could explain. There were bones scattered in the room. Human bones. A man's bones. And sharp, deep marks in Mrs. Manifold's throat where she'd been choked. And pieces of cloth and a battered old hat that I'd seen once before on a night when the fog was yellow, in the light at the desk of the Sailor's Rest. There was nothing Scotland Yard could say to explain all that. Well, there was nothing to tell them that Mrs. Manifold had killed her husband and put his body in that cask of wine and had it carried far out to sea. Waited, perhaps, to sink until time and the tide carried it far from Singapore. Just as whatever it was that came into the Sailor's Rest that foggy night put it down in the register. Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolen, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
In the year 1864, in the December of that year, to be more exact, James Murray, barrister at law, did a lot of grouse shooting. During the last few days of the season, he made several trips across the northern moors after the elusive and soon-to-be prohibited birds. December. The wind was due east. The moors were bleak and wild. On his last expedition, the very day before the ending of the season, James Murray became hopelessly lost. The first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm fluttered down upon the heather, and a leaden evening was closing in all around. The purple moorland melted into a range of low hills. There was not the faintest smoke wreath, not the smallest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track. The world had changed, become hostile, alien. Murray shouldered his gun and pushed wearily forward, on and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P. Head of 7th Street, Parkmore, Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
wander throughout the whole of the night, walking. Will there not come a time when my limbs simply fail me? Walking in circles. Circles. Hello! Can you hear me? Here, this way, here. Can you find me? Here. I'd almost given up. I'd begun to think of falling down and sleeping. I must have been walking in circles. Thank God. What for? Praise be. What for? Well, for you, of course. I began to feel I should be hopelessly lost in the snow.
Well, then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time. And what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise?
If the good Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit. But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwolding?
A good 20 miles, more or less.
And the nearest village?
The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 miles to the side.
Where do you live, then?
Out yonder.
I pray you, keep that lantern steady. You're going home, I presume?
Maybe I am.
Then I'm going with you.
Oh, it ain't no use. He won't let you in. Not he.
We'll see about that. Who is he?
The master.
And who is the master?
That's not to you.
Well, lead the way, please. And I'll engage that the master shall give me supper and lodging tonight.
You can try.
Wait, man, wait. I've got for long enough.
Is this the house? Aye, it's the house. Down there. Yonder is room. Go in.
Who are you? How came you here? What do you want? James Murray, Master at Law. On foot across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep. Mine is not a house of entertainment. Jacob, how dare you admit this stranger?
I didn't admit him. He followed me over the moor and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2".
And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house? The same by which I should have come to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation. Self-preservation? There's a foot of snow on the ground already. It should be deep enough to cover my body by daybreak. It is true. You can stay here if you choose till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. Be seated. Your manners are excellent, my friend. But you have a very fine head, like a poet's. Kind of scientist you must be if this room's a telescope. Pictures, saints and devils.
geological specimens, microscope, and is there an organ in the corner? Books and more books. Enough to keep a keen man busy for a year. But why do you not speak to me about it? You don't even know your name. But there you look like a big Vic from Beethoven. I wonder if you would consider it bad taste if I drew nearer the fire.
On the table. I have only the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir. Your appetite will, I trust, make up for the deficiencies of our larder.
Ham, eggs, bread, and what appears to be a bottle of excellent sherry. My friend, I can think of nothing better. Thank you 1,000 times, thank you. You have preserved my life.
Please be seated.
Was the food upon these dishes be poisoned, I wonder? Forget it, I cannot help it. At least I shall expire with a full stomach. Was probably the finest meal I've ever tasted. Thank you.
To have cast away on a desert island in a storm, a glass of uncontaminated water and a crust would seem manna from heaven. I have lived here in semi-retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces. I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information about the outer world from which I have been parted for so long?
Interrogate me, sir. I am heartily at your service.
My inquiries will relate primarily to scientific matters. If you are not a student of science, no matter. Answer to the best of your ability. More and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its narrow radius. Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony.
I believe he has forgotten my presence.
Attested by all.
Here is a brilliant man, a man of vision, spurned by his contemporaries because of his greater knowledge, a man born out of his time. If it were not for my poor dear wife waiting for me anxiously, I swear I could listen to this man all night long.
Branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule for my scientific beliefs, hooted from that field of science in which I'd labored with honor for during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me. And I have forgotten the world. And there, sir, you have my history.
It is a very sad one.
But it is a very common one. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better man has suffered before me. You shall have more sherry. Pray, why do you look suddenly so anxious?
I was thinking of my wife, my poor little wife. We have only been married 4 months, and she'll be waiting for me, watching for me, not knowing anything about my fate. I promised, you see, that I should return before dark.
It has ceased, Mary.
Ceased? Oh, if only it were possible. But no, it is impossible. Walk 20 miles across the moor, even if I could find my way.
Walk 20 miles? What are you thinking of?
My poor wife. She'll be breaking her heart with suspense and terror.
Where is she at this moment?
At Dwolding.
At Dwolding. Yes, it is true. The distance is 20 miles. Are you very anxious to save the next 8 or 10 hours?
So anxious, I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse.
Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot. It will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you onto the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where he joins the new one.
Easily, gladly.
The snow lies deep. A glass of Escobar before you start. There are pleasanter journeys than the one you are contemplating this night.
Murray drank the spirit, and it went down like fire, liquid fire, and took his breath away. There was more than one instance during the next 2 hours or so when he wished fervently that he had stayed with the self-exiled man of science, rather than take the path through the snow to the old coach road that night.
And yet I cannot remember such bitter cold. Not a single star. Your master is a very eloquent man, Jacob. A brilliant man. Deep. Walking is difficult, to be sure. How much further to the coach road? Yeah. After those hours of talk from the master, walking with a servant is like attempting conversation with a tailor's dummy.
Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and then you can't fail of the way.
This, then, is the old coach road.
Aye, this is the old coach road.
And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?
Nigh upon 3 miles. The road's a fair road enough for foot passengers, but was over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close against the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident.
Accident? And what accident was that? Jacob?
Beg pardon?
What accident?
The night mail pitched right over, down into the gully below. A good 50 feet or more. Just the worst bit of road in the whole country.
Oh, horrible. Were many lives lost?
All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning.
Oh, terrible. How long since this happened? Jacob? How long since the accident?
Just 9 years.
Near the signpost, you say? I'll bear it in mind. Good night, Jacob.
Good night.
And here. Thank you. I'm deeply obliged to you.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Feel terribly lonely. Lonely somehow. As if I've been deserted by the last man in the world. Ice. It is as if I'm scaling some gigantic Alp. Is it? Yes. Jacob, he's coming back again. The fire? No. There's a second light. Parallel. They must be carriage lamps. Must be private vehicle. But what would be out in a night like this? Yes, it is some coast or the other, but this is impossible. It's coming on fast. Cannot hear a sound. So, looks strangely noisy. It is possible that I passed the crossroads in the dark. Jacob said 3 miles, I have to walk. Can I lift the coach underneath? No, I would never have missed the signpost.
And then the coach, for coach it certainly was, bore down upon Murray, came around a bend in the road and came towards him fast. Guard, driver, 1 outside passenger, 4 steaming greys. The lamps blazed like a pair of fiery meteors.
Hello, wait there, coach, hello, coach!
And the coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep, neither answered Murray's hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. Murray clambered inside the coach, and the coach started again, as noiseless as ever.
Cold in the coach as it was outside. 3 passengers only. And welcome in the world. This is scarcely the friendliest part of the world I've been in. How intensely cold it is tonight. The winter seems to have begun in earnest. Most friendly. He heard me. I know he did, for he turned his eyes upon me. Damp. Most disagreeable. Smell in here. It's quite like ice. It was warmer than the night air by far. hardly let in more cold than is already present. Have you any objection to an open window? I said, have you any objection to an open window? Very well, then. I take it you have none? It's rotten. Quite rotten. This window. I'm sorry, excuse me. This window is covered with mildew. Have you noticed? Anybody? Have you? The whole coach is in the very last stages of dilapidation. Decaying. Look. It's hardly safe, is it? How can it possibly be safe? Why, the whole machine is quite foul, and it must have been dragged from some outhouse somewhere. It must have been mouldering away for years. Quite deplorable. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair, yes?
The passenger to which James Murray addressed this last remark turned slowly and looked at him. Murray knew that he would never forget the sight of that face as long as he lived. He turned cold at heart under its scrutiny. The eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. The face was livid as the face of a corpse. The bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. Murray turned to his officer. He too was staring at him with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes.
What are you? What are you?
And then Murray realized that none of the passengers in that coach were living men, not living men as himself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their terrible eyes were alive, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon James Murray. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in a flash of summer lightning, he saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness.
Brilliant. A man like that. Exile. Fine food. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing now. Hopeless. Walk 20 miles across the moor. Across the... Where is it? Dwolding.
Oh, we found it there.
Across the...
Who died next morning? 20 miles.
Across
next morning. Found it.
Across the...
He fell. Close against the junction of the old coach road and the new. Oh, thank God you were saved. Thank God. You must have lain for so long in the snow. Soft snow. They found you at daybreak. 2 shepherds. The letters in your pocketbook showed your name, and I was summoned. You were so long in danger. So long. So many days, weeks. The surgeon said you had dreamed in your delirium. Such a frightful dream, my love. Such a frightful dream. Oh, James, my darling, safe now.
Dreams. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that I was the 4th inside passenger in the Phantom coach.
He awoke for the third consecutive occasion at dawn, sweating and terrified, with the details of the dream vivid in his mind. His hands were clutching the simple iron frame of the bedstead above his head, and the dews of his night terror had soaked the linen of the bedding. His name was Farlow. He was a genius in his line, that of higher physics. He was also a friend and acquaintance of mine, and I believe it my duty to tell his story. Not that I know what it all means, but I do know that Farlow was not mad. And yet, why should a celebrated scientist be admitted at his own request as a private patient to Green Mansion for rest and observation? Green Mansion is, not to put too fine a point on it, a luxuriously appointed mental home. You see, my friend Farlow experienced a brand of mental torture that is perhaps greater than anything ever recorded, more terrible than anything dreamed up by the horror writers of the last 2 centuries. He traveled further than any other into the regions that lie beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Recently, I received a letter from Mrs. Myra Strawn. It was quite a lengthy letter and emphasized many of the points we've been making over the past month about Biotex. She said that when the product first came on the market, she and her daughters were a bit skeptical, but nevertheless decided to give it a go. And indeed, she is now most enthusiastic and a great supporter. She recommends it to neighbors and friends. Another letter from Mrs. J. Lake of Fruitflave Mines, Springs, said that she wished to congratulate the makers of Biotex and went on to say that she had 2 children, 6 and 7 years of age, and that her spin dryer was not able to cope with the stubborn stains of their play clothes. Well, nowadays, she soaks with Biotex overnight in cold water and finds her washing much whiter, and colored clothes are brighter and stain-free.
Farlow was an old friend of mine, and I have pieced the story together as it was told me, over a longish space of time, both from his own lips and from those of the superintendent, Dr. Sundquist, a psychiatrist of great sympathy and brilliance. It was a month or more after the onset of the dream that Farlow had written to tell me that he would appreciate a visit.
I didn't contact you before, Basil, because, well, you knew, of course, that I'd come into this place.
I knew, yes, the news is abroad, but only in the hands of trustworthy people, so...
No, I don't worry. I don't for one moment worry about... Basil, I want to tell you a story.
A story?
Yes. A story with, as yet, no end.
Ah.
You must forgive me in the telling of it if my thoughts aren't clear, if I ramble.
Yes, of course. I mean, what?
I've been having dreams. At least, I like to call them dreams.
Dreams?
Yes. I say dreams. They are all bits of one, the same dream. Let me try to begin at the beginning. This dream world is a place of terror and fear for me. I've tried to find the place. I've studied maps and atlases of the whole world, but I haven't found...
Yeah, but surely if it's a dream place...
No, wait. You'll see. Early one morning, about 1 o'clock, a month or so ago, perhaps it was 2 months, I don't know. This morning I came home very tired. I think perhaps I'd been overdoing things in the laboratory. Of course I worked too hard. What physicist doesn't? I was hungry anyway, and I had rather a heavy meal. Nearly a pint of black coffee. Ugh. Quite. And, of course, I didn't sleep. Not until nearly 3 o'clock. And I dreamed. But the thing is, although I know I was within a dream, I also knew I was awake. In this dream, I was cold, and I was in water. Shallow water.
I knew that I was in deadly danger of my life, or at least I had been. My mouth was soaked with moisture and salt, and then I felt sand between my toes, which were bare. I opened my eyes, and I found myself in the shallows of the wildest, bleakest shore I have ever seen. I was exhausted, and I started to drag myself up onto a long beach of sloping white sand. It was dawn. When I awoke, it was just 3:10. I know that the last time I'd looked at the clock before sleeping, if you can call it that, the time was only a minute or two before 3. And yet I know I had been away for hours.
Yes, but you know, you must do. The second or two in a dream must be, can be stretched.
To eternity, yes, I know, but I'm afraid it's not as easy as that. You see, I felt very frightened, and I switched on the light and got out of bed. And between my toes, there was sand, and my pajamas were soaked with cold, salt water. You can imagine how terrified I was. The situation is bizarre, unbelievable, and yet it is perfectly true. I'm not mad.
Frightening, I agree. But on the strength of a dream, why,
Not a dream, Basil, but many dreams. And in all of them I am in the same place, upon that same shore, and I am progressing. Each time I dream a little longer, see more things. Good heaven. A week passed before I dreamed again. And then just as before, I found myself first in the water and then on the beach. I was coughing. I felt almost drowned. The vision went on even longer. The shore was wild and beautiful, and I knew it to be somewhere in the east. It was not the east as known today, but at a time of great antiquity. It was misty, and the sun came up through the mist. Somehow it seemed a younger sun than we know today. And then I awoke, came back, if you like, through the veil.
And this time were you...
I was wet with seawater, yes. My third dream began with me already lying on the beach. I'd somehow recovered from being in the sea. The sun was well up. I felt as if I'd been lying on the beach for at least 3 hours. In the fourth dream, the sun was higher still in the sky. It is like a cinema film projected over and over again. A little more of the action is revealed each time.
I see.
I'm afraid, Basil, that you'll be supposing my sanity to be in question.
I have every belief in your sanity. Of that I assure you. I may continue to visit you?
I'm counting on it. I need you.
No other knows of the dreams?
Dr. Sundquist.
His reaction?
He's puzzled, of course, but very sympathetic.
I'll come again in 3 days.
Please do.
Of course, I was fully aware of my friend's fears. Not only did he feel his sanity to be suspect, if in fact he was journeying in or on some other plane, would he, during one of the dreams, fail to get back? Would he be lost from this 20th century world? I offered to stay with him in his room and watch. I was sure that Sundquist would agree to this, but Farlow would not agree. He said this might prevent him from returning. I think if any other man in the world had told me the story, I would be skeptical, perhaps even disbelieving. But from beginning to end, the frightening and bizarre climax, I believed him. I found him on my next visit considerably agitated.
The sequence is advancing faster now. But the terrifying thing is, when I awoke or became conscious in the dream, I was hardly more than damp. And I was a long way up the beach. But this isn't all. When I awoke here, in my room, my pajamas had gone. I was dressed differently, in some sort of open-neck blouse thing made from linen. And my lower half was covered in a pair of baggy pantaloons. What's happening to me, Basil? Are there two me's existing on different planes, or what? I fear I am traveling in these dreams towards some kind of fate, and I shall be able to do nothing to prevent it. When it happens, what will they find here in the bed, in this world, on my return?
I was prevented from seeing Farlow for almost 3 weeks. I had to leave the country on business. I cut short my trip, though, and hurried back because I, too, had a dream. No, nothing terrifying, just the common garden nightmare in which my friend Farlow was in dire straits. I went immediately to Green Mansion. Sonquist assured me that all was apparently well with the physicist, at least on the surface. And indeed, I found him quite calm and rational.
And the night before, nothing. I haven't dreamed for 2 nights. The last time was Friday. Basil, a week or so ago, Sonquist asked me if I thought it would be possible to bring something back from this dream world of the shore.
Sonquist asked you that?
Oh, you're surprised. Sonquist is taking this seriously.
And so am I assure you. Physicists of your reputation and standing do not tell fairy tales. Go on. The doctor said
the dreams have been averaging 3 a week, never more. Each time, each one's progressive. There's bright sun now in the dreams, and the waves are quite calm. And in the distance, I'm able to see the spires of some city.
Heavens. But you said you tried to bring something back. Were you successful?
Have you a cigarette?
Oh, of course, here. From a drawer, he took out something wrapped in white cloth. He brought it across to me and put it down on the table in front of me.
Have a look at this. It's all right. Don't be alarmed. There's nothing unpleasant.
I must confess my hand was a little unsteady as I unwrapped the cloth. What I had before me was a piece of reddish-colored rock, about 6 inches long and 3 wide, weighing perhaps a couple of pounds. You don't mean to say you actually brought this back from...
Yes, that's exactly what I do.
Have you had anyone look at this thing?
Smithers, one of the best geologists we've got. He was quite excited and puzzled, too. He places it at the time of Christ. He says it comes from the world of approximately 1960 years ago. What upset him, though, was the fact that there's been no weathering since. That piece of rock is as it was. Then. I have some whiskey here. Would you care for a...
Now, an effective spray-on furniture polish that gives a wax shine instantly. Johnson's Pledge. Just spray on, and your duster becomes a magnet. Picks up every speck of dust in seconds. Pledge dusts, cleans, deep waxes quickly, easily. And new, deeper wax formula Pledge will protect your furniture longer. Buy Johnson's Pledge Aerosol today.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Business again claimed me for several weeks soon after Farlow's incredible revelation. We kept in touch by letter, and I learned that there had been considerable progression in the dreams. He was dreaming them now 5 or 6 times a week. When I saw him again, his face was gaunt, his eyes bright and unnatural.
In this other place, I've forgotten all about my ordeal in the sea. I can see spires and turrets of the city quite clearly now. And strange as it may seem, I feel in the dream quite light-hearted. It's as if I should be there, as if I'm there for a purpose. I know the name of the city. Emilion. How I know its name, I can't imagine. It's not in any modern atlas. I've searched and searched, heaven knows. It's a beautiful city. Each time these dreams come, I feel stronger and stronger. I've taken to running along the beach, splashing in and out of the water. I gaze at this distant city, which progressively draws nearer. It's a joyous city, shrouded in a rosy mist. It's like Mont Saint-Michel on a bright spring morning. Multiply Mont Saint-Michel 100-fold, and there you have Emilion. Next in my dreams, the banners. And more turrets of Emilion were seen. Across a vast stretch of foaming strand, more than a mile wide, which was stained all pink and gold with the light of the rising sun. And I knew that there was a woman in Emilion who was waiting for me. A woman who is waiting for me. And I know, too, that I love her. The last 2 times I was there, I was walking towards the city, and suddenly I became aware of something, a faint white shape, hazy, like something seen through gauze, away near the city wall. I'm only half a mile away now. I can see this moving shape, or collection of shapes. It seems to be stationary, and yet at the same time, it also appears to be moving at an incredible speed. Suddenly I feel afraid. A breath of cold air seems to disperse the last of the mist. And suddenly I feel terribly afraid. I'm still walking towards Emilion. And then I wake up. Or I should say I woke up. For that was my last dream. And I experienced it only last night. I was sweating and icy cold and terribly afraid. And I'm afraid to sleep tonight. I've asked Dr. Sundquist to stay not far from me tonight. Shall we have a whiskey, Basil? Each time I drink with you, I feel it may be for the last time.
I was visiting Farlow every day now. In the mornings. My business was forgotten. I made what arrangements I could so that my living should not altogether go to rack and ruin, but I have to confess that for the greater part of the daylight hours, and sometimes in the dead of night too, my thoughts were constantly with the tortured man who was one of my greatest friends. One thing still puzzled me above all else. Of course you realize, like you and like the splendid Dr. Sundquist, the whole business completely confuses me. There's another thing. Listen, you have been at Green Mansion for a long time now, quite early. Soon after the onset of those dreams, you volunteered to come here. Now, why? Why so soon, I mean? Surely we're not so very strange, so very frightening to begin with, before waking up and finding sand on your feet and the seawater in your clothes. Is there something you haven't told me?
Yes.
What is it?
The voices.
Voices?
The janissaries of Emilion.
What?
I've never told you before. From perhaps the second dream onwards, I've heard that phrase. In the wind, it seemed. Called from somewhere. The janissaries of Emilion. Voices I've heard clamoring. The janissaries. What do you make of it?
The janissaries were a sort of A sort of guard, weren't they?
Yes. I had Songbus to bring me the book. The Janissaries were a body of Turkish infantry in olden times. The personal bodyguard of the Sultan of Turkey. They were abolished in 1826. The reference book also gives them as personal instruments of tyranny, Turkish soldier.
But how does this tie in with the period being 2,000 years ago, or the East?
The Janissaries were a terribly ancient force which existed under many names. They also operated outside Turkey in the East. In my dream, they are coming, this white shape. It's a body of horsemen, the Janissaries of Emelian. In my last dream, Basil, I distinguished the very robes they wear. I could almost see their faces.
Oh, very well. You surely can't take this seriously. I mean, this latest
You haven't
phase...
heard me out. I now know the nature of the threat.
Threat?
I am trying to reach the city. I know I shall never reach the city. Crossing the water to reach me are a body of horsemen clad in white robes.
Can a dream do to harm you?
They will kill me! When they reach me, I'll die!
In my opinion, you need perhaps more skilled medical advice than Sundquist can give you, my friend. If I might suggest...
Good morning, Mr. Basil Copper.
That night, even I doubted Farlow's sanity. I didn't go to see him for 3 days. When next I did go, he seemed to have forgotten our disagreement. I was shocked by the sight of him. He was even more fine, drawn, and gaunt than ever. The dream had progressed. He was able, he said, to see the cruel oriental faces of the horsemen now. They carried short, heavy-bladed swords. They wore turbans. They looked so rapacious and sadistic that his dream self was near to fainting with fear. He believed the end was very near now.
We're giving him short treatment. He's half the man he was. He lies all day upon his bed, listening to the birds, smoking, dreading the night. He says no man can help him.
Can anyone help him, Dr. Sundquist? Can you help him?
I don't know. For the first time in my career, I'm completely and utterly baffled. One thing I do know, though, there is no physical danger. If we are unable to help him, then he may lose his mind for good. But that a dream can harm him other than mentally, no.
I only saw Farlow once more. I remember the occasion very well. It was a Thursday evening, late spring. I was feeling helpless and more gloomy than ever I can remember.
So many things to give mankind, my research, my work. The sense of doom fills my horizon. Those faces. Those ghastly faces. The cruel eyes. If Sundquist is not successful, they will reach me and it'll be the end. The Janissaries of Emelian. The Janissaries of Emelian.
Come in, please, Mr. Copper.
The matron didn't want me to see you, Doctor. She tried to put me off with the superintendent. The place...
Please close the door.
Well, the place is crawling with policemen. Now, I've come to see Farlow.
I have bad news for you. I'm afraid Farlow died in the night.
What happened?
He had a heart attack. There was nothing we could do.
Why are the police here, then?
That is about another matter. Now, if...
I'm sorry, Doctor. I insist. He was my dear friend. Do you believe that he was mad?
I sometimes believe that I may be.
What does that mean? Doctor, I want to know. Why the police? What?
Sir, I can rely on your complete discretion.
Absolutely.
You are completely aware of all the progressive stages of Farlow's dreams or visions?
He gave me his confidence.
He was very quiet during the last day or two of his treatment. He became very agitated on the last afternoon, though. He told me that these janissaries of a million were so close that he could almost touch them. He said if he slept at night, he knew he would die. I told him that the night would prove him wrong. I said it was the last crisis. He would come through it and lead a normal life again. He was put under sedatives that night. At 4 a.m, the whole sanatorium was aroused by the most appalling screams. Photographs have been taken. Investigations are being held at county level. Photographs are on that desk over there, Mr. Cole.
Photographs? When I had taken my leave of Dr. Sonquist, I drove back to my house. I wrapped the piece of rock Farlow had given to me in a piece of sacking and weighted it with stones secured by wire. And I drove out to the point and hurled it into the deepest part of the sea. But the thing haunts my brain, and latterly my sleep too has become more and more broken. I pray earnestly that I never dream the same dream as Farlow. For you see, Sonquist showed me the photographs, though I think they would have been better destroyed. Farlow's room, which was padded, contained no sharp edges or weapons of any kind, and yet, make no mistake about it, though the thing is scientifically impossible, Farlow had been hacked to pieces as surely as if a dozen men had attacked him with sharpened swords or knives.
That's all you have to do. Just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soaks stubborn stains away.
Clean, clean. Everything soon will be clean, clean. For all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael.
We're going to have Beyond Midnight, and of course that will last for half an hour, no?
All right. You got it all right. That's all right. Listen. All right. Kevin, darling.
Biotech, the new soap and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
Just soap in Biotech. Just soap in Biotech. Just soap in Biotech.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soap in Biotech.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cut stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soap in Biotech.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolen, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaping in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soap in Biotex.
Can you break your finger?
Sorry, Laura. I thought you knew I was hiding. I didn't mean to scare you like that.
Oh, you're really
Come on, let's go
inside
there before...
Get out of
Come on, I'm sorry, honest. Oh, what a night. The Holroyds come home, and what a night. Yeah, a bit behind me, cold. There you are. First thing I've forgotten.
Brilliant. Oh, my night. Stop it.
What we need is fire, fuel. Fuel of the evening. Beautiful fuel.
All around the house is the deep dark night.
You're so desperate about it. What all that is?
Oh, it is. You're my only husband, and it's very good. I'm tired. I'm so bad.
And I gotta get the stuffing from the car.
Oh, no, I can't bear it.
Blanket?
Let's keep the cellar warm.
I didn't say you had to come out the car. My job. I'm the man.
I'm sure.
It's very mindful,
I've forgotten how one. Isn't the fire lovely? Lovely.
I've got to get the cases and see if we've got...
Lovely. My one complaint about my 4 months of married life is I ought to have done it sooner. Honestly, Seth, and I don't want beds and things.
Hold on a minute. It's cracking a bit. You have the torch. I'll put the car lights on. I'll drive right up to the front, see while I'm about it. Stupid leaving the top. Now the trees over there.
So lonely. It is so nice. That is. What is it? Devin, you blithering idiot. I wish you... Devin? Devin, will you stop being stupid? I thought you went out to get the luggage. Devin!
Oh, that's you. Where's the torch?
Devin, hold on. Stop the feeling, dear. Stop moving about. You can't stand me anymore. What do you mean? You know, you have to do what I mean.
Fire's getting there.
Stop at the store.
I told you, darling. I don't know what you're on about. I wasn't down there at all last night.
Gavin, I'm not a bit amused, yes.
Oh, that's you, Victoria. So you're not amused. Katie, I went out to bring the car up to get the stuff in.
You swear?
Well, if I was down there in the other wing, how'd I get out again anyway?
You couldn't. Could you?
Kitchen goes back there. Listen, what is this?
Someone was standing in the passageway just below the stairs.
Well, I couldn't see, darling, because...
And as I said your name, he took 1 or 2 paces towards me and then turned and went away.
Went where?
I don't know. I heard the car then and... Couldn't
I was
see.
driving the car, so... There, you see? You imagined it. Shadow. Come on. Let's get things sorted out. Rest of the furniture coming today. It's starting to look like home. Roll up, Napoleon Bonaparte slip here, off the ground now, butchers.
What's the lead? That was someone. I saw him. The old Joanna a bit off center when they used it out of 6-foot van, you know, love.
Well, that's different to your playing now, will it, sweetheart? What? I know what I want.
Oh, darling. No, it's not 9 o'clock yet.
I was talking about supper. Pickles, cheese, tomatoes.
Haven't got any.
And gherkins in their jerkins. All right, miss out the tomatoes. Come on, chop into the kitchen.
Look. Hot children, you two? Chocolate.
Hot runny soup in mugs.
About 5 minutes, he said. What? He's gone. What? He was standing there.
What are you talking about? Who was?
He was at the sink and he turned around. It's no use. It doesn't work. I tried to keep the bulb. Gavin, he was standing over there.
Darling, there's no one here.
There was.
He'd still be here, then, wouldn't he? But the door's locked.
You think I'm mad?
Of course you're not mad.
Then believe me, then. He turned and...
I mean... He turned?
What? Smile.
A man?
Yes, I saw it upstairs.
Yes, you said... Sit down, I'll get the supper.
You don't believe me, do you? Hmm?
I don't know. I don't not believe you.
I'll stay here when you get the food.
Well, you might as well get it then. You better not have tea. Make you dream.
That's right. Send me up about it. Gavin?
Hmm?
Come here. Gavin?
Hmm? God, I didn't know.
Something wrong with this house. I know.
Play some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe pain nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa. Oh, darling, why do you look as though you're enjoying yourself? The party's great.
Yes, it wasn't until I ate.
So take a Digel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Yes, darling. But Digel is much more than an antacid. Digel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicin. It's the simethicin that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a Digel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel.
So that's the fix then, is it? Either I don't do any more evening work, or if I do and I've got to, you say to mother. Well, there's no bloody point in having a house of one's own, is there? We might just as well live at your mother's. Kate? Kate? Kate!
I heard what you said. I'm not deaf.
Oh, Kate, this is ridiculous.
Ridiculous or not, I'm not staying in this blasted house alone, night or day.
Katie, this is our home. It's our house. Ours. I worked down hard for this. No rent, no landladies. They want to poke their nose in.
Except him.
Him? What your...
Bessie, I didn't tell you because I knew you'd laugh and not believe me. But Saturday afternoon, when you went to golf, I went up to the first landing to get the linen from the chest. And I saw him plainly this time. He was just leaning against the wall by the chest, and he looked at me. Haven't someone playing a joke?
Looked at me? What do you look like? I mean, well, what
It was M1. I didn't see his face properly last time. This time I did so. It was grey. It was grey. And there was this something. And his arms were inside it. And yeah, really thin. And just the face. Grey. And then it... He smiled. Oh, and Kevin.
Hmm?
Kevin.
What, love?
Wait, and just black. Kevin, we've got to go away. There's something not good here. Oh, please. I'm frightened.
Why didn't you tell me, Mr. Edwards?
Tell you the whole lot. You think there was any need?
Well, I think there was a lot of need. If you sell a house and it's had 9 different families living in it in 14 years, and for the past 3 years it's been empty altogether... No, hang on. Let me finish, please. If I heard of a house like this, I'd expect to find dry rot, worms in the cellar, the roof caving in, the drains along, something. I mean, the price wasn't all that low.
It's £4,000.
Yes, sure, it was a bargain. We looked at a lot of houses, and ours was charm, and it was the best all-round buy there was. Could you tell me, Mr. Redwood, why no one from the village will go anywhere near the place after dusk?
Mr. Holroyd. In every village all over England you'll find a house somewhere with a lot of superstitious twaddle connected.
And we bought the local haunted house of Woodford.
Oh, that's
fine, isn't it? How long would it take to sell the darn thing? Another 3 years, I suppose?
But surely, you're not dangerous.
My wife has had several very bad shocks since we've moved there. She's very unhappy. Mr. Edwards, is there any way of finding out more about the place?
More?
Yes. You've given me a history back to 1944. It was empty during the war.
I believe it's into a bad state of repair then. The owners have fallen out.
But I'm not really interested in that. There's 1809 carved up over the front porch. And you said yourself it was a century and a half old. Now, how could I find it?
Yes, sir. We are merely the London agents. For the property's so old. We can't.
Yes, I appreciate that. I'm asking where I can go to find out.
It's earlier history.
Yes.
But only the Woodford Town Hall. Parish records. I can't think so.
Thanks. I must be off. I missed my train. Oh, thank you for your help. I know it's your business to sell houses.
Which train?
Train?
Which one are you taking? From Waterloo, is it?
Yes. 5:18.
You'll have a ways, I'm afraid. It's Friday. After the 4:38 for Portsmouth, there's nothing stopping at Woodford till 6:10.
Oh, no. That means I won't get home till after dark.
Blast.
I'm not on the phone yet either.
Well, I take myself to the old cross in the garage. I'm not dining.
If we put 4,000 pounds again, we've got to emigrate, Daddy. I can't bear this weather. Rain and rain all year long. If you work tonight, Gavin, I'll never forgive you. It's Friday. It's not your work night.
you all please to know I watched her once, and that was enough for me. Sorry. Katie, love. Kate?
Stop worrying her, Mr. Holroyd.
Worrying?
You're bobbing about round her like a terrier. She's had a shock. She needs rest now. A lot of rest, not you.
But she doesn't know me. She doesn't know who I am. She's been like this ever since I came home. Why did I have to get that late train?
She ought to go to her mother's, as you suggest, away from this house. Take her, but do something for me. When you have her settled... No, I'll arrange for the ambulance. Leave that to me. When you have her settled, come and see me. Within a day or two if you can. I won't keep you long. No, just do as I ask. Will you, Mr. Holroyd?
If you got her mother's, if she's okay, yes. All right.
I'm going out of my mind. Hansford, he's a marvelous man, but he seems lost as well. Poor mother's... What the devil's happened to her, Doctor? Hansford's treading very carefully, won't commit himself at all. I always thought one could say, oh, the symptoms are such and such, therefore she's suffering from X, Y, Z, you know?
I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell it to you before you get an inaccurate, garbled account of it from someone else. And also because I think you are intelligent enough to make of it, well, what needs to be made of it.
Sorry?
I'm not a superstitious man, Holroyd, but certain things worry me. Things I can't explain. Now listen. The house you bought in Woodford, the house your wife was unhappy in, and the house you subsequently took her away from, was built in 1802 by a man called Jack Faber.
It's got 1809
That
of the
house was built at a later date. Jack Faber built the house and brought his bride there. 2 years later, he surprised his wife with a lover. He killed the man. He strangled his wife and hung her body from the Lich Gate. He was taken and tried and condemned to die for the double murder. From the gallows, he declared that even though hang me, his language is quaint with these and vows, even though you hang me, I shall return to my home, and I shall dwell there with my bride. He swore this on oath, and then they stretched his neck and laid him in Murder's Corner. In the graveyard was 500 in 1935, the gasworks down on the site now. Well, I tell you, for what it's worth. As a man of medicine, I want to say it's all nonsense, but I can't. Perhaps I'm not worthy of my calling. The best doctors are irreligious and have no truck with curses and life on another plane and all that. Here it is.
Jack Faber. All he was short of was a bride. And so he tried to take mine.
I don't know, Holroyd. I don't know.
So we intruded, I suppose. And now he's in possession again.
We'll just have to see about that. Goodbye, Doctor.
Well, I'm going to keep in touch with Hansford. I'll know how she progresses.
Thanks.
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. It's destroyed now. Not a stone standing upon a stone. Not a beam. Nothing. Just black earth and rubble. Now I haven't a home. But neither has he. And that's what I have to do.
What will you do now? Hansford told me there was no pain. She never suffered. Never felt anything at all. Not even at the end. Just went. Very quiet.
It was like someone had lost their soul. And just wandered. Not recognizing anyone or anything. I don't know where I'll go, Doctor. Perhaps I won't go anywhere. You see, I watched Jack Fable's house burn. In the spinning, just across the hill there. And I had a pleasant view. It's very beautiful. But then fires all there. Big fires. No. When it was all nearly over, just black and smoke, and lakes of water and soot. And it all looked sad and lonely. I saw from out of the center of the smoke, walking out across the grass, looking up at the trees where I was standing. I saw him. And he came to where I was and stood and looked at me and smiled. Hardly seemed serious. All we did was buy a house. I've lost my wife. And in her place, I have Jack Fable. You see, he was at the funeral too, standing just beside her mother. Of course, no one else saw him. No one else ever will, except me. I'll never be rid of him until I, too, am.
Just soak in biotech. Just soak. Just...
Exactly 9:30.
That's her. That's her, sir. Little islet, and we'll open up the cove in a bit. Mind you, sir, I don't say the ship is still there. And if she is, you'll bear in mind as I told you all along, as there weren't no one in her when we went aboard.
We were in the South Atlantic. Far away to the north showed dimly the grim, weather-beaten peak of the island of Tristan, the largest of the Dacunia group. While on the horizon to the westward, we could make out indistinctly Inaccessible Island. Both of these, however, held little interest for us. It was on Middle Islet, off the coast of Nightingale Island, that our attention was fixed. We were looking for a boat, a long-lost boat called the Happy Return. My friend Trenhern's fiancé had sailed for Tasmania on the Happy Return, but the craft had never reached Van Diemen's Land. It had been lost in the vastness of the ocean. Only Trenhern would never believe that the beautiful girl he had sworn to make his wife would never again smile at him and sing to him. He searched and searched and I accompanied him on a voyage over the edge of the world into the abyss that lies beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
It was really a last effort. Trenhan had sent advertisements to all the largest papers in the world, and this measure had brought a certain degree of success in the shape of Williams, the old whaler whose yacht we sailed on. This man, attracted by the reward offered, had volunteered information regarding a dismasted hulk bearing the name of the Happy Return on her bows and stern.
None of us wanted to have much truck with her. She hadn't a comfortable feeling about her. And she were too clean and tidy for my liking.
How do you mean, too clean and tidy?
Well, so she were. She sort of gave you the feeling as a crowd had only just left her and might be back any blooming minute. You'll say what I mean, sir, when you gets aboard of her.
Quick, Williams, is that the place?
That's it, sir.
But where's the ship? I see no sign of her. Where is she?
It's all right, sir. We ain't far enough up southward yet to open out the cove. It's narrow at the mouth, and she were right away up inside. You'll see in a minute. Excuse me, sir. Fabian, bring her round. Bring her round, then. What you got them eyes for? Bring her round.
I feel all of a shake.
Up there, old chap. Hang on. You better order one of the boats to get ready for load.
What if there's nothing? I've built up such hopes. What if
you get ready to go ashore? You'll soon know. God's given you a chance. No man can ask for more than that.
A chance that she's alive. It must be the Happy Return.
Well, that's that, all right. I didn't said so, but...
Yes? But what?
Get ready. Get the boat lowered. We drew abreast of the narrow opening. It ran a considerable length into the islet, and then at last something came into sight, way up among the shadows within the cove. It was the stern of a vessel.
You see her? You see her there?
I see her.
You ready, gentlemen?
Of the yacht and the old whaler steering, we pulled into a small circular sea enclosed by gaunt cliffs. Trenhan's face was white. He was terribly afraid of finding nothing. And then we were under the hull of the Happy Return. The boat was made fast to the cleat, and we clambered up upon the deck of the ghost ship.
seemed as if she was just going into port. And her a bloomin' wreck.
See her, do you? Everything. Ropes, everything. Neat, clean, as if...
Her masts have gone. So the boats.
But the rest. This means there were some of them alive, at least when she drove in here. They might be.
Down below?
Inshore.
I'll come with you. It feels strange. Lonely. Too quiet here.
Let's go down. Down below, please.
I ain't going down there by myself.
We're coming down as well.
We'll each of us go down. It's as if... I mean, everything's exactly...
Nothing disturbed. Nothing out of place.
They must be here. They must be.
No hurry. No confusion. What happened? Where are they? She's lain here, dismastic for 5 months.
See here, sir.
Huh?
That there might be the young lady's cabin, eh?
Nothing.
There's female things hung up there.
Nothing.
And there's sort of fixings up on the table. How dare you? Desecrate. That's her brush. It's hers.
All right, Trenham. It's all right.
I wasn't going to steal the blooming thing. I was only looking. Tried to help. Well, no offense, mister. I wasn't doing nothing bad, sir. Was never going to steal the blooming thing.
I know, but Mr. Trenham, he's...
Look!
What?
Everything's here. It's hers. This is where she... Where what? Where is she?
There's nobody here. They've gone. Overland or...
Look at this. See? Calendar.
Calendar?
Read the date.
April the 27th, 1882. That's today's date. It's a mistake.
It's not. It's been set this very day. Oh, please, dear God, grant I find her. What was the date at which this was set? Quick.
Date?
Yes, when you came aboard here before.
I never even seen the blooming thing before. I didn't stay no time aboard of her.
Sarah! Ah! Come on. They're here somewhere. They're hiding. Come on, search!
And we did search. We went through the whole ship from stern to bow. There was nowhere any sign of life.
We darn far off dark, sir. And we'd have to be getting out of this place while there's a bit of daylight.
And I persuaded Trenham that we had to leave, that we would return. And reluctantly he agreed. And minutes later we were in the boat and heading out for the open sea.
Still nothing. No one on the Happy Return. We'll land as early as possible on Middle Islet. And if we find nothing there, then I want to make a thorough exploration of Nightingale Island. And what's the other?
Williams called it the islet of Stoltenkopf.
Stoltenkopf. Then that is what we'll do.
And if we still find nothing? No one on any of the islands?
What do you mean?
What I say. If there's no sign of any of them from the Happy Return.
Then we shall have to abandon the search.
We began just after dawn the next day. Trenham, I believe, really expected to find the crew of the abandoned ship returned to her. He clung desperately to the idea that they'd all gone on a food-gathering expedition and the early morning would find them well and happy, his sweetheart among them. There was no one on the hulk that had once been a proud and beautiful sailing ship. Vanished from the face of the earth. Let's see it.
Henshaw, look. See, read it. Read the date.
When Trenham had shown me the calendar the preceding day, it had read April the 27th. Now, it had been altered to the 28th.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa. Oh, darling, try to look as though you're enjoying yourself. The party's great.
Yes, it was until I ate.
Well, take a Digel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Yes, darling, but Digel is much more than an antacid. Digel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicone. It's the simethicone that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a Digel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel.
What's it mean, Henshaw? What's it mean?
Sure you didn't alter it yesterday by accident?
Perfectly sure. What are they playing about at? What are they trying to do? What's it mean?
Heaven knows.
You mean someone's been in here since yesterday? And it were dark blooming here before we left here? Then if something's been here, then there's only one thing it can be, sir.
That's enough, Williams.
Only one thing, and that's plain. And that thing's ghosts.
Hold your tongue, Williams.
Where are you going?
On deck, sir. I didn't sign on for this here trip to have no truck with spirits.
Now, listen. They're not living aboard here, that's obvious. They've left for some reason. They're living somewhere else, in a cave or something.
What about the calendar, then? You think that...
Yes, I have an idea. They come aboard here at night.
Why?
I don't know. Perhaps there's something that keeps them away during the daylight. Perhaps, animals. Something they'd be seen when it's light. I don't know. I'm only...
Animals aboard ship? There's something that could get at them on this ship, surrounded by sea, at the bottom of this pit thing, with all those cliffs. Well, then they'd never be safe anywhere. Surely they'd stay here, down here during the day.
Henshaw, I'm only trying to...
There aren't any animals, nothing dangerous on those islands.
What's the matter with that blasted door? The calendar, though. How?
Well, there's nothing here. I can't understand any of it. We'd better start our search of the island.
Yes.
We rowed to the middle islet and began to look for something, anything, a sign of life, of survival. Williams and I took a couple of men apiece, and we went right round the island until we met. We examined caves, everything. We found no one. Desolation. When we arrived back at the point of departure several hours later, there was no sign of Trenham. We waited. He didn't come. I went out in search of him. I found him lying on his stomach with his head over the edge of the chasm, staring down at the hulk. Trenham?
Bend down. I want you to look at something. Look. See what I mean?
No.
What? There. In the water on the starboard side with a happy return.
Looking in the direction indicated, I now made out in the water, close alongside the wreck, several pale, oval-shaped objects. Fish? What, queer ones?
No. Faces.
What?
Faces.
My dear Trenhern, you're letting this matter affect you.
Don't try to...
No,
look,
you have my deepest sympathy, but...
They're moving. They're watching us.
I have it. Now, look, if I'm right, it may account for them leaving the ship. I wonder we never thought of it before.
What?
Well, now, in the first place, those are not faces, as you know very well. They're the tentacles of some sort of giant squid or something, a kraken or a devilfish or something. I can quite imagine things like that haunting that place down there. And I can imagine, too, that your Sarah and the crew of the Happy Return would give the place a pretty wide berth. Now, this might mean that they're alive, Am I right? I mean, things in the water down there around the ship, Trenhern.
But the calendar. Let's go back to the wreck.
We returned to the wreck. Williams and his men came too. We spent the day there, waiting to see if anyone came. No one did. The night came, and the old whaler prepared to take himself and his men off the Happy Return. Trenhern wouldn't hear of leaving. Someone, he said, was going to come and change the calendar. He told me I was at liberty to return to the yacht with Williams, but of course I had to stay. The man left and came back in a little while with bedding for us. Trenhern gave them orders to come for us at daybreak. They then left us alone there for the night. The prospect didn't please me. The place was strange and cold and eerie, echoey, as if we and the wreck lay at the bottom of a great jug.
There's a mist coming down. Feel it?
Yes.
Well, even if we are attacked, we have the weapons. I'd be pleased to meet the giant squid that could outwit a shell gun. Go below. I'll take the first watch.
All right.
Hello. I couldn't watch up there. It's cold, unpleasant. I'll stay here with you. You sleep. I'll stay awake and wake you when 4 hours have passed.
Very well. I wish the morning would come. I hate to say this, but...
I know. I think I've lost her forever. I know. But I tried for so long. I want to thank you for helping me.
Oh, no man could do more than you.
I know. I know. She was so beautiful. You met her, didn't you?
I met Sarah once, before she sailed for Tasmania.
I never imagined that day would be our last ever. Oh, that cursed door!
I slept for a long time. Dawn could not have been far away when I woke. Oh, yes, I heard it. I heard her. She was calling.
Train, train.
annoyed Trenherne, and which, unaccountably, for there was no wind below decks, had begun to swing again, stopped. And I saw her. I saw a most beautiful face, a shadowy body, and the most wonderful eyes I've ever seen in my life. I had seen her before, as she was boarding a ship called the Happy Return, bound for Van Diemen's Land. And then Trenherne awoke.
Sarah.
And I saw her arms go about him, and they turned and passed through the doorway and climbed the companionway. And there was nothing I could do to stop them. And I knew that I ought to have stopped them. I should have prevented him from leaving, because she was not of this world. I must have slept again. When I woke, it was truly light. I went on deck. Trenherne was nowhere to be seen. Trenherne! 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 Nothing. My voice was flung back at me from the high, gloomy cliffs. I ran to the port side and glanced over. Nothing. I flew to the starboard side. My eyes caught something that floated apparently just below the surface of the water. I was looking at a score of pale, unearthly faces that stared back at me with sad, sad eyes. They appeared to sway and quiver in the water. I must have stood for a long time. And then I heard the sound of oars.
Unveils there! Here we are, sir!
And just then, before hailing Williams, I turned and looked along the deck. And what I saw near drove me mad.
No! What's that, sir? What is it? Never heart, sir. You'll have us over.
Push off! Push off quickly!
Mr. Trenherne, sir.
He's dead! Push her off! Take her out, Williams! Take her out! And they steered for the passage into the open sea. This took us close past the stern of the wreck. And as we passed beneath, I looked up at the overhanging mass. As I did so, a dim, beauteous face came over the taffrail and looked at me with great, sorrowful eyes. She stretched out her arms to me, and I screamed aloud, for her hands were like unto the talons of a wild beast.
Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
What's to it?
Beautiful. Has anybody ever seen anything so beautiful as that valley? Those mountains. Mr. Banning?
A month ago, someone had said Zweibergen to me. I just had said, who? But now, where am I? Just outside the village of Zweibergen, at the delightful villa rented by the Vault. With the most delicious view in all the world, and the prospect of some divine meal to be served in the open air.
Come and see round the villa before you take it for granted. It's beautiful. And as for the cooking...
Oh!
Bright sun, the song of the birds, high and remote. The year 1926. Europe. Zweibergen. Those are the facts that just a few people can never forget, and would give anything to forget. They were happy that day, very happy. The Vaughns, Eric and his American wife, and their visitor, Louis Banning. 3 civilized people had met together in a remote place. It was natural that they should wish to spend longer in one another's company. They were happy that day. But terror killed the laughter.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Who would ever believe it possible? All that lovely sun, green valley. And now...
Looks like something out of a Wagnerian opera.
Oh, Mr. Banning, you really do apologize. After we boasted so much to you about our little place perched up here in so heavenly a spot.
Now, please don't blame yourself, Mr. Vaughan. Who can control the elements?
I'll tell you one thing.
Those two poor beggars who were lost will be pretty miserable in all that.
Oh, Eric, you know the weather can't possibly worry them anymore now. They can't be alive.
But cheers.
Cheers.
Kyle says there's no hope for them. Been missing a week now.
In that forest? Well, if you want to believe they're alive, believe it. But how could they be, Eric?
I don't know the details. Well, not much. The first chap belonged to a little village about 10 miles away. He was coming back from a short climb in the mountains. It was already dark. Probably fell into a drift or something, who knows. A shepherd camping on one of the lower Alps said good night to him. Saw him going to the trees on the way down. That was that. The other one apparently was one of the search party who went out the following day. Darn shame there. And he'd been posted as a stop while the rest of them beat the woods towards him. When the line of beaters reached his place, he wasn't there. Never seen again.
Well, everyone in the village suspects wolves. There's been no shooting since 1914. They're coming back, the wolves. Lots and lots of them.
Yeah, before the war, all sorts of rich people, Hungarians mostly, they used to shoot the forest. All gone now. Of course, the whole of the eastern Carpathians aren't as remote as they were 10 years ago. If wolves had snatched his name... Yes, of course, there'd be traces. Blood. Something. One theory, of course, is that both of them grew tired of the old domestic routine and just vanished.
There speaks the cynic.
On their way to the Argentine by now. Who's finished the drink?
Is that what you really think?
Well, why not? The wolves aren't intact. No sign of a struggle. If those chaps have been killed, might have been by something prowling about, waiting for its chance. And there isn't anything. What do you think, Danning? Whether you believe my darling wife with the dark Slavic eyes, or me, cool, calm, and detached, cynical if you like, depends on whether you're going to return to the village, or have a bed here. I don't fancy going back tonight, I must say. Then still up.
Oh, Mr. Banning, we're delighted to have you stay. Take his glass, Eric, and make it full right up.
No, I don't want to get drunk, please.
After his stay with the Vaughns, Louis Banning had no more taste for a lonely holiday, so he did the next best thing. He took an active interest in the life of the village. He heard all the gossip, for he was staying in the general clearinghouse, the village inn. Evening found him with the local magistrate.
He was my friend, my very good friend, Mr. Banning. For years we have obtained our provisions from him.
Really? Frightening.
Yeah, as you say, this is frightening. And most of us are frightened.
No trace? No sign? It's ridiculous.
He climbed up through the forest. It was not completely dark yet. He hoped to kill the small brown bird. In English, the name is not familiar. However, no matter. Good evening. He did not return. One single shot was heard near to 10:30. Nothing more. Mr. Bannon, you and your friend, the other Englishman, the one with the beautiful wife.
Vaughan, yes?
I would like you to help us. Mr. Vaughan is, I believe, a hunter of repute, no? Please, what can we do?
Oh, I'd be honored to help. Shall I see Mr. Vaughan? I'd no idea he was a hunter, but... Well, I'll climb up there first thing in the morning. And...
Otherwise, friend Banning, what are we to do? Must we wait until the whole village is shorn of its men?
First thing in the morning.
Eric Vaughan was one of those surprising Englishmen whom you may know for years without realizing that once there were colored men in Africa, or Burma, or Borneo, who knew him still better, and drove game for him, and acknowledged him as someone juster than their gods, but no more comprehensible. Vaughan knew something about tracking, and he spoke with confidence about guns. Vanning could shoot tolerably well, and so he decided to try and be of some use, because fear had settled by now like a cloud upon Viverton. That morning, they took roughly the same path the grocer must have followed.
What? Have you noticed? There are no birds. None. Someone's turned aside from the path here. I wonder why. Big rock up there. White. Like a sentinel. Who dashed off the path through a thicket? Well, when you know you're being followed, you like to have a clear space around you. It's comforting to be on top of that rock with a gun in your hands. If you got there in time. Let's go up. See? Scrub. All been pushed aside. Strange out here. Look at that tree. Oh, look.
The top, to where they'd climbed, was bare stone, with clumps of creeper and ivy growing from the crannies. Set back some 3 yards from the edge was a little tree growing in a pocket of soil. One side of its base was shattered into slivers. It had received a full charge of shot at close quarters.
The bird she sees at last. The silence is broken. Hey, look at that. Blood. Blood? Just a drop. Yeah, see? Something. Someone. Most likely was killed or wounded. Yeah. Fell, discharging the gun which shattered the little tree here. Where's the body? Oh, there's no body dragged away in that direction. Whoever left that blood obviously wasn't too badly hurt. Got away again. He's on 2 legs. Let's go back. Interesting, but what does it tell us? Well, nothing definite yet. Although I no longer suspect wolves, or... Not that I ever did. The most likely is that they hadn't... No, quite. Some kind of foul play. Show me his body. Show me any motive for killing him.
It could still be an animal born. I mean, the blood. Fresh. Pretty fresh. The gun blast. In fear after sudden fright.
The whole countryside, she has been beaten. It's a wolf. We should find the remains. A bear? They are quite harmless, as they don't take men. Mr. Ford, I must tell you something. Once upon a time, a long time ago, Joseph Weiss, not the present Joseph Weiss, no, his grandfather, he once fired in the woods, point blank at a gray wolf. The biggest gray wolf he had ever seen. Point blank. But the wolf ran away. And again he met the animal. The same thing happened twice more, 3 times more. He shot at it, but never killed it. Not until he loaded his gun with silver. The beast vanished after the shot, but Heinrich, the cobbler, was found dying in his house with a beaten silver dollar in his belly.
Oh, superstition. I mean, it was a long time ago. And
No, gentlemen. No, superstition, no. But it was a long time ago, it is true. Friends, will you continue to help us? Will you assist us and find for us what is taking our people?
Yes, we'll assist you, sir. With pleasure.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm well better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Oh, darling, don't you look as though you're enjoying yourself? The party's through.
Yes, it was until I ate.
Well, take a Digel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Yes, darling. But Digel is much more than an antacid. Digel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicin. It's the simethicin that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a Digel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel. Three men, taken soundlessly. No trace of the bodies. Just a broken tree. A lot of blood. Unless the three men had something in common, or a common enemy. It's got to be some animal, but what? What could be so clever? A werewolf? Oh, Louis, please.
A drink, Louis? Tonight's terrible.
Not just now, thanks, Clara. Look, I don't say a man could change himself into a wolf. I know why he'd want to, though. I wonder, what does it feel like? Oh, as if the woods had got under your skin. And you want to walk wild and crouch at the knee. Oh, darling, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're stupid stories. Stories and fairy tales. I'm going to bed.
Clara, never know. Feel as if the woods were under your skin. You want to crouch at the knees and... it sounds as if that's what you might feel. Are you an authority? No, I'm the werewolf. It's the time of the year, you know. A man is a rather fleet-footed animal. Hunting animal equipped with all the necessary instincts. Now, we were out with the hunting parties for a whole week. Every night last week, Eric. Nothing. A lot of men will never find out what it is. Well, assuming the blasted thing is visible. Let's see it, at least. And when was the first man taken? Oh, about 3 nights after we arrived at Firebird. What were you doing that night? I hadn't met you then, had I? No. I think I was getting drunk, actually, with a lot of Germans we met in France. Kyra drunk? No, she wasn't with me. She went to bed. I have a plan, if you'd care to be part of it, Louis. Listen, the first search party didn't drive this thing, whatever it is, away. They frightened the game away for miles around, and this thing merely took one of them. It'll come back, just as surely as a man-eating lion comes back. And there's only one way to catch it. Bait. Oh, don't look so startled. You're a little overweight as it is. You make a most tempting bait. What are you going to do? Tie me to a tree and watch over me with a gun? That's about right. Although you needn't be tied up. And as the idea's mine, you can have first turn with a gun. You're not a bad shot, are you? No, well, good. Incidentally, Kyra mustn't know. Where shall we start operations? A rock? Good lookout place. I think so. Did you hear what I said? Kyra mustn't know. As far as she's concerned, we're going deer stalking. At night? Should think we're going to shoot them when they're asleep. Let's work out some sort of plan.
The rock was the starting point of all their theories, and on it they placed the Watcher. From the top, there was a clear view of the path for 50 yards on either side. The watcher was to take up his stand while covered by the ivy before sunset. And at a little before 10, the bait was to be on the path and within shot. He was to walk up and down, taking care never to step out of sight of the rock until midnight, when the party would break up. The difficulty was getting home. They had to go separately. They had to go separately in case they were observed.
I've left a note for Cara, her magistrate, just in case of accidents.
They put the plan into operation. The first night, the second night. Kyra asked why they were suddenly obsessed with shooting deer and why, in fact, they brought no deer home. She asked no other questions, though. The third night arrived, and the plan was carried out as usual. Nothing happened. Then the fourth night, Eric Vaughan was on the rock with a little long-barreled .300. The moon came up, and the path in front of him was a ribbon of silver. Banning walked up and down. He smoked a cigar, and the tiny point of light was clearly visible. Vaughan kept the rifle trained a yard or two behind the other's head as he walked.
Something's happening. The forest's laid aside its business. It's watching, like us.
Vaughan looked away from the figure of Banning just for a moment. When his gaze returned to his friend, something white flickered away to the left of the bait. Eric Vaughan tightened his grip on the gun. A bulky object, it seemed to be, white and moving fast. It was closing in on Banning.
Kyra! Kyra, why on earth?
I was frightened. There was something following me back there. I know it.
Darling, but why? What are you doing? I almost shot you. How did you know I was here?
I didn't. I looked for you last night, too.
That brave girl, you mustn't. These woods.
I know what you're doing, but you've got to stop it.
I'm very safe, my dear, I promise. So, Louis, let me show you. The night before last. And why weren't we told about it? How didn't go down to the village, did we? 4 now. Vanished off the face of the earth. While we were at that blasted rock. Louis, do you realize? While we were there, Kyra was looking for us. She was looking for us in the forest. It might have been her instead of that poor beggar's son. I suppose if one's father disappears in the forest in the darkness and you're able-bodied and loved him, and then when the search parties fail, you have to go and see if you can find out what it was. He was taken too, by whatever the devil it is. You've got to continue, Eric. I know. Where, though? The rock. In the forest the size of this one. Any place is as good as another. And they've all disappeared in the radius around the rock. It's as good as anywhere else. It's my turn to debate.
Eric Vaughan could not have explained why he was nervous that night. The previous nights he had been apprehensive, yes, but not openly disturbed. At one point he heard Banning cough, and he knew that his friend had noticed his fear and was trying to reassure him. time passed. The forest listened. To what? For what? Eric Vaughan had threatened his wife under pain of physical injury if she should even think of coming to look for her husband this night. She was safe. He felt safe enough with Banning watching. But he still could not contain the trembling that shook his body each and every time he stood still. Fate. The only thing moving was the moon. No wind. The night wore on.
Heavens, I'm sorry. 1 minute, nothing. And then the next... Never mind. Whatever it was. You saved my life. Feels... There's a lot of blood. Something was blasted. The size of it. It was grey. It was a wolf. But it stood up. And it grabbed you like a man. Neck. Pains. Didn't go to don't worry you too much. But I hit it. I know I did. As it grabbed you, I fired and I saw it jerk. Kick and jump and fall. It got up again. Eric, what's close? Come on. Just stay. You've got your revolver? Yes. I'll not even be out of sight.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt,
soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make you again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder.
It's 9:30.
Scotsman was 2 hours late. That used to happen frequently during the war, especially when the Heinkels had been over during the night. The train was blacked out. The lights were dim. I was sharing a compartment with another officer, major of about 35. He was reading The Idiot. He smoked continuously. We spoke hardly at all. Just a word or two now and again. Above each of our seats was a notice which stated, "Idle chatter helps Hitler." But that wasn't why our conversation was so sporadic. We just had no curiosity about one another, that's all. I was going to Edinburgh, where my sister kept house for me. Perfect bore carrying these plastic gas masks around, isn't it? I had just endured 9 hours in a crowded troop ship. For all I knew then, he might have undergone a similar experience. He said not another word for more than an hour. My watch showed me it was beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
I received a letter from Mrs. Bookfights of Spoon Street, Lakeside, Cape Town during the week, and she wrote to me about Biotex. She said my daughter's gym tunic was very badly stained, with the result she would not wear it. I decided to try Biotex, which you advertise, and I soaked the garment for a few hours, and much to my amazement, the stains disappeared. I have spoken about this product to my friends who are now using Biotex, and I'd like to say a big thank you for making this product available to us. Well, as I've been saying for a little while, Mrs. Bookfights and you other ladies, Biotex is absolutely marvelous when it comes to helping get rid of those very stubborn stains. I've kept on emphasizing that you let soaking do your washing, and you will notice that these stains just vanish by using Biotex merely by soaking overnight or for a couple of hours in warm water or pre-washing in your washing machine. It is spelt Biotex.
We're stopping. Signals, I suppose. This'll make us later than ever. Where are we?
Oh, heaven knows, the end of the world. Yes, I think it is the end of the world. I recognize it. Doncaster, I think. Should be 80 miles.
You've lost 70 or 80 miles then. Rough, isn't it, catching a train that's half a day late when you've only got 2 weeks' leave?
Been overseas?
Singapore.
Tough.
My regiment had retreated for 4 months through the Malayan jungle.
only to be practically annihilated at the docks at Singapore. I was the only officer left alive. But one didn't talk shop in those days, so we said no more about the war.
Seen any good shows in London?
Vatican's play wasn't bad.
But that came off months ago.
Did it? Time passes.
Does it? Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, time drags on a train.
I think we both went to sleep then. I remember I dreamt of cups of tea. It seemed so long since I'd had a cup of hot tea.
Just passed through Peebles. We should be in about half an hour.
Do you live in Edinburgh, too?
No. But I used to. That's why I'm going there.
You mean you live just outside the city?
No. No, I don't live anywhere now.
War's a ruddy bore. Right up roots, chaps. If you know where to stay in Edinburgh, my sister and I would be awfully pleased to put you up.
Oh. Thanks very much. I should be glad of your hospitality for a night or two.
Of course, your wife...
No. I'm alone. I'm not married.
Waiting for me at Edinburgh. She was wearing a rather chic hat, and the severity of her tweeds contradicted it somehow. Everything about Angela was a compromise. Her looks were striking. She wished to be the centre of attraction, and yet she dressed so demurely that you would pass her without a second glance. She always had good legs, and yet the heavy brogue she always wore ruined the effects of the sheerest silk stocking. Her eyes were pretty, so was her mouth. But her chin was too heavy. Nature seemed to have thought of it over her, I always thought. She always had a good chest, but it seemed to embarrass her, because she was always determined to flatten it like they used to in the 20s. She never quite succeeded here, though. Nature fought back. Major Buckle noticed her at once. Couldn't take his eyes off her.
Oh, darling, how good to see you.
This is Major Buckle, Major Peter Buckle. I've invited him to stay a little while with us.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
By the time we reached the ticket barrier, I knew that Buckle wanted to get a lot closer to Angela, my sister, than the 2.5 feet apart from your handshake. I remember thinking vaguely that it would be nice if they could get together, perhaps. Angela had only had me to look after for such a long time. But I didn't dwell on this. It was wartime, and you don't think very seriously about anything future. Not in wartime. But it is very strange to think back to the events of those days. The events and their fantastic conclusion. If only I'd had the slightest idea of what was to happen, I could have spoken to Buckle, perhaps. But I'm jumping the gun. The next few days, after the arrival at Edinburgh, were, I think, the happiest in Angela's life.
Breakfast, Alex, darling.
No.
Want to sleep well? Morning, Peter. Sleep well?
Like a top.
Breakfast. Eggs 3.5. Just like you said. I nearly got them mixed up with Alex's. He's a 4-minute man. I'll just hop into the bath while you eat.
Want me to scrub your back?
Today we'll have a picnic. Oh, it's lovely having two men to talk over. It's jolly well right that they should have breakfast in bed. Poor darling's leave is so short. Oh, I haven't felt so useful since Father died.
Her cheeks shone, her hair took on a luster I'd never seen before. She was up at dawn each day, ironing shirts, making sandwiches. The presence of a guest in the house gave her an excuse for any luxury she planned. Picnics, fresh fruit salads. War, you'd never have thought there was a war. To Angela, there was no war.
I'll sling this sponge at you, Alex, if you rinse your razor in my bath. It's a filthy trick.
Butter, what about
you? Love hot water. Alex, no!
Always rinse the razor in the bath. Habit. Mustn't break habits. It's more time.
Alex, do you like him?
Immensely.
We seem to get on so well together. I can hardly believe that you only met him on a train 3 days ago. But he's so reticent. I hardly know a thing about him.
You need to?
No, not if you like it.
We passed the next few days very idly, without plan or purpose. Picnics during the day, pub crawls in the evenings. I explained the plot of the play I was going to write, and Angela, after 2 whiskeys, said it was brilliant. We were very happy. Peter Buckle didn't talk much. He seemed to have attached himself to me, listened attentively, sometimes embarrassingly, to all I had to say. Because of Angela's fondness for me, she naturally became very warm towards Peter. I don't think he attracted her physically. He was too vague, nebulous, and undefined a person for her to have any feeling as precise as that. But I noticed on the 4th night, when Angela kissed me goodnight, she kissed Buckle as well, since he happened to be sitting beside me. By the end of the fortnight, there seemed to be some sort of understanding between them. It wasn't love. It looked dangerously like the imminence of marriage, though.
Listen. Gun. You know, I met a chap the other day who believes this war will go on till 1950. And then it's going to end in a stalemate.
And it'll all have been an awful waste of time then, won't it? Oh, look. Poor Alec. Asleep already.
Ah. Well, that's a good idea.
Oh, yes, isn't it?
Angela. Will you marry me?
Yes, all right. You want me to?
Thanks.
It's not a funny place to propose, isn't it? Lying down in a tube station.
Yes, I suppose it is, really.
Must be something to do with lying down. The English are awful prudes, but once they're horizontal, they're very daring. I mean, look at them in parks, you know. Oh, yes, it would be nice to be married. When shall we do it?
When? Oh, really? In a couple of days.
They were joined in holy wedlock 2 days later by special license at Caxton Hall. I gave her away, and Buckle received her. We were both slightly hilarious and a little drunk. Only Angela was serious, or sober. And now, the whole thing moved swiftly towards its odd, and I must admit, rather frightening climax.
handle his car. Johnson's Rally, the new car wax with the detergent-proof formula, won't wash off. It's detergent resistant. Rally gives sure wax protection that's deep and long-lasting. And the finish is fast, very fast. Johnson's Rally Car Wax in liquid or paste form.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find this soap that bothers you when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Well, have a jolly nice honeymoon. Send me a postcard from Brighton, won't you?
Oh, Peter. Couldn't Alex come too?
Yes, why not? Come on, Alex. But I've only got a back. Well, never mind. We'll pick that up later.
And that was that. I went with them to Brighton on their honeymoon. And we took one double room and one single room at... I forget the hotel. That first morning, I didn't bother to get up. I lay in bed reading until... must have been 8:30. Angela knocked on my door.
Hello, yes?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Angela. Have a good... You're up bright and early.
I thought Peter would be here.
Here?
Oh, chatting to you or something.
No. What?
You must have got up ever so early. I've already had breakfast. I took a walk down to the beach. I thought he might have gone for a swim or something. He's not down there.
No. Well...
Hey, I had an awfully funny dream in the night.
Did you?
You want to hear about it?
Yes, I'd love to.
Got a fag? Oh, Tar. You?
No, I haven't cleaned my teeth yet.
I know. I can smell your breath. It's all pale and pongy. Oh, my husband's gone. Anyway, in this dream, I'd been out hunting. But instead of riding a horse, I was sitting astride a giraffe. And we'd been galloping quite out of control through this forest, and every tree was on fire. Isn't that funny?
Yes.
I wonder where he is. Where could he have gone?
Probably for a walk.
See you in the dining room.
But you had breakfast, haven't you?
Yes. I think I have some more there. I wonder how hungry it makes me. Dreaming.
The hotel porter hadn't seen Major Buckle. The dining room staff didn't know where he'd gone to either. We went down onto the beach and had a look for him among the early bathers sporting themselves in and out of the waves. He wasn't there. Wasn't anywhere, it seemed. We went back to the hotel. It was getting very late by now. The porter again said he hadn't seen Peter. Said it in a very reassuring way, as if he took it for granted that Angela didn't want to see her husband. That fool of a porter thinks we're having an affair. You're frightened your husband will come and catch us red-handed. I'm sorry. I thought that might have amused you. What the devil can he be?
There's no note or anything. No message.
Well, maybe he's been called up to London by the War Office or something. Urgent business. This sort of thing happens every day. Chap in our regiment got called off on some secret mission first day of his leave.
Phoned?
Well, maybe he did when we were out.
Well, then there'd have been a message.
Well, we'll wait till lunchtime, then I'll phone the club. If he got up very early and got the first train, he'll be in London easily by now. He's sure to lunch at the club. Hang on a bit. Let's go and have some coffee.
All right, Alex.
I phoned the club, and when I came out of the kiosk, I shook my head, and Angela went to pack. She was now very worried. So was I, but with more reason. I didn't tell her that when I inquired after her husband, the secretary of the club had blandly replied that Buckle was dead. I made up my mind at the time that there just had to be two members with the same name. But all the same, it was a shock, I can tell you.
Captain McLean. Thank you, Corporal. They rang from downstairs. Told me you were coming up to see me.
It's good of you to meet us, Colonel Hutchinson. This is my sister Angela.
Very good.
Oh, how do you do?
Very well, thanks. Thank you.
Yes, we felt we had to come to the War Office.
Do sit down, please.
Thank you.
You see, sir, if Major Buckle's been recalled to his unit or dispatched on some mission, I really think it's only fair that his wife should be told, especially in these circumstances.
What circumstances?
Well,
we were on our honeymoon. We were only married yesterday afternoon.
You did say Major Peter Buckle of the Black Watch?
Yes, sir.
Bring me a list of the Black Watch. Well, we'll clear this up, I hope. Cigarette, would you?
No,
Not
thank
for
you.
me, thank you, Colonel.
Don't mind if I do.
No, of course not, sir.
Drags on, doesn't it? You're on leave, I take it, Captain?
Yes, sir. Drags on. Oh, the war, yes. Well, economics, you know. That's what historians tell us.
They're wrong, the historians. Wars are not caused by economics. Not at all. Economics is their excuse. Excuse for war. The reason for war is that it destroys what we want destroyed. The status quo with which we identify our own inhibitions. War alone releases our personal relationships. It's not a necessary evil, but a necessary pleasure. Well, yes. If we were honest, we would admit that all the horror, all the slaughter, the cruelty, suffering which war entails remain for us merely regrettable statistics. What means something to us is that war provides us with that sense of insecurity which is life, when peace is seen as respectable and as dull as death.
Well, surely there are other ways. I mean, so?
Yes, there are other ways. It's true that a drunken orgy might provide a similar release. But it's rather difficult to remain drunk for several years. More, though, we can indulge ourselves without guilt. Indeed, our excuses become duties, and any behavior is condoned under the blanket of a great sacrifice, which we curse publicly, but enjoy privately. Oh, thank you. Yes, national disasters can be borne with comfortable fortitude. It's personal sorrow, not grief for another, but a lack in our own life which is so unbearable. It's a burden we would put down, though a million men fall with it. Huh? Oh, yes.
I don't know what to do. I mean, once your leave's over, Alex, it's going to be so ridiculous. I mean, I don't feel as if I've got a husband.
Wherever he is, he'll right over. Please don't. How about singing?
Yes, I will now.
Yes, I thought it was unlikely. There was just a chance that there were two officers of the same name and rank in the same regiment. As I said, there must be some mistake. Major Buckle was blown to pieces before my eyes 6 months ago.
Impossible.
A mine exploded under his car. Very little was left of Buckle, but quite enough to identify him. The man whom you married yesterday must have been an imposter, masquerading as Major Buckle.
No, I'm sure he was genuine. I'd have spotted it if he wasn't.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I doubt it. There are plenty of these people who pass themselves off as officers these days. You must trace this Major Buckle of yours. Intelligence will want to question him. I suppose you've got a photograph of him. Did he look remotely like this?
Yes, that's Peter.
That's impossible, I'm afraid, madam. If you have a photograph of your husband, you can compare it with this one. I'm sure you'll see that the likeness is only enough to justify the impostor in his attempt. Have you such a photograph?
No, Yes.
Yes, of course. We took several snaps on the picnic.
I took quite a few relics, my brother and Peter, on a picnic just outside Edinburgh.
A couple of weeks ago. But the film isn't developed yet. I've got it with me, as a matter of fact.
carried around all this time. I didn't mean to get...
I think we'd better have it developed here.
I gave the film to the Colonel, and then Angela and I went to a canteen for a cup of tea while they developed the photos. When we returned, the Colonel looked strangely embarrassed.
Yes, very nice, these sets. Your brother looks quite a film star.
Let me see.
And Angela stared at the prints, and then looked at me. I looked, too, at the photos. There were 6 photographs of me. But there was no trace of any figure, however dim, standing beside me.
But this creature Burke is on trial, charged with the most brutal murder ever committed in this county. The most brutal it has ever been my duty to present to a jury. Now, I'm not going to keep you much longer, but whenever possible, I prefer to present my cases...
The perspiring prosecutor loosened his tie and continued his summation. His voice rose and fell like an old-fashioned Shakespearean actor's. Burke's skin itched. The little courtroom, sweltering and airless in the July heat, had taken on the unreal blur of something experienced in a nightmare, or seen through the walls of an aquarium. He knew now that he would hang. Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
The prosecutor had presented him as a ravening beast. A local by the name of Pop Lemoyne had been appointed his lawyer, but whatever interest Pop had been able to work up was lost when his client refused to plead guilty and throw himself on the mercy of the court.
Well, why not throw me in a cage of lions? Anyway, I never killed anybody.
So, they got swearing witnesses and circumstantial evidence. That poor girl was local, unloved. You're an outsider, and they gotta hang somebody. Only chance you got is to plead for mercy, loud and strong.
The defense summation emphasized that there have been no testimony by any witness who had seen the crime committed. Now, folks, do you see anything peculiar in that? The next thing, they'll expect killers to perform their monstrous deeds right on television.
Court adjourned till morning. Or until such time as that blasted air conditioner is repaired.
But, Your Honor, I'm smack in the middle of my big speech.
It will have greater dimension delivered in the proper climate.
And the judge looked across at Burke with a kind of smile. Burke had seen a similar expression on the face of a tiger about to be fed.
Wake up, Pop. It's beer time.
Off you go. Come on, move, son.
Thanks for your help, Pop. For all the lawyers in this world.
Come on, son, move. Not so much yapping.
Sheriff?
Yes, Davy?
I gotta lock up the prisoner now. You coming with me?
Go ahead.
Oh, ain't you coming along, Sheriff?
Presently.
You ain't staying locked up in here with him.
Doesn't look too good, Mr. Burke. I'd better have a private talk with him, sort of prepare him for the worst, just in case.
You're too good, Tom. You treat mad dogs as if they was human.
Go have yourself a beer, Davy.
Well, it'll be here.
Go have a beer. I was sheriff when you were knee-high to a pony. Guess I can handle whatever comes up.
Okay.
Call him Davy. Claims to be a direct descendant of Davy Crockett.
Well, what's he take me for? A hungry grizzly?
Well, like he said, you're a mad dog killer to him.
Is that what you think, Sheriff?
Nope. You may even be innocent. If you're guilty, you're not getting a fair trial. You're not getting a trial at all. You don't want to hang, do you?
I'd rather not.
They intend for you to hang. Old Bedecker's a hanging judge. They decided on a first-degree murder conviction before the trial. Bedecker's never recommended mercy yet, in court or out.
Well, and that's how it's been looking to me.
That's how it is, Mr. Burke. They gotta have a hanging. They never pick a local boy if they could help it.
I don't have a chance, do I?
Not in the courtroom.
But I'm innocent.
You may be. But even if you was guilty and got a fair trial, I don't like hanging a man.
You do it?
Part of my job. County's too poor to hire a professional. I have to spring the traps, Mr. Burke. I've been sheriff here quite a bit, and I've hanged quite a few. Old Bedecker's going to tell me to hang you. But I ain't going to do it.
You're not?
Nope.
Then who is?
Nobody. If I can help it.
But Sheriff,
hold it. Here.
What's that? The sheriff opened the package. It contained 6 hacksaw blades. So, what's the gag?
Put them under your mattress. Huh? Go on. Cigar? Look at the bars, Mr. Burke. Soft iron. Probably saw through both those bars in about 3 hours. Davy won't be back. He gets a brew under his belt. He's gone for the night. Saw through the bottoms, worked the bottoms a little, and they fall right out of that upper frame like Bedecker's teeth when he yelled too loud. Rotten wood, Mr. Burke. Rotten, like this whole town.
I don't believe I understand.
Simple. I'm sick of hanging them. I'm retiring in a month. Don't want another on my conscience at this late date. You ever see a man hang? I mean, up close? You don't read about it in the papers. They don't make movies out of it or show it step by step on television. Think you're an expert with some practice, but you can never figure it right. Supposed to break their necks, not strangle them to death, but you can never figure it just right. Sometimes the rope's too short, they strangle. Takes them a long time to go. Then, if the rope's too long for the weight, that looks worse. Last one I sent up through the trap, his head... Well, can do without details, thanks. Sure. Everybody ought to be spared the details, Mr. Burke. Let the hangman do it. It's easy to say a man can get out of something if he doesn't like it, but it's never so easy once you're in it. I wanted to be sheriff, and I ended up hanging him. I wanted to quit. Do you know what stopped me from quitting? My wife was Laura. Always made me go on and hang just one more, then another, and after that... You see, for every hang-up, I got a bonus. Laura likes spending money. Besides, if I didn't hang him, I couldn't be sheriff. Laura always liked being sheriff's wife. I know what it feels like to be in jail, Mr. Burke. I've been in one all my life. You paint pictures, don't you, Mr. Burke? Well, that's why I came down here. And I ran out of gas, couldn't afford to buy any. That's why I didn't have money to hire a lawyer. I'm a painter. Nobody with real money was ever executed in this county, Mr. Burke. It's another thing. Some of the ones we hang are innocent. That don't make a man sleep no better. You really want me to try throwing my way out of here tonight? Less than you want to hang. I don't want to do it. What chance I got after I start running? A very good chance, or I wouldn't be springing you. I don't want you to get caught and brought back, so I'd have to hang you. I got an escape route all worked out for you, Mr. Burke. You'll go through the swamp and stay over at my hunting lodge a day or so. Then I'll drive you to the state line in my truck. Your house? Guess the last place they look for you is at the sheriff's house. I guess that's right. Now get these directions straight, Mr. Burke. You get off the trail at night, you're a goner. They'll get Abe's coon dogs on you and you're as good as hanged. Burke listened carefully to the directions. And then the sheriff wished him luck, went out, and locked the jail room door. Burke's nightmare had begun. I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I was better. When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
By standing on the sink and stretching his length up hard, Burke could just reach high enough to soar at the base of the bars. was awkward, and the resulting strain was agonizing. He had to grip the blades in close to the bar and use very small strokes. His knuckles scraped continuously on the splintered wood and rough brick. His hands were soon torn, the skin worn through to the knuckle bones. Blood ran down his arm. 4 of the blades snapped before he had sawn through the first bar. Blade broken. 1/16th of an inch remained of the second bar. He set to work to pry the last bar loose. When the bar was at last out, he was more tired than he had ever been. He was dripping sweat and the blood had caked over his arm. He began the task of squeezing himself through the gap. Jagged edges of the severed bars slashed along the length of his squirming chest and belly. And then, after 100 years, he was out and free. Outside, he got to his feet and ran. He felt stronger as he ran away from the jail and into an opening sense of freedom. He had never thought of freedom before, had always taken it for granted. He didn't really think much about it now either, except to realize how much a man will do to get freedom back. He ran south. He ran south until he reached the bayou road that paralleled the swamp in an east and west direction. He ran through an open turnip field and went through the swamp. The sheriff's directions were constant always in his mind. It was the first time in years he had remembered he had ever been a Boy Scout. He found the Big Dipper and the North Star, and he kept heading south. He floundered deeper into the swampland. He thought of rattlesnakes and moccasins. He thought of alligators, too, garfish and leeches. But he could do nothing about any of these. All he had to do was to keep moving. This he did, moving. Away from a hanging. And then he found the boat. Seemed cold through the mist and the shadows came alive. This was the sort of landscape Burke had come south to paint. But instead, he had got drunk in a saloon and ended up being groomed for a hangman's noose. The early hours of the cold morning wore on. Mosquitoes, attracted by the blood. followed the sheriff's instructions faithfully, recognizing a particularly striking lichen-covered tree growing out of the black swamp water. Here a tree twisted like a letter O, there a part of the bank, which ended at the water's edge with an outcropping of 3 boulders, like swollen fingers. At last, he reached the basin where the black water lay shining under the light of the moon. A board announced the way to the sheriff's lodge. A lantern. Burke followed the way the board pointed.
This is the place. Has to be place. Sheriff. The place. The lights on. Must be somebody home.
The building was bleached white in the hard, cruel moon glow. The roof was palm thatched.
Sort of bad. Don't feel so bad.
He looked across at the sheriff, who was dressed in a T-shirt, slacks and house slippers. Then he glanced sideways and saw the body. A woman. She'd been fat, very fat. There was hardly anything left of what had once been the face of the sheriff's wife,
Laura.
A body of a woman, fat. That was all Burke would ever know about her. A poker lay nearby on the wooden floor, and as bad as Burke felt, something inside him turned to ice.
My wife. Remember what I told you about Laura? Shit.
It was then that Burke noticed the sheriff held a revolver in his right hand. He dialed with his left.
What is... I mean, I don't understand, Sheriff. You can kennel those hound dogs of yours. The killer turned up here. That's right. Burke. Yeah, I was out doing some night fishing, and when I got back, he was here. Yeah. My wife, Laura, was here, and he got her. He killed her. I figure somebody told him how to find my place, and I figure maybe he intended to hold up here and use one of us as a hostage. When he saw Laura, I guess he couldn't contain himself.
At this moment, Burke took a tentative step forward, but the revolver waved him back silently.
No. You can take your time getting here. No, he won't cause no more trouble. I took care of that. I saved the county a little money.
The sheriff sat, crossed his legs, and pointed the revolver half halfway across the room at Burke.
Mr. Burke, and you got me out. We're even.
No, listen, you can't. I mean,
they were going to hang you anyway, Mr. Burke. And this is much easier. It really is. I ought to know how much better it is. I mean, quick and clean this way. And like I said, I'd never hang another man. Wonder if they would have found you guilty, boy.
Soak in biotech. Just soak. Just soak in biotech. Just soak. Just soak in biotech.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in biotech.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolen, synthetics. Use it to make you again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
We hope you enjoyed tonight's story. Perhaps enjoyed isn't quite the word. At least we hope you felt it absolutely necessary to find out what happened. It's a strange world we live in. That's a truism, I know, often quoted, but like all truisms, difficult to withhold. Next week, something quite different. The story of Mrs. Smith. Yes, I did say Smith. 2S. It was not until the third morning of Mark's visit to the rectory that he noticed anything peculiar about Mrs. Smith, the housekeeper. She was strikingly beautiful, certainly, but there was something else, too. The happenings of that summer are still unexplained. 3 summer weeks Mark decided to spend at Little Haverfatch. On the third day, the mystery of Mrs. Smith began, and the events did not reach their strange, eerie conclusion until 20 days had passed. And on that 20th day, it was long beyond midnight. Mrs. Smith, Beyond Midnight, a week from tonight.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Some time ago.
Find it really quite difficult to tell about this thing, really.
Well, take that horrible murder, for instance. Nothing anyone can do about the beggar.
Jimmy, if the police know who's done it, why on earth can't they arrest him?
Because, darling, the evidence is inconclusive.
You see, Mrs. Clinton, a man can only be tried once for any murder. And the police are reasonably certain that sooner or later he'll give himself away.
Or the missing link in the chain will be filled in. More soda, Sir Henry?
No, that's perfect, thank you.
Anyway, I'm sure that chauffeur did it, and I think it's scandalous he should get off scot-free. I wish I had the power of deciding the sentence.
And they say women are the gentler sex.
But it was a ghastly crime. That poor girl was only 16. You know, men like that Yarrow creature, they should be killed in some terrible way. Nothing would be too bad for them.
Biotex, The new soap and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
In biotech. Just soak in biotech. Just soak in biotech.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in biotech.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
What have you done, sir?
Highly, certainly too good.
As it happens, I've known Dr. Peters for many years.
Did you know him well? And the girl?
Naomi Clinton's face was flushed with excitement. It's a strange thing. Women will often profess disgust or horror with a certain topic, and yet they cannot bring themselves to allow that topic to drop. Amazing. However...
Not very well, mind. She was one of the loveliest little things I ever saw. I could hardly believe it when I opened the papers and learned such a dreadful thing had happened to her.
And don't you think that chauffeur, Yarrow, did it?
Undoubtedly. But if the proof isn't conclusive, I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do.
Don't worry, he'll do it again.
And next time, they'll get him. But by then, one more human life would have been sacrificed needlessly.
Something should be done. Either the girl's father or the brother. But something, definitely.
This fellow Peters, her father, he isn't the Peters, is he? He is. What? The fellow who's done all these marvelous things with the thyroid experiment? Truth. Why did you choose to live in Wimbledon? When you get older, a little peace and quiet are wonderful things.
If he hadn't lived so close to the common, his daughter might be alive today.
So what will happen to this man Yarrow now? It's hard for him to get a job, huh? Well, he'll probably start for a foreign country. About the only thing left for him. But if he really did do it, he won't get off in the long run. He'll make a slip. Yarrow. Something horrible about that name somehow, isn't there? Yarrow.
Yarrow. What have you thought of doing? Well, it's going to be a bit nasty, and I won't be able to get work, Dr. Peters. I thought of Canada or Australia. You can still have your job with me, Yarrow. You mean that, sir? Well, stay on. Oh, it's marvelous of you, sir. Well, I never... Oh, thank you, sir. It's very, Christian after what's happened. And to think of what they accused me of. Oh, thank you, sir. It's a weight off my mind, I can tell you. The trial and the crowd afterwards.
George Yarrow sat on the edge of his bed in the little room he rented at number 77, Elderton Road, Wimbledon. Yes, the court had been hostile, and the crowd outside the court had been worse. You see, the murdered girl was young, beautiful, popular. Strange the way that girl, that one girl in the angry crowd, had called out, "Bravo, George." But there's a certain kind of woman who is attracted by a man like Yarrow.
fantastic. The way old Peters has taken me back as his chauffeur. It's fantastic.
Yes, fantastic indeed. Yarrow had murdered Angela Peters. Oh, yes. And the father knew he had, but the evidence inconclusive. George Yarrow was the sort of man the religious painters of old consigned happily to their fiery Hades. But people don't always get what they deserve. And now, after the trial, after everything, Dr. Peters had taken his chauffeur back into his employ. A Christian gentleman. After it had happened, his brain had cleared, and his one thought had been to get away. He had killed the Peters girl, his big red hands had done it, and his one thought had been to escape. Fast. He had made for the nearest road where buses ran. It was ironical, you see, that as he reached the bus stop, a certain Nellie saw him. A young woman to whom he'd promised many things, a young woman who had showered him with her favors in the belief that he would marry her. Yarrow did not want to meet her, because he knew that he might want to pretend he had been far away that night.
George! George! George, wait! I want to talk to you!
What?
Why are you so cruel to me? You've got another girl, haven't you? George, I've got the right on you. George, I have.
I can't stop the bus. I've got to catch it.
George! George, wait! I've got to know! Why you got me? Who you see? Who is she? George! Wait!
Got me! Watch it!
One moment, George on the bus, not looking back. Nellie, the deserted one, middle of road, gesticulating, the shout, screech of brakes, and Nellie knew no more. Those were the facts. Yarrow, Peter's chauffeur, murdered his employer's daughter. Murdered her horribly. Nellie met him soon after the event and was run down by a car as she tried to run after George Yarrow's bus. George Yarrow did not look back. He had no idea of the accident. Court. Trial. Yarrow acquitted. And the case discussed over the entire country, just as Sir Henry and the Clintons discussed it earlier. Yes, things had gone very well for the chauffeur with the big red hands. Very well indeed. And the Christian gentleman, his employer, despite everything, was taking him back. Pity Nellie had seen him that night after it had happened, but no matter. Yarrow wasn't able to listen to a certain conversation, though, that took place in Dr. Peters' study. The evening of the same day that good doctor had offered to keep his chauffeur on.
Bring me a whiskey and soda, Smith, will you?
Yes, sir.
And Smith,
Sir.
Yarrow is returning to my service tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
But the verdict of the trial was not guilty. That being the case, Yarrow is innocent. That is all.
Yes, sir.
I need Yarrow in my service, Smith. You hear me? I need him.
Yes, sir.
Angela, Yarrow is guilty. I know he is guilty. Only someone could be found who saw him near the scene of... But reliable witnesses are wary of swearing away the life of a man. I can only wait. Sometime the missing link, the missing piece of evidence will turn up. Meanwhile, I will have him close by.
Nellie Tor opened her eyes. She had always hated hospitals, but they were very kind to her in this one.
Don't worry, dear. It was enough that you're going to be all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're mending nicely. Here, I brought you a paper. Oh? What's the news? Oh, nothing very much. A new Chevalier film coming on this week. There's some trouble in Bulgaria. Oh, and a horrible murder in Wimbledon. Wimbledon? That's where I come from. Some poor little girl. Horrible. And I don't know anything about who did it. Makes you wonder what kind of a world we live in, doesn't it?
Time passed. Nellie Tor grew stronger. It was in another paper, another set of headlines, another week. But Nellie read,
"The man the police questioned, George Yarrow." George Yarrow.
And laboriously she read of the man's explanation, how he had been in Hyde Park at the time of the crime, his flat denial that he had been anywhere near the common. Nellie's mouth tightened into a thin line. Yarrow, the man who had jilted her. Yarrow. That was the day she had met him, the day the car had very nearly taken her life. The day. Oh, Yarrow, beware of an injured woman.
What must I do? The police? No, not getting mixed up with the law. Dr. Peters.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm well better. When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex. Stains, grass stains, collar and cut stains, ingrain dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger. Just soak in Biotex. Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't. Just soak in Biotex.
A week after leaving hospital, Nellie Tor, who had not yet contacted her former lover, George Yarrow, was passing the town cinema. The Chevalier film had come and gone, and now in its place was a fiery, tempestuous love story. Nellie stopped and examined the posters and watched the crowds coming out, mostly couples, young couples. Oh, there had been hijinks in the back, few stalls of the 3 and 6s that night. She noticed a man and a girl who, arms still entwined, stood out from the rest. The girl was blonde and curvaceous. She was impressive, but loud. The man was tall and burly, and dressed to kill, as it were. His soft hat was tipped rakishly. His purple tie boasted a splendid pin, and his shoes were extravagantly pointed. It was, of course, George Yarrow.
Are you quite certain, Miss Tor, that it was Yarrow you saw that night? You could not have been mistaken?
No. If anybody ought to know George Yarrow, I should. I knew him most intimate at one time.
And you'd be prepared to sign a sworn statement to this effect?
If you say so. But I'm not wanting any police trouble, if you don't mind.
You won't have any. I can promise you that. For the present, you must tell nobody. The matter's perfectly safe in my hands. I have your word.
Yes. Remember you promised that George shan't know as I've told you.
I've already given you my word. Thank you very much for what you've told me tonight, Miss Tor. Thank you very much indeed. You ran.
Shut the door, Smith.
Is there anything I can get?
No, thank you. Just shut the door. I want to talk to you. How long is it you've been with me? 15 years?
16, sir.
You were fond of Miss Angela, were you not?
No. How I felt. If she'd been my own
Very
daughter.
well. Listen to me. All right, my friend. My hand.
My hand, sir.
Ring Mr. Carter and say that I would be pleased if he would dine with me tomorrow. Say that it is very important. That is all, Smith. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Peters.
Yes, Tony Carter must be in on this. Tony Carter, heavyweight champion, Oxford University. He should manage it all right together with Smith and myself. An eye for an eye.
I don't know what's the matter with the lights, Yarrow. The doctor merely said he wanted you to look at them. That's all I know. Have you everything you need?
Well, it's a bit much, isn't it? 11 o'clock at night fixing flaming lights. I had a date.
Never mind, Yarrow. Hey, what is it? The Yarrow is the diesel light.
Good evening, Yarrow.
Good evening, sir. You've got light trouble, Smith said.
Put up your hands.
Huh?
And the chauffeur turned and faced a gentleman by the name of Carter, Oxford Blue, gentleman of leisure and of letters, a gentleman who held a leveled, lethal-looking revolver. It was pointed at Yarrow's stomach.
What's the game?
We know you for a murderer. Some days ago, the missing piece of evidence came into my hands. If I felt so inclined, I could hand you over to the police to hang by the neck until you were dead. But hanging is too good for a swine like you.
Take it easy, Peters, old man. Take it easy.
The handcuffs, Smith.
Hey, what you doing to me? What's this?
And Peters came towards him, a pad in his hands.
Down here.
Yarrow smelled a sweet, sickly odor. He was stifling, choking. He could hear low grunts, curses from the other men, but the sounds seemed very faint, far away. When he came to, Yarrow found himself lying on a long, white table. He tried to move his arm, but something held it like a vice. His legs were confined in a similar manner by a thick leather strap. He was naked, and above him burned a powerful light. He realized that he lay upon an operating table. He turned his head and saw, on his right, his clothes in a huddled heap on the floor.
Mustn't be scared. The old bastard's just trying to bluff me. Reckons he'll panic me into confessing my guilt. He hasn't got any stake at the door. I'll give him for this.
Wish to say something, Yarrow?
You can't do this to me. I'll have the cops onto you.
I don't think you will, my friend. I'm not going to kill you. And if you go to the police, they will assuredly hang you. As certain as the month is March in the year 1932, they will hang you.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
And once more, the great doctor, a man envied and admired by his colleagues, the doctor referred to by one James Clinton as the fellow who's done all these marvelous things with thyroid experiments. The doctor, once more, pressed the sickening pad over Yarrow's mouth. During the hours that followed,
Yarrow suffered the agonies of a burning afterlife. At intervals, he fainted, only to recover and endure once more agony. He never really knew what was happening to him. He lost all sense of time. The world had become for him a place of unbelievable torture. Peters worked as one possessed. All his vast knowledge of the human body was called upon to play a part. No one was permitted to come near the laboratory save Smith. The servants were told that Dr. Peters was engaged in important experiments and must not be disturbed. Months passed, and even the butler, who was forbidden access to the room, only came occasionally to bring his employer meals upon a tray. He also brought a tray for one other. It was March when Yarrow had disappeared, and now December held London in its frigid grip.
Doctor, I've brought...
The door into the room was open just a few inches, and through the aperture Smith saw an almost unbelievable sight. Dr. Peters stood, whip in hand, over a creature which crouched on the floor, held by a chain and staple driven into the wall. The legs of the thing were bent and calloused. The arms hung ape-like with simian looseness from the wasted body. The face was the face of an old man, wrinkled with age and fear, but with a sly cunning lurking behind the rheumy eyes. A thing of horror. A thing of pity.
Oh, the powers! Merciful heaven! Is that... What's that? Yarrow!
Sat impatiently in their motor car, a long, low Invicta. They were late for lunch. The block of traffic in the Tottenham Court Road was exasperating. Their splendid motor car was overheating. 1932. Motor cars did tend to do things like overheat, even in December, in 1932. It was Naomi who saw the creature first.
What? Look. What, for heaven's sake?
What a disgusting sight. What do you think it is?
Oh, from the show at Olympia, perhaps.
He looked at the grotesque figure ambling along the pavement, the jostling lunch hour crowds giving it as wide a berth as the pavement permitted.
Isn't it pathetic? Why are things like that allowed to live?
I don't know. Oh, we're going to be terribly late, darling.
And then the traffic block broke, and the Invicta slid forward. Naomi turned to look at the bizarre, ape-like figure, alone in the crowd, an outcast forever from its fellow creatures. She thought how terrible it was, that it would never know human relationships. At best, only pity and commiseration, or laughter and curiosity. Inconsequentially, she thought of the murder still unsolved at Wimbledon.
Did they ever find the Wimbledon murderer?
Oh, he got off scot-free. And no one knows what happened to him. Probably found it difficult to get a job there. But apart from that, he got off scot-free, yes. Look, when we get there, we're very late. Don't take too long to do your face.
Their life went on. And Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand the looks of the passers-by.
Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand anything anymore.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
I was in my 22nd year, and had just left college. I was free to choose a career, and I chose it too quickly. Afterwards, I abandoned it with great speed, but I've never regretted the 2 years I spent in Cambridge as a student of divinity. Cambridge, for the lovers of woods and trees, has changed for the worse since those days, of course, but I remember the Cambridge I want to remember. One grey December afternoon, I went to the town of Medford. I was late in starting back for my lodgings, and as dusk was falling, I came to a narrow road I did not recognize. I was about 3 miles away from home, and I reckoned the road offered me as good a shortcut as any. The road was obviously seldom used. The wheel ruts looked old, and after 10 minutes walking, I came to the house. And so began one of the strangest, and for a time, one of the most terrifying episodes in the whole of my life.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
It was huge, the house, ugly and yet beautiful. The apple orchard that surrounded it was tangled and overgrown. Something bade me go up and try the door. It was locked, and so I continued on my way. I thought about the old house on and off during my studies, and a few days later, I returned there. I found it again without any difficulty. I approached as before, and the door was locked and barred as before. I was about to walk away when I heard someone approach. I hid myself immediately. It was a little old man. He wore a cloak. He came to the door, bowed before it, felt in a pocket, produced a key, and turned it in the lock. After a moment, he applied pressure to one of the door panels, and the door opened, and he went in. After a little while, candlelight appeared faintly through the shuttered windows, and squinting through a crack, I saw a lighted room, and, grotesquely out of proportion, I saw a shadow of someone seated rigidly, as if being interviewed by someone or something. After a while, the candlelight went, and the little old man came out, locked the door, bowed in the same strange way, and hobbled away again down the road without a backward glance. I went home that night strangely disturbed. Why? I could not then think. I was disturbed, but fascinated too. However, I tried to put all thoughts of the house and the old gentleman out of my mind, for I had a lot of study to occupy me. Some days later, I took a stroll through Mount Auburn Cemetery, and it was here that I saw my little old gentleman again. He was sitting upon a seat, staring straight in front of him, with a kind of terrific dignity mixed with a strange, inexplicable sorrow. I watched him for a long time, and then I slowly approached. His clothes were shabby but neat, and his old blue cloak had known half a century's brushing.
Good day to you. We're having wonderfully mild weather for this time of the year, don't you think?
This is a very comfortable place.
I'm very fond of walking in graveyards.
Walking? Yes. Take your exercise now. Someday you'll have to settle down in a graveyard in a fixed position.
Very true. May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. Yes, very true, but there are some people who are said to take exercise even after that day.
He stared at me, as if I'd said something odd or profound, and then he looked away.
You don't understand? Well, some people, walk after death.
I don't know why I was talking like this. I suppose being a student of divinity is bad for some of us, makes us morbid.
You don't believe that?
How do you know I don't?
Because you are young and foolish.
I'm young, certainly, but on the whole, I don't think I'm foolish. Look, I don't believe in ghosts or anything, and most people would be on my side in that.
Most people are fools. Are you a student?
Yes, of divinity.
Of divinity?
Theology. I'm studying for the ministry.
There are certain things you ought to know, then.
Well, what things do you mean? I have a great desire for knowledge.
I like your appearance. You seem to me sober enough.
I'm perfectly sober, all right.
You seem fair-minded.
I no longer strike you as foolish, then?
I stick to what I said about people who deny the power of departed spirits to return. They are fools.
You have seen a ghost?
I have not had to pry into old books to learn what to believe. I know. With these eyes, I have beheld the departed spirit standing before me, as close as you are now.
And was it very terrible?
I am an old soldier. I am not afraid.
When was it? Where was it?
You must forgive me for not going into details. Just remember that you've met an honest old man who has seen a ghost. More I cannot tell you now. Let me mention my name. It is Captain Diamond, sir. I have seen service.
I hope I may have the pleasure of meeting you again.
The same to you, sir.
And brandishing his stick, he marched stiffly away. I asked several people if they knew the history of a Captain Diamond, but I could find no one had even heard of him. I could not put him out of my mind, though, and could not forget the house and his strange visit to it.
I am the sea.
And then I thought of Miss Deborah, the tiny, deformed sister of my landlady, with whom I'd enjoyed many an enlightening conversation. She sat all day by the window, between a bird cage and a flower pot. Sewing small linen articles was her passion.
you love me. You are the honeysuckle. I am your bee. Good morning, Mr.
Morning, Miss Deborah.
No study today.
How are you?
Oh, well, thank you very well.
You know, you sit here all day sewing. You never go out, and yet you're so full of knowledge, and so you observe so much, know so much. Sometimes I feel quite ashamed. Tell me, have you heard of a Captain Diamond?
Of course. Oh, he was much talked about many years ago. I haven't seen him for a long time, but one supposes he survived all the scandal.
Scandal?
He killed his daughter.
Killed her? But how? I mean...
Oh, not with a pistol or a dagger or a dose of arsenic. With his tongue. He cursed her, and she died.
Cursed her? Well, what on earth had she done?
She had received a visit from a young man who loved her, and whom he had forbidden into the house. The captain, that is.
The house? Oh, yes. The house out in the country, 2 or 3 miles from here, near the crossroad.
Oh, you know about the house, then?
A little. I've seen it. Will you tell me more? The captain and his daughter?
He was a very high-tempered old man. He loved her very much, but his word was law. He had picked out a husband for her. Her mother was dead. They lived alone together. The poor girl's lover was a young man with whiskers from Boston in America. And the captain came home one evening and found them together. His rage must have been terrible.
You do not understand, sir. She is my wife. Emma, it cannot be true.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
But all the same, get out of this house. You never come back, you hear? You never come back. Reasonable. Get out!
The young woman fainted, and Captain Diamond left the house in a rage. Several hours later, he came back and found a note saying the American had killed the captain's daughter and had carried the body away in a gig. The captain wrote a terrible letter saying he didn't believe she was dead, but that she was, in any case, dead to him. A week later, in the middle of the night, he saw her ghost, and thereafter, little by little, she began to haunt the house. The captain's anger passed into grief. He tried to sell or rent the house, but the story of the haunting was abroad and no one would take it. With the farm, the property was the old man's only means of livelihood, and because no one would buy the place and because he couldn't live in it, he took his staff, put on his old cloak, and wandered away. But occasionally he was drawn back to the house, and the ghost relented and proposed a compromise.
Leave the house to me. I have marked it for my own. Go and live elsewhere. But to enable you to live, I will be your tenant, since you can find no other. I will rent the house from you and pay you a sum of money.
And the old man consented to accept the sum the ghost named, and he goes every quarter to collect his rent.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Has no other means of living?
None. The ghost supports him. A haunted house is valuable property.
And in what coin does the ghost pay?
Silver. But all the pieces date from before the girl's death. I'm sure it was part of the bargain that he should go in person to collect his rent. And so, for him, life goes on. And he keeps this secret which you must keep too now that you share it. Well, now, it's time for my sleep, Mr. James, if you'll excuse me. Storytelling has quite worn me out.
My first sight of him had been on December the 31st, and it was likely that he would return to his haunted house on the last day of March, the end of the next quarter. When the 31st of March came, I was there, at the house, watching. He came and went as before, bowing and letting himself in just the same, and I felt an enormous pity for him. A month after this, I met him again in Mount Auburn Cemetery.
What do you want of me?
I wanted to enjoy your conversation again.
You don't find me cracked?
Cracked? My dear sir,
I'm the sanest man in the country.
I believe you.
I will tell you. I once committed unintentionally a great crime. Now I pay the penalty. I killed my own child, you know. Struck her to the ground. But they could not hang me, more is the pity, because I struck her with words, not with my hands. And I know that her soul is immortal, sir, for we have an appointment to meet 4 times a year.
Her spirit, you mean?
Her spirit, I mean.
She has never forgiven you?
She has forgiven me as the angels forgive. That's what I can't stand, the soft, quiet way she looks at me. I'd rather she twisted a knife about in my heart. I must go my way. I must be creeping along.
I shall perhaps see you here again.
Oh, I'm a stiff-jointed old fellow, and this is rather far for me to come, but I should like to see you again, someday perhaps. What is your name?
James. Roger James. Look, please keep this little book. It's Pascal's Thoughts. My name's written on the fly sheet. It's a book I'm very fond of. Perhaps it'll tell you something about me.
I'm not much of a reader, but I shan't refuse the first present I've received since my troubles. Thank you, sir.
And he took his departure of me. An old, shuffling figure. Terribly sad. Broken. On June the 30th, I decided what I would do. That quarter I would wait at the house, but this time I would not conceal myself. He was a little early this time, and the candlelight already shone through the window shutters when I arrived. And when at last he came out, he found me waiting on the doorstep. I knew you were here. I came on purpose. I hope you'll forgive me, but you did encourage me.
You are very clever.
I've been hoping for a chance to see inside.
Do you know what it is I see?
How can I know, except by experiencing? Please, take me in.
Take you in? I wouldn't go in again before my time's up for 1,000 times the sum. I stick to my bargain, no less, no more. If you'll go in alone, you're welcome.
Will you wait for me here?
Yes. You will not stop very long.
But
But the house is pitch dark. When you go, you have lights.
Here. Take these.
Thank you.
You'll find 2 candlesticks with candles on the table in the hall. Light them, take one in each hand, and go ahead.
Where shall I go?
Anywhere. Everywhere. Trust the ghost to find you.
A wide staircase. Old-fashioned parlor. Empty chairs. Blank walls. A dining room where I might have written my name in the deep dust upon the furniture. Kitchen beyond. Pots and pans, eternally cold. Deep darkness. I came back to the stairs and looked up. Suddenly, with an inexpressible sensation, I became aware that this gloom was animated. It seemed to move and gather itself. Then I began to perceive a definite figure standing at the top of the stairs. 2 white hands appeared, and they were raised to what would have been the level of the head. They were pressed together, and then the face was disclosed. It was white, strange, and in every way ghostly. Then one of the hands was waved to and fro as if in attitude of dismissal. I left the house. I did not look back. Outside again, the captain looked at me but said nothing. I felt something I can never explain. It was fear, yes, but something deeper, beyond fear. I hadn't the heart to disturb the old man's next vigil. Came the 30th of September. I was sitting in my room, alone, when there came a knock upon the door.
I've come from the old gentleman, Captain Diamond. He's right down sick and must see you.
I'm dying. But never mind that. I'm due at the house. This is rent day.
But you can't go.
I can't go. I shall lose my money. I'm dying. I want to pay the doctor. I want to be buried like a respectable man.
It's this evening?
At sunset. Sharp.
Oh.
I can't go. I'll lose my money.
Would the money be paid to another person?
Look, I'm dying. Tell her that and she might trust you. Are you afraid? It's £50. She'll see your face. She'll see there's no harm in you.
You'll have your money by 9 o'clock tonight. I'll go.
I trust you.
Goodbye, for the moment. I waited for a long time. At last I saw it. The figure, the same as before. I've come in place of Captain Diamond, at his request. He's very ill, unable to leave his bed, and so please pay me the money. Captain Diamond would have come himself if he were able to move. At this, the figure came slowly down the stairs, and I saw the white face. Instinctively, I backed away. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs and advanced. As it drew near, I saw that the face was perfectly human. We gazed at each other. When the voice came, there was nothing ghostly at all about it.
Is my father dangerously ill?
It was no apparition, just a very beautiful woman. Quickly, I stretched forward a hand and pulled sharply at the veil. She was about 35 and had her father's features. Her face was sorrow-worn and pale.
My father, I suppose, sent you here to insult me. Here is your money.
I stooped to pick up the purse of money, and she seemed to glide away. She disappeared not up the stairs, but into one of the rooms leading from the hallway. I knew she was no ghost. I had turned to go when she screamed.
My father!
Your father? Where?
Through there. No. He's in white. In his
Your father, he's in bed, ill, badly ill.
Dying?
I hope not.
Heaven. I've just seen his ghost.
Ghost?
It's a punishment for my long, long folly. The punishment of my violence. Take me away from this place.
You've been playing all these years a game? The last time I came, you frightened me a lot, you remember?
It was a game. But it was the only way.
Had he not forgiven you?
So long as he thought me dead, yes. There have been things in my life which he could not forgive.
And where is your husband?
I have no husband. I never had a husband. It was he, my father. I saw him. I'm leaving this place now. You're going to my father?
Directly.
Will you let me know tomorrow what you have found?
With pleasure. But how will I communicate with you?
Come.
And she led me outside into the night and said...
Write. Just a few words. And put them under that stone. The stone there, by the well. Good night.
Listen...
It's all right. I know my road. Everything is arranged. It's an old story.
Nancy, how is he?
He's gone. To glory.
Dead?
He's as big a ghost as any of them now.
I returned to my lodgings, meaning to write the note for the captain's daughter and leave it under the stone by the well the next morning. That night late, preparing for bed, I noticed a red glow in the northwestern sky. A house was on fire in the country and burning fast. I thought no more about it. I went to sleep. Yes, of course. You've guessed. The house on fire? That's right. I remembered I had left one of the candles alight. If it was not that one, it was the one she had dropped when she thought she had seen her father's ghost. The house was a mass of charred beams and smoldering ashes. The well cover had been pulled off in quest of water by the neighbors. The loose stones were displaced, and the earth had been trampled into puddles. To the best of my knowledge, no one ever saw again the beautiful lady who had haunted, in the flesh, her father for so many years.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash.
I find it really quite difficult to understand about this thing, really.
Well, take that horrible murder, for instance. Nothing anyone can do about the beggar.
If the police know who's done it, why on earth can't they arrest him?
Because, darling, the evidence is inconclusive.
You see, Mrs. Clinton, a man can only be tried once for any murder. And the police are reasonably certain that sooner or later he'll give himself away.
Or the missing link in the chain will be filled in. More soda for Henry?
No, that's perfect, thank you.
Anyway, I'm sure that chauffeur did it, and I think it's scandalous he should get off scot-free. I wish I had the power of deciding the sentence.
And they say women are the gentler sex.
But it was a ghastly crime. That poor girl was only 16. You know, men like that Yarrow creature, they should be killed in some terrible way. Nothing would be too bad for them.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
What's he done?
I'm certainly too good.
As it happens, I've known Dr. Peters for many years.
Did you know him well? And the girl?
Naomi Clinton's face was flushed with excitement. It's a strange thing. Women will often profess disgust or horror with a certain topic, and yet they cannot bring themselves to allow that topic to drop. Amazing. However...
Not very well, mind. She was one of the loveliest little things I ever saw. I could hardly believe it when I opened the papers and learned such a dreadful thing had happened to her.
And don't you think that chauffeur, Yarrow, did it?
Undoubtedly. But if the proof isn't conclusive, I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do.
Don't worry, he'll do it again.
And next time, they'll get him.
But by then, one more human life would have been sacrificed needlessly.
Something should be done. Either the girl's father or the brother. But something, definitely.
This fellow Peters, her father, he isn't the Peters, is he?
He is.
Huh? The fellow who's done all these marvelous things with these thyroid experiments?
Truth.
Why did you choose to live in Wimbledon?
When you get older, a little peace and quiet are wonderful things.
If he hadn't lived so close to the common, his daughter might be alive today.
Well, what will happen to this man Yarrow now? Hard for him to get a job, huh?
Well, probably start for a foreign country. About the only thing left for him. But if he really did do it, he won't get off in the long run. He'll make a slip.
Yarrow. Something horrible about that name somehow, isn't there? Yarrow.
Yarrow, what have you thought of doing?
Well, it's going to be a bit nasty, and I won't be able to get work, Dr. Peters.
I thought of Canada or Australia. You can still have your job with me, Yarrow.
You mean that, sir? Well, stay on. Oh, it's marvellous, sir. Well, I never... Oh, thank you, sir. It's very, Christian after what's happened. And to think of what they accused me of. Oh, thank you, sir. It's a weight off my mind, I can tell you.
The trial and the crowd afterwards. George Yarrow sat on the edge of his bed in the little room he rented at number 77, Elderton Road, Wimbledon. Yes, the court had been hostile, and the crowd outside the court had been worse. You see, the murdered girl was young, beautiful, popular. Strange the way that girl, that one girl in the angry crowd, had called out, "Bravo, George." But there's a certain kind of woman who is attracted by a man like Yarrow.
Fantastic. The way old Peters has taken me back as his chauffeur. It's fantastic.
Yes, fantastic indeed. Yarrow had murdered Angela Peters, oh yes. And the father knew he had, but the evidence inconclusive. George Yarrow was the sort of man the religious painters of old consigned happily to their fiery Hades. But people don't always get what they deserve. And now, after the trial, after everything, Dr. Peters had taken his chauffeur back into his employ. A Christian gentleman. After it had happened, his brain had cleared, and his one thought had been to get away. He had killed the Peters girl, his big red hands had done it, and his one thought had been to escape. Fast. He had made for the nearest road where buses ran. It was ironical, you see, that as he reached the bus stop, a certain Nellie saw him. A young woman to whom he'd promised many things. A young woman who had showered him with her favors in the belief that he would marry her. Yarrow did not want to meet her because he knew that he might want to pretend he had been far away that night.
George! George! George, wait! I want to talk to you!
What?
Why are you so cruel to me? You've got another girl, haven't you? George, I've got the right on you. And George, I have.
I can't stop the bus. I've got to catch it.
George! George, wait! I've got you now! Why have you got me? Who you see? Who is she? George! Wait!
Stop it! Watch it!
One moment, George on the bus, not looking back. Nellie, the deserted one, middle of road, gesticulating, the shout, screech of brakes, and Nellie knew no more. Those were the facts. Yarrow, Peter's chauffeur, murdered his employer's daughter. Murdered her horribly. Nellie met him soon after the event and was run down by a car as she tried to run after George Yarrow's bus. George Yarrow did not look back. He had no idea of the accident. Court. Trial. Yarrow acquitted. And the case discussed over the entire country, just as Sir Henry and the Clintons discussed it earlier. Yes, things had gone very well for the chauffeur with the big red hands. Very well indeed. And the Christian gentleman, his employer, despite everything, was taking him back. Betty Nellie had seen him that night after it had happened, but no matter. Yarrow wasn't able to listen to a certain conversation, though, that took place in Dr. Peters' study. The evening of the same day that good doctor had offered to keep his chauffeur on.
Bring me a whiskey and soda, Smith, will you?
Yes, sir.
And Smith,
Sir.
Yarrow is returning to my service tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
But the verdict of the trial was not guilty. That being the case, Yarrow is innocent. That is all.
Yes, sir.
I need Yarrow in my service, Smith. You hear me? I need him.
Yes, sir.
Yarrow is guilty. I know he is guilty. Only someone could be found who saw him near the scene of... But reliable witnesses are wary of swearing away the life of a man. I can only wait. Sometime the missing link, the missing piece of evidence will turn up.
Nellie Torr opened her eyes. She had always hated hospitals, but they were very kind to her in this one.
Don't worry, dear. It was enough, but you're going to be all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. Well, you're mending nicely. Here, I brought you a paper. Oh? What's the news? Oh, nothing very much. A new Chevalier film coming on this week. Oh, there's some trouble in Bulgaria. Oh, and a horrible murder in Wimbledon. Wimbledon? That's where I come from. Some poor little girl. Horrible. And I don't know anything about who did it. Makes you wonder what kind of a world we live in, doesn't it?
Time passed. Nellie Torr grew stronger. It was in another paper, another set of headlines, another week, that Nellie read,
The man the police questioned, George Yarrow. George Yarrow.
And laboriously she read of the man's explanation, how he had been in Hyde Park at the time of the crime, his flat denial that he had been anywhere near the common. Nellie's mouth tightened into a thin line. Yarrow, the man who had jilted her. Yarrow. That was the day she had met him, the day the car had very nearly taken her life. The day. Oh, Yarrow, beware of an injured woman.
What must I do? The police? No, not getting mixed up with the law. Dr. Peters.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm well better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cut stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
A week after leaving hospital, Nellie Torr, who had not yet contacted her former lover, George Yarrow, was passing the town cinema. The Chevalier film had come and gone, and now in its place was a fiery, tempestuous love story. Nellie stopped and examined the posters and watched the crowds coming out, mostly couples, young couples. Oh, there had been hijinks in the back, a few stalls of the 3 and 6s that night. She noticed a man and a girl who, arms still entwined, stood out from the rest. The girl was blonde and curvaceous. She was impressive, but loud. The man was tall and burly, and dressed to kill, as it were. His soft hat was tipped rakishly. His purple tie boasted a splendid pin, and his shoes were extravagantly pointed. It was, of course, George Yarrow.
Are you quite certain, Miss Torr, that it was Yarrow you saw that night? You could not have been mistaken?
No. If anybody ought to know George Yarrow, I should. I knew him most intimate at one time.
And you'd be prepared to sign a sworn statement to this effect?
If you say so. But I'm not wanting any police trouble, if you don't mind.
You won't have any. I can promise you that. For the present, you must tell nobody. The matter's perfectly safe in my hands. I have your word.
Yes. Remember you promised that George shan't know as I've told you.
I've already given you my word. Thank you very much for what you've told me tonight, Miss Torr. Thank you very much indeed.
You ran.
Shut the door, Smith.
Is there anything I can get?
No, thank you. Just shut the door. I want to talk to you. How long is it you've been with me? 15 years?
16, sir.
You were fond of Miss Angela, were you not?
No. How I felt. If she'd been my own
Very
daughter.
well. Listen to me. All right, my friend. My hand.
My hand, sir.
Ring Mr. Carter and say that I would be pleased if he would dine with me tomorrow. Say that it is very important. That is all, Smith. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Peters.
Yes. Tony Carter must be in on this. Tony Carter, heavyweight champion, Oxford University. He should manage it all right together with Smith and myself. An eye for an eye.
I don't know what's the matter with the lights, Yarrow. The doctor merely said he wanted you to look at them. That's all I know. Have you everything you need? Well, it's a bit much, isn't it? 11 o'clock at night fixing flaming lights. I had a date. Never mind, Yarrow. Come in. What is it? Yarrow is here, sir. This is the light.
Good evening, Yarrow.
Ah, good evening, sir. You've got light trouble, Smith said.
Put up your hands.
Huh?
And the chauffeur turned and faced a gentleman by the name of Carter, Oxford Blue, gentleman of leisure and of letters, a gentleman who held a leveled, lethal-looking revolver. It was pointed at Yarrow's stomach.
Well, what's the game?
We know you for a murderer. Some days ago, the missing piece of evidence came into my hands. If I felt so inclined, I could hand you over to the police to hang by the neck until you were dead. But hanging is too good for a swine like you.
Take it easy, Peters, old man. Take it easy.
The handcuffs, Smith.
Hey, well, what you doing to me? What's this?
And Peters came towards him, a pad in his hands.
Down here.
Yarrow smelt a sweet, sickly odor. He was stifling, choking. He could hear low grunts, curses from the other men, but the sounds seemed very faint, far away. When he came to, Yarrow found himself lying on a long, white table. He tried to move his arm, but something held it like a vice. His legs were confined in a similar manner by a thick leather strap. He was naked, and above him burned a powerful light. He realized that he lay upon an operating table. He turned his head and saw, on his right, his clothes in a huddled heap on the floor.
Mustn't be scared. The old bastard's just trying to bluff me. Reckons he'll panic me into confessing my guilt. He hasn't got any stake at the door. I'll get him for this.
Wish to say something, Yarrow?
You can't do this to me. I'll have the cops onto you.
I don't think you will, my friend. I'm not going to kill you. And if you go to the police, they will assuredly hang you. As certain as the month is March and the year 1932, they will hang you.
I didn't do it. I couldn't.
And once more, the great doctor, a man envied and admired by his colleagues, the doctor referred to by one James Clinton as the fellow who's done all these marvelous things with thyroid experiments. The doctor, once more, pressed the sickening pad over Yarrow's mouth. During the hours that followed, Yarrow suffered the agonies of a burning afterlife. At intervals, he fainted, only to recover and endure once more agony. He never really knew what was happening to him. He lost all sense of time. The world had become for him a place of unbelievable torture. Peters worked as one possessed. All his vast knowledge of the human body was called upon to play a part. No one was permitted to come near the laboratory save Smith. The servants were told that Dr. Peters was engaged in important experiments and must not be disturbed. Months passed, and even the butler, who was forbidden access to the room, only came occasionally to bring his employer meals upon a tray. He also brought a tray for one other. It was March when Yarrow had disappeared, and now December held London in its frigid grip.
Doctor, I've brought...
The door into the room was open just a few inches, and through the aperture Smith saw an almost unbelievable sight. Dr. Peters stood, whip in hand, over a creature which crouched on the floor, held by a chain and staple driven into the wall. The legs of the thing were bent and calloused. The arms hung ape-like with simian looseness from the wasted body. The face was the face of an old man, wrinkled with age and fear, but with a sly cunning lurking behind the rheumy eyes. A thing of horror. A thing of pity.
Oh, the powers! Merciful heavens! Is that... What's that? Yarrow!
Sat impatiently in their motor car, a long, low Invicta. They were late for lunch. The block of traffic in the Tottenham Court Road was exasperating. Their splendid motor car was overheating. 1932. Motor cars did tend to do things like overheat, even in December, in 1932. It was Naomi who saw the creature first.
What?
Look.
What, for heaven's sake?
What a disgusting sight. What do you think it is?
Oh, from the show at Olympia, perhaps.
He looked at the grotesque figure ambling along the pavement, the jostling lunch hour crowds giving it as wide a berth as the pavement permitted.
Isn't it pathetic? Why are things like that allowed to live?
I don't know. Oh, we're going to be terribly late, darling.
And then the traffic block broke, and the Invicta slid forward. Naomi turned to look at the bizarre, ape-like figure, alone in the crowd, an outcast forever from its fellow creatures. She thought how terrible it was that it would never know human relationships. At best, only pity and commiseration, or laughter and curiosity. Inconsequentially, she thought of the murder still unsolved at Wimbledon.
Did they ever find the Wimbledon murderer?
Oh, he got off scot-free. And no one knows what happened to him. Probably found it difficult to get a job there. But apart from that, he got off scot-free, yes. Look, when we get there, we're very late. Don't take too long to do your place.
Their life went on. And Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand the looks of the passers-by. Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand anything anymore.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McKay.
After all this time, the name's still there. Could a place like this ever be built up again, I wonder? No, never. Too far gone. So still. Airless.
Food for worms. Dead and rotten. Food for worms. Dead and rotten.
Hello.
If death was a thing that money could buy, the rich they would live, and the poor they would toy.
I was thinking of going inside. It must have been a fine house.
It was a grand house in its day, sir. Dormer House in the Sarsfield. Sir Dominic Sarsfield was the last of the owner stock. He lost his life not 6 foot away from where you're sitting.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex. Do you mind that mortar? 7 or 8 feet off the ground, sir.
Yes?
That's 7 foot off the ground, sir. Maybe 8. Did you not mind what it is?
Well, I dare say not. Unless it's a stain from the weather.
Oh, it is nothing so lucky, sir. Nothing so lucky. That's a splash of brains and blood. It started 100 years, and it'll never leave while the war stands.
He was murdered, then?
Worse than that, sir.
Killed himself, perhaps?
Oh, worse than that, it's this cross between us and harm. I'm older than I look, sir. You wouldn't guess me years.
Well,
Oh, don't be put out by the hump on me back. It's been there since me birth, and I no longer mind it. Though it might throw a man into a quandary if he's asked to tell me age, huh?
Well, I would say you were 55.
Huh? I was 79 last Candlemas. And 55, all right. And something at the back of it, too.
Well, I can hardly believe it. But you don't remember Sir Dominic Sarsfield's death, do you?
No, sir. That was a long while before I was born. But me grandfather was butler here long ago. And many a time I heard tell how Sir Dominic came by his death.
It must have been one of the most beautiful houses in the whole of Ireland in its day.
The wind wrecked the roof and the rain rotted the timber. And little by little, in 80 years' time, it came to what you see. But I have a liking for it still, for the sake of old times. I never come this way, but I take a look in.
I don't wonder you like it, though. Beautiful spot. Never seen such noble trees.
I wish you'd seen the glen when the nuts is ripe. They're the sweetest nuts in all Ireland, I think. You'd fill your pockets while you'll be looking about you.
Fine old woods.
Gee, Your Honor, the woods about here is nothing to what they were. All the mountains along here was woods when my father was a gossoon, and Maderia Wood was the grandest of them all. All oak mostly, and all cut down as bad as the road. Not one left here that's fit to compare with them. Which way did Your Honor come hither? From Limerick?
No, Killala.
Well, then you passed the ground where Maderia Wood was in the former times. You came under Lisnafora, the steep knob of the hill above the village here. 'Twas near that Maderia Wood was. And 'twas there Sir Dominic Sarsfield first met the devil, and 'tis the Lord between us and harm. And a bad meeting it was for him and his.
The devil?
Aye, the devil.
What happened? Sir Dominic and...
Sit ye down, Your Honor. And maybe I'll tell a tale that'll make your hair stand up on end.
Yes, I'd like to...
It was a fine estate when Sir Dominic came to it. Feasting and fiddling, 3/4 for all the fiddlers from many mile around. There was wine by the hogshead for the quality, and beer and cider enough to float the navy for the boys and girls and the likes of me. Oh, there was money, me boy. There was money. And when Sir Dominic came to power, he set about getting rid of it. Been educated in England, you know, spoke with a lardy-dar tongue. He showed off his dogs and horses, and he travelled in France, and he had a great time of it. And once he was caught merry-making for so long that the folk heard tell of him for 3 years or more. Though the police was kept off course, waiting on his return, and my grandfather ran the house attending on Sir Dominic's coming back, you see. And one wild night was apparently, Sir Dominic did come back. There came a rapping on the window. And old Connor Hanlon, the boss of my grandfather, was sitting by the fire, warming his shillings worth. Who knocks there? Who calls?
Oh, will you have ale? And you must need food.
Oh, never mind all that, Connor. Sit down. Sit here. Sit opposite me.
I want to talk with you. And don't be afraid to say what you think.
And why should I be afeard, Master Dominic? Yourself was always a good master to me, and so was your father, rest his soul before you. And I'll say the truth and dad a dimmer, and more than that for any Sarsfield of the Northern, much less yourself. And good right I have.
It's all over with me, Con. It is past praying for. The last guinea's gone. The old place will follow it. It must be sold. And I'm come here. I don't know why. To have a last look around me. Like a lost ghost. Before I go off into the dark again. It was the gambling and the drinking and the womanizing. But enough of that. Listen to me. If you should hear of my death, be sure to give the oak box.
Yes.
The oak box in the closet, Con, to my cousin Pat Sarsfield in Dublin. And the sword and the pistols my grandfather carried at Ochrim and 2 or 3 more trifling things of the kind. Con, they say if the devil gives you money overnight, you find nothing but a bag full of pebbles, chips, and nuts in the morning. If I thought he played fair, I'm in the humor to make a bargain with him tonight.
Lord forbid.
They say the country is full of men enlisting soldiers for the King of France. If I light on one of them, I'll not refuse his offer. How contrary things go. How long is it since Captain Waller and me fought the duel at Newcastle?
6 years, Master. And you broke his thigh with the bullet the first shot.
I did, Con. I did. And I wish, instead, it shot me through the heart. Have you any whiskey?
Oh, sure.
I'll go out and have a look at my horse.
Sure, I won't be a minute running out to the stable and seeing to your horse for you, mister.
I'm not going to the stable. I may as well tell you, for you find it out anyway. I'm going across the deer park. If I come back, you'll see me in an hour's time, but anyway, you'd better not follow me, for if you do, I'll shoot you. That'll be a poor ending to our friendship.
And with that, he walks out into all the weather, leaving me grandfather with a heavy heart. He went down towards Moreau Wood, and I guess he made up his mind that if no better came to himself between that and there, he'd hang himself from one of the oak branches with his cravat. And the weather cleared itself away anyhow. The night got finer, though it was still cold. The whiskey had cleared his head, no doubt, and he was thinking of enlisting, to be sure, in the French King's army, when he walked into the wood and sat down. He knew full well that a man might take his own life any time, but it would puzzle him to take it back again. Yet, despite the cold, he was almost falling asleep when he spied a fine gentleman coming to meet him. I guess he was a handsome man like himself, and wore a cocked hat with gold lace around it, such as officers wear on their coats. And he had on a dress such as French officers wore in them times. He came and stopped in front of Sir Dominic, and the 2 gentlemen took off their hats to one another.
I am recruiting, sir, for my sovereign. And you'll find my money won't turn into pebbles, chips, and nutshells by tomorrow.
And I'm thinking, sir, that gentleman pulls out a big pack of money and gold. And the minute he sets eyes upon him, Sir Dominic must have felt the very hair stand up straight on his head.
like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I was better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex. Stains, grass stains, collar and cut stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger. Just soak in Biotex. Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't. Just soak in Biotex.
Don't be afraid. The money won't burn you. If it proves honest gold, and if it prospers with you, I'm willing to make a bargain. This is the last day of February. I'll serve you 7 years, and at the end of that time, you will serve me. And I'll come for you when the 7 years are over. When the clock turns the minute between February and March, and the 1st of March, you'll come away with me, or never. You'll not find me a bad master. I love my own, and I command all the pleasures and glory of the world. And if you'd rather wait for 8 months and 28 days before you sign the writing, you may, if you meet me here. But I can't do a great deal for you in the meantime. If you don't sign then, all you get from me up to that time will vanish away. And you'll be just as you are tonight, and ready to hang yourself on the first tree you meet.
I don't know, Con. What's in it? It's the heaviest load I ever carried. Open it, Con. Open it.
And Sir Dominic counted every guinea in the bag. And it took him until daylight. And he made Connor, me grandfather, swear to tell no living soul about it all. And Sir Dominic went about spending the gold in the bag. And the 8 months went rapidly away. And the appointed day drew close. And his debts began to pile up all around him. And by the time the night of the 28th come round, he was almost ready to lose his senses with all the demands that was rising up against him, and nothing to meet them but the help of one dreadful. He had to depend on at night in the oak woods down there below.
You found the money good, but it was not enough. No matter. You shall have enough and to spare. I'll see after your luck, and I'll give you a hint whenever it can serve you. Any time you want to see me, you only have to come down here and call my face to mind and wish me present. You shan't a shilling by the end of the year, and you shall never miss the right card, the best throw, or the winning horse. Are you willing?
Willing.
Take this needle. I require 3 drops of blood from your arm. I shall catch each drop in this acorn cup. Prick your arm. Now.
bargain is sealed and can never be broken.
Sir Dominic was soon out of debt, and he took up his old ways again, and everything was fine. But there was not a poor man on the estate that was not happier than Sir Dominic. And the years passed, sir. Oran was alive again, music, happy ones singing. All were happy except the master. The money never ran out, just as the queer one Sir Dominic met by the oak swore it would not. The years passed and the seventh approached fast, and Sir Dominic grew more and more out of humour. Took to going for solitary rides, sometimes at night. Finally, he lost heart altogether and sent for the priest.
No more to tell, Father. That's how it is with me. That's how it's been for 6 and more years. I've only 10 months to run now. What can I do, Father? Is there aught?
And I've had no idea. No idea.
But what, Father? My soul's lost.
No. No, I'll tell you what you do. I'll tell you. 10 months, you say.
10 months to run.
You must give over dicing, and you must give over swearing and drinking and all bad company. You must live a virtuous life, a steady, blameless life, until the 7 years bargain is out. You must live as if in retreat. Oh, Dominic. For money, for good luck and dross. You're soul, man.
I wish I'd never been born.
Never say that.
The months went quickly, and Sir Dominic lived a blameless life. Not a curse passed his lips, not a dice did he throw, not a wild dance did he lead. Never looked at a loose woman. And you may guess he felt queer enough when the morning of the 28th of February came. The priest came again by appointment, and for hours they prayed together till the clock struck 12. Sir Dominic and his reverence were together in the room, you see, and kept up their prayers till the clock struck 12, and an end of February for that year.
Deliver us from evil. Tis Father. Tis out. Tis out, Father. It's out. It's out, please.
So now Sir Dominic thought he might as well have a pleasant evening. After all, he's fasted and praying. He sent round a half a dozen of his neighbouring gentlemen to come and dine with him. And there was no end to the wine. And soon the cards came out and the guineas began to change hands. And his reverence, who stayed, crept away when he saw the way the night was going. And the party became drunk and sure enough and lasted into the next morning. Whereupon the gentlemen took breakfast and slept out a day, only to begin again the next year.
All right, now let's laugh again now, lads. We never had it. Gentlemen! A toast, gentlemen! Please, quiet! Gentlemen, a toast. To the best 1st of March I ever sat down upon with my friends.
It ain't the 1st of March.
What?
It ain't the 1st of March. What is it, then?
'Tis the 29th of February. Leap year.
What? No, it can't be. Say it's not.
Master, there's a gentleman downstairs, a queer gentleman if ever I see one. Huh? Tell your master, says he, in as awful a voice as I ever did hear. Tell your master that I'm here by appointment. And expect him downstairs by appointment.
What's it all about? No! Then I can't come down yet! Gentlemen! For pity's sake, will any of you jump from the window, bring the priest here? I'm serious, for heaven's sake, gentlemen!
Master! He says unless you come down right away, he'll come up to you.
I don't understand this. I'll see what it means.
And the young noble went with a face as if he was to meet the hangman, downstairs to meet what? And when he reaches the bottom, his gentleman is there to meet him, and directly that one sees him, he catches Sir Dominic up in his arms and carries him out the great door.
Master Dominic!
And the queer one carries Sir Dominic outside and whirls him round high with the strength of a beast and crashes his head upon the wall. Sir Dominic was a corpse. There was not a gasp left in him. Pat Donovan was coming up to the house early the next morning, and after he passed the little brook, his dog that was by his side makes a sudden wheel and runs howling by that wall there. And that minute, two men passed Donovan in complete silence. One of them looked like Sir Dominic, and the other, Sabus, was like nothing on earth. They made no sound with their feet, and only the dog howled fit to wake the dead. And later, Donovan found the master's body lying there, by the wall, on that spot. The head smashed, and the body cold and stiff.
It's late. I must get back to the village now.
And I'll be leaving too.
Good night to you, old man. And God bless you.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't. Just soak in Biotex. Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger. Just soak in Biotex. Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't. Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
In Beyond Midnight next week, we're broadcasting The Room. This is a rather frightening tale in the great tradition of ghost stories. The room in question is in the north wing of a house owned by a certain Mrs. Watts. The house has been in her family for many years, and the room in the north wing has a very terrible reputation. No one who has spent a night there has been found in the same condition as they went in when the door is opened the next morning. A duke, a well-known ghost hunter and dabbler in the supernatural, slept in the yellow room, and the results were terrifying. Before the great window was blocked in, one poor inmate jumped to the ground below to his death. Mrs. Watts herself has never dared spend more than a few minutes there. But she's an old woman now, and by her own admittance, she can't bear the thought of dying without knowing just what it is that haunts a person who spends a night in the room. Consequently, she offers £1,000, and Ronald Todd takes up the offer. The haunting of Ronald Todd is eerie and inexplicable, and at the very end of the story, there is a surprise which might anger and puzzle, but will certainly intrigue.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Sir Cedric Harbin, the archaeologist, had been lying in his confined canvas cot for 8 days and nights. A young Shivanti native fanned him constantly to keep away the mosquitoes and the tiny, vicious fume flies. Occasionally, Sir Cedric tried to sit up, despite the adhesive strapped over his bare chest like a cocoon. But it was always the same. He sank back with a groan. The Mato Grosso interior. Harbin, 3 broken ribs. Harbin? Sir Cedric Harbin. But boa constrictors are no respecters of titles. What's a knight of the realm to a great reptile disturbed from its slumber? It acted in the only way possible. It whipped its coils around the blundering human and squeezed and squeezed. And Sir Cedric, archaeologist, passed from the dimmed light of the jungle into and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Recently, I received a letter from Mrs. Myra Strawn of Main Road, Rosebank in the Cape in relation to our product Biotex. It was quite a lengthy letter and emphasized many of the points we've been making over the past months about Biotex. She said that when the product first came on the market, she and her daughters were a bit skeptical, but nevertheless decided to give it a go. And indeed, she is now most enthusiastic and a great supporter. She recommends it to neighbors and friends. Another letter from Mrs. J. Lake of Grootvrede Mine, Springs, said, that she wished to congratulate the makers of Biotex and went on to say that she had 2 children, 6 and 7 years of age, and that her spin dryer was not able to cope with the stubborn stains of their play clothes. Well, nowadays, she soaks with Biotex overnight in cold water and finds her washing much whiter, and colored clothes are brighter and stain-free.
Thought I heard you. Are you in pain?
Not much. Just bored and disgusted. Haven't you gone to bed yet?
Poor darling. Soaking wet. Get off from that, darling.
Diana, my dearest. How the devil can you be so bright and cheery after the confounded mess I've made of this expedition? Walking into that boa constrictor like a blasted tourist who'd never set foot in the Mato Grosso before. I don't know why I ever let this foundation talk me into this jaunt. On our honeymoon. What was I thinking of? Dragging you into this cauldron.
Darling, if you can't sleep, at least try to relax. Here. Now read. You can't go hunting your precious lost city with 3 broken ribs, and that's all there is to it. Now stop fretting. Mario's got the situation well in hand.
Mario. Oh, yes. Our handsome and dashing young guide.
Handsome? Is he? I hadn't noticed. Cedric, I do believe you're jealous. Of Mario? Ah, Senora, you're like a jungle orchid. Oh, darling, he's so corny.
Did he really say that to you? Insolent half-breed swine. Send him in here. I'll sack him right now.
You do nothing of the kind. All Brazilians make parties at every girl they meet from Europe. It's part of their good neighbor policy. But Mario's a very efficient guide. He's kept these war-happy Cervantes from traipsing off to start something with other tribes. He's kept a supply of mandioca and rapadura without trading half our equipment to get it. And he's the only guide in Belém who had the vaguest idea how to reach that lost city of yours. Remember, all you have as proof is that silly old paper in the Biblioteca Nacional in Rio. Mario doesn't believe it exists.
Mario. If Colonel Fawcett and his sons died trying to find it in 1925, there must be... If I were only off this ridiculous cot. We're only 2 days' march from the place. I'd stake my life on it.
Darling, there'll be other expeditions. You can try again. Now you've got to get well and strong enough to be carried back to Belém.
Diana, I'll never understand what a lovely creature like you saw in a dried-up, crotchety old thing like me. My whole life changed when you turned away from that ass Forrester and looked at me and smiled that night at the Explorers Club in Rio. It was the most wonderful thing that had ever...
Darling, we leave at daybreak, Mario and I, for the supplies.
Yes, I know. Daybreak. Hurry back.
Of course. Next Thursday's our first anniversary. We've been married a whole month. You don't really think I'd spend that day with Mario and a lot of grinning tapirapes babbling picanto.
And Diana left the tent to complete plans for the short journey at dawn. The river village of Mantura lay only a few miles down the Rio das Mortes, the river of death. There, Diana could send a wireless message via Belém to the Foundation, Also, Mario could replenish their dwindling supplies of quinine and coffee.
I don't like these new porters Mario signed up. Dirty, ragged orobos. Vulture people, the inspector of Indians called them. Vulture people. Cannibals or something, if I remember rightly. Now, sleep. Wish I could sleep. Mario. Never did trust those pretty boys where young women are concerned.
Senor, speak?
All right. No, nothing. I was talking to myself. Swat that blasted tarantula up there, will you? It's going to fall on me.
And Harvin slept fitfully. He dreamed a recurrent dream in which his lovely young wife was lost in a tangle of undergrowth and looped lianas.
Cedric! 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 Cedric!
When the explorer woke once more, his head ached and the tent was steamy with mid-morning heat.
Here, you.
Bom dia. Signor dorme bien?
Muito bene. Where's the senora? She had a breakfast yet?
Signor Pe. Signor, she's gone. Signor Mario. It's gone. Let you sleep. You sick, no.
Well, gone already. She'll be back tomorrow at sundown. Matura's only a few miles down the river. Hey. What are you grinning about, eh? What? Hey! Sly beggar. The devil's the matter with him? Hey! Boy!
Signor, puritito, eh? Purity, eh?
Signor, il present purity tell.
Tell what, you gibbering ape?
Purity, the chief. Sir Cedric recognized him suddenly from the dried palm frond stuck in his pierced lower lip, like a spiky beard from his hairless chin.
Tell what? Come on.
He tried to sit up, to prop himself up by his elbows, a sense of foreboding suddenly knotting his stomach muscles.
Yes, all right. A present. Come on, speak up.
Senor Mario. No go down Rio. Is go up. No go Matura. Boy. It's run away. Oh, Goyas. No come back.
What? You're lying. I'll kill you. You lying scum. I'll cut your tongue out for saying a thing like that.
No lie, capitao. Es the truth, senor. Zangado, mi no punto nada. Mi punto India, mi punto bueno.
He's lying. Of course he is. Dinah would no more desert me in this condition than... Oh, would she? Could a middle-aged husband never be sure of a young and beautiful wife? Mario is young, virile, whereas me, getting old. One day I shan't be able to satisfy her needs, maybe. She requires someone. Mario. No! Boy. Do you happen to know which way my Senor Mario went? Upriver or down?
No, Capitan.
Is there anyone who could find out for me? A tracker. A tracker could tell me which way the Batalo took off, couldn't he?
Tracker, Capitan. See, tracker, though. But Buriti no more better.
Ask Burity, the chief, to look upon the Signora's battle. Burity see all things. Today, yesterday, tomorrow.
Yes, quite, Chief and witch doctor. You'll just repeat the lie. If it is a lie. The inspector of Indians advised us to have Purity because he's a brujo. Doctor. Half crazed from addiction to yaki. But they see all things, the brujos. Purity would know all about Diana and that sneaky Brazilian. All rumors, every remnant of local gossip finds its way to the ears of the brujos, to be palmed off later as supernatural knowledge. But Purity, yes, he would know. Then what's he been saying to me? Diana. No, I can't believe it. Boy, go. Fetch Purity back again, you hear?
Harbin waited. The suspicion of terrible things was being fanned in his mind. Purity came. He smoked a cigar-holder-like pipe. A peculiar acrid odor filled the tent. Harbin felt suddenly lightheaded.
Now, look here. I've no time for a little mumbo-jumbo. Put that bally-smelly pipe away.
Senor, do not speak. Burity the Brujo smoked the ayahuasca, the drug of the second sight.
Oh, I've heard of that. Blasted load of nonsense. Maybe it isn't then. Gone. My wife, the senora.
Of the old Brujo said nothing for a long time. He puffed at the queer-shaped pipe and closed his eyes. Sir Cedric lay and cursed the whole of creation silently. At last, the ancient doctor's eyes opened.
They go towards the rising sun. Vataloa moves slow. There are 3 bearers. Havantis. The smiling one sleep under the toldo. The man watches. Now he shoots the gun and kill a blood-red Arara. He bring the feathers to the senora. She laugh and thank him, putting the feathers in her golden hair.
Towards the rising sun. Northwest to Matura. East to Goyas.
Now she sing, the senora. She sing this song.
Never try to bind me. It's her favorite song. You lie. No. How can you be lying?
Take me as you find me, love and let me go.
Keep your home sweet with country fresh atmosphere in every room. Keep Airwick handy. Airwick is the air freshener that actually knocks odors right out of the air. It doesn't just mask them with heavy scent. Airwick is the modern air freshener in economical bottle or a smart aerosol. Get Airwick. It makes breathing a little nicer.
That's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two. You'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotech.
Amazing new Biotech soap stubborn stains away.
Clean, everything soon will be clean, for all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotech.
Get amazing new Biotech today and let soaking do the washing.
there more you wish to know, Capitao? Let's look into the past. See the Padre and Rio speak marriage vows. The Capitao dropped the ring in his eagerness to place it on the finger of the one with the smiling face. A man with the golden mustache pick up ring and give it back.
Kimber! He was my best man, and I did drop the ring. How could you possibly know? Did you overhear Diana and myself? That must be it, of course. Nothing supernatural about that.
Do you wish, Capitao, I should look into the future? The ayahuasca sends the eyes in all directions, able to see what is, what was, what will be.
The devil you can. All right. What is to be? My wife's run off with a ruddy Brazilian, you say. She coming back?
And Bureti the Bruger puffed again at the pipe, and his eyes began once more to take on that opaque, drugged look, the pupils widening until the iris had disappeared. Harbin watched, fascinated, trying to deny the hollow, sick feeling in his stomach.
I see. I hear the smiling one screaming. It is written in the stars that the Capitao may keep before him for all the rest of his days the smiling face of his senora. But... Yes. But it is also written that the sight of it will also drive the Capitao into madness. This I see. No more.
Rubbish, all of it.
Capitao, forgiveness is better than vengeance.
Get out of here.
Jealousy is like a poison, Capitao. The senor stands where the trail fox. Think well.
Get out!
And the archaeologist fell back, soaked with sweat, onto his cot, helpless, alone. The old man left, and Harbin's mind sailed upstream, following a batalo, where a lovely blonde girl and a handsome young man sat very close together.
Take me as you find me, but let me go.
Diana! Smiling face. Blasted, she was always smiling, laughing at me. Insolent Brazilian. Well, if I could only follow them, get my hands around his neck. First handsome, virile young idiot to come along, she'd left me. She'd left me with these grinning Charantes to get back to Bellum without a guide. Boy, where the devil are you hiding?
Senor?
Get me Bureti again. No, wait, he won't go. It's Urubu country. Those new porters, send them to me now.
And the Chavanti raced off, and returned almost immediately with 4 grinning vulture men. Harbin blurted out his order in Portuguese, then again a few halting words of Chavanti, but the vulture men merely shook their heads, grinned, and looked foolish.
Senora.
He drew the form of a woman in the air with his hands.
I want you to bring her back to me.
He made a scooping motion with his hands towards himself. Suddenly, the eyes of the Yorubu leader gleamed. He nodded, comprehending.
Turi. White man. The white man. Mario. The devil with Mario. I don't care what you do about him.
And he made a broad motion of dismissal, and the Yorubu grinned delightedly.
White man.
The evil-eyed, heavily scarred man grinned again, and made a vague, but easily followed, throat-cutting gesture. And then he was gone with his flock, like eager scavenger birds.
Forgiveness better than vengeance? Well, after a time I shall forgive her. We can still build a life together. Probably after I forgive her, she'll love me more, really love me. What did he mean, though? Purity. A smiling face. Drive me into madness.
3 days passed, and then a 4th, and Sir Cedric Harbin lay and sweated helplessly in his cot.
She'll cry, fling her arms around my neck and beg forgiveness. I will forgive her gladly. It's all I want, to get her back again. To have her back again smiling. The smiling face, the same as always. I wonder what the Urubu meant when I said about Mario. Suppose she loves the blighter. Have I any right to? But what sort of life would she lead with a jungle guide? Whatever the rotter gets, he richly deserves it. Killing a man or having him killed for seducing a wife is the accepted thing here in Brazil. It's a hot-tempered country.
Capitão, you have given an order to the Urubu men, and it is not good. The senor stood at the 4th trail, and he has taken the wrong turning.
And the old one lighted the evil-smelling pipe and smoked silently for a while. Then he closed his eyes and intoned once more.
I see. A lost city which the jungle has eaten. Great blocks of stone carven with strange writing. The smiling one stands before it, while the senor takes her picture.
The devil, you say? So the blighter's not only stolen my wife, but he's jumped the gun on my expedition, eh? Going to claim the credit for finding my... Well, it's good enough for him, whatever they do to him. I'm glad I sent them. Glad.
They are children. Do not condemn the forest people. They go only to do the Capitão's bidding.
All right, so I told them to kill him. What's it to you, you shriveled up old fool? Get out of here. They should be back by tomorrow sundown with my wife. That's all I want. I'll never let her out of my sight again. Back at Belém, decent hotel. I'll make her forget all about Mario. I'll shower her with presents, make subtle love to her.
Sundown, the 5th day.
They're back. They're back with Diana.
Capitão, the Senor Mario is not with them. The 3 barrels of our tribe are spoiled or escaped. But the smiling one, they have brought them back as the Senor ordered.
Oh, good. Have they landed? Send them to me. Hurry.
He braced himself for the sight of his wife, perhaps dragged angrily in between 2 grinning Urubus. But the chief came in alone and presented Sir Cedric Harbin with a crumpled sheet of paper.
What's this? A note from her?
My darling, I'm sending this message back by one of the Cervantes. By now you must know we didn't go to Madeira and never planned to go. I persuaded Mario to take me on to your lost city, so your expedition needn't be a flop. My dear, it seemed to mean so much to you, and I couldn't bear to see you looking so disgusted with yourself. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd stop me from trying it alone. Mario has taken some pictures, and I've copied a few hieroglyphics off the stones, also some pottery. Darling, you and your Colonel Fawcett and your silly paper in Rio were right. There is a sort of temple here. Inca, I believe. The altar stone for sacrifice is inlaid with gold and silver. Oh, I wish you could see it. But I've made some maps, and we can come back here after you're rid.
The note ended abruptly, a pen stroke straggling down the paper from the last word. Harbin looked up into the eyes of the Urubu, and that man happily made his throat-cutting gesture again. And suddenly, like a cold hand upon his heart, Cedric Hardin remembered what the Inspector of Indians had said about the Urubu tribe. Not a history of cannibalism, but of headhunting.
What have I made Diana witness? What terrible rites. She'll never forgive me. Risaldi, where's my wife? Tell her to come here. Bring her here quickly.
The Urubu grinned evilly, nodding several times like a small boy proud of his homework. He returned, again, almost immediately, carrying a small wicker basket. Even before he jerked off the lid and saw the shrunken thing inside, lips stitched together in a hideous travesty of a smile, the long blonde hair unbound and carefully brushed clean of blood flecks, Hardin began to scream.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by...
Leslie, whatever became of Rupert? What do you mean, Rupert who? Rupert Orange, of course.
Whatever became of Rupert Orange? At every society party, in London, in New York, anywhere, such a question was once asked frequently. Now, not so often. Soon it will never be asked again, because people forget people. Public figures fade into insignificance. Great stars of the stage and screen are forgotten all too easily, and heroes we might owe our lives to could die in rags for all we care within a few short years of their exploits. Rupert Orange. Rupert Orange was no hero, of course. He starred on no stage, although he was at one time a familiar figure at London first nights, and would never have dreamt of attending if a box had not been available. A box meant a beautiful woman, and whether the play was good or bad, the evening required food and wine at its end. Rupert Orange blazed like a comet for a few short, brilliant years. But when his name slipped from memory in the early 30s, there were precious few to mourn a man who had gone forever beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight.
Don't stare, Colin. It's rude. Does my appearance surprise you?
No, Countess, not at all. You're looking remarkably... I think you look...
You're a liar. I received your letter. Why should you want to know about Rupert Orange?
I met him once or twice, Countess. He fascinated me. And I thought you, of all people... forgive me, but...
On one condition.
What?
You write nothing, you publish nothing, you say nothing until after my death. You understand?
All right.
Rupert Orange. He was the most beautiful man I have ever seen. That includes your film stars, too. Rupert Orange. Sometimes in the night I wake up because I think I feel his lips on mine. But it's only a dream. Only a dream.
The Countess de Volnay, whose notorious connection with Rupert Orange, once filled the society pages of the newspapers and magazines of the world, died in New York a month ago. This is the story she told me. She swears it's true.
And then, of course, then...
Rupert, I've got to talk to you. A few minutes, please. Important, man.
My dear boy, have you met that little one, that little girl?
Listen, Rupert. Are you drunk?
Listen, old boy, I'll knock your blasted head off.
No, I blasted nothing off. Listen. News. I've got some news for you. You'd better know now.
No news is good news.
This isn't good news.
Then it's bad news, then?
It's bad news.
What?
I had it from Peter Starkey. He says Mrs. Annis is going to win.
Rubbish. The man's raving.
Mrs. Annis has engaged someone brilliant. Someone Starkey says your man won't be able to touch. They'll prove your aunt died lunatic.
Look, my...
Starkey says you'd better muster all your resources now because he thinks you're going to lose.
Listen, my aunt died and she left me everything. Her entire estate. This contest is nonsense. Mrs. Annis is a fool. She hasn't a chance. She's only the wife of Eerie. Aunt Beryl didn't even like her.
The courts will decide that the old lady was unduly influenced. Starkey swears they'll decide she was mad and...
Darling, come on.
Oh, shut up. She wasn't mad.
Starkey says they'll find her testament void.
Starkey says. He's only jealous because I didn't offer him the brief. I'll win hands down. My name's Rupert Orange. Who's Mrs. Annis? Come and have a drink. You'll find, dear boy, that people who inquire what's in a name are always people without a name themselves. Mrs. Annis will not win. I'll let you know more.
Unfortunately, the law takes little notice of names. Rupert Orange meant a lot to London's brightly lit places. He spent money in them, but he meant nothing to the law. In the case of the will of his late aunt, Rupert Orange lost. It was proven that the old lady had died insane and that she had been unduly influenced. Mrs. Annis and her husband leapt suddenly into great wealth. Orange, once his debts were paid, fell from opulence to poverty, and there is no worse fall than that. It hurts. It disgraces. You see, he'd never really worked, and was such a stranger to the phenomenon that he really had no idea how to go about it.
Amazing. One writes verses, articles, stories, and when one is an amateur and writing for pleasure, for fun, everyone swears they are magnificent, darling. Now I'm trying to do it for a living, trying to make my blasted pen a breadwinner. Nobody's remotely interested. I'll probably starve to death. I'm perfectly resigned to it.
And if what you told me is true about all these editor fellows, I think...
Well, one of them the other day, I'd been waiting for the best part of an hour.
I think you ought to forget about writing.
I've seen clever articles. Really clever. Better than half the muck one sees in the glossy magazines. I'm going to paper my wall with rejection slips. Except my wall's damp. It'll probably all peel off again.
You better pull yourself together, Rupert.
The hilarious thing is, you know how many people cut me now? Rupert who? Merely because I can't throw cash around.
That'll be the making of you.
Don't talk like that, Clive. It's nonsense. Poverty's disgusting. Has no value. Degrades. My only doubt about poverty is whether the rumor of poverty being good for one is put about by the rich to keep the poor from their doors, or whether the poor and rich should tell the lie to give themselves some excuse for being and remaining alive. Poverty. Oh, Clive, I'm frightened. I really am. The other day I was actually hungry, do you know that? And I really had to work out whether I could afford a meal or not. Me?
Listen, stop feeling sorry for yourself. You've got to find work.
I will.
And if I can help in some way till you do, you've really got to.
No, I don't like borrowing.
I mean...
No, something's going to happen. Something will turn up. You'll see.
Something did turn up, too. Although it would have been better if Rupert Orange had never walked on the embankment that night. Along by the river, by the fairground near the Black River. It would have been better if Rupert Orange had never been born.
Don't like fairgrounds then, eh?
I beg your pardon?
Noisy, eh?
Yes. Good evening.
Walk a while with you, if you don't mind.
If you wish. Rupert was content to have the old fellow tag along. They walked in silence for a mile or so. There's a kind of man, one that's never done anything in the world and never will do anything, a certain kind of man who believes that distant relations and even total strangers are apt at any moment to fling fortunes into their hands. Rupert Orange was like that. They wandered up to the West End. The two of them stood for a while watching the crowds pouring out of the theaters. The well-dressed, well-fed crowds, hailing taxis, making plans, race meetings, bridge parties, holidays. The First World War was well over, and the Second was still well round the corner. The world seemed good, but not to Orange.
Yeah. Believe you're crying, aren't you? Yeah, come in here. Hot drink's what you need. Feel the cold, I've no doubt. Yes, cold. He's cold, yes. Here, come on, easy. Oh. Better, eh?
Yes.
Upset about something, aren't you? Upset about something, yes. Here you were. Wealth. Wealth. The only thing worth striving for in this world. The only thing worth striving for. Your tub philosophers may laugh at it. They may laugh at it, but they only laugh to keep envy and desire away. Yes. Let any man you call a genius arrive at the biggest and best hotel in London tonight, and let a millionaire arrive at the same moment, and I bet you the millionaire gets the attention every time. The millionaire every time. Yes, millionaire.
I agree with you, my friend. Money counts for a great deal.
Great deal. Great deal. 2 more hot teas, if you please. What have you got instead, eh? Music? Art? Go into any studio tomorrow and ask the artist who he'll see first, you or the man with a check in his hand. If a poor man has the brains of Will Shakespeare and is splashed with mud from a motor car driven by a wealthy woman, the only answer to his protest would be a policeman's move on. Yes.
I know. 50 times better than you, I know. It's worse for me because I once knew. But not anymore.
Poor man. Brains of Shakespeare. Mud. Splashed. Thank you. Yes, brains of Shakespeare. But
I'd sell my whole life now for 1 year's perfect enjoyment of real...
What?
I said I'd sell...
I heard you.
Oh.
Not 1 year, though. 5 years. 5 years. Think of the glory of it. This evening, a despised pauper. Tomorrow, a rich man. Take courage, make up your mind to yield your life at the end of 5 years in exchange for riches.
What you talking about?
Isn't it plain? Isn't it clear, isn't it? I promise, I pledge you that tomorrow morning you should be in as sound a financial position as any man in London.
No one yet can love or understand me. What heart that stories they all had me.
And what do you want from me after 5 years?
Your life. Your soul. You must make up your mind, Rupert Orange.
How did you know my name?
Make up your mind, you see? Brain of Shakespeare. Splashed with mud. Ooh, mud.
You're mad. Aren't you? This is a joke. You're not joking.
Not unless you think it's funny.
Pulling my leg.
5 years. Make up your mind.
Who are you?
This evening, pauper. Tomorrow...
I'm a fool to even listen. Anyway, how'd I... You don't want cash or anything? I mean, do you?
Just your word, spoken quietly, in full knowledge of what you are doing.
What would I be doing?
Selling your soul.
Like Faustus and all that sort of thing? Oh, really?
Stay where you are. In the gutter.
Wait a minute, just wait. All right. 5 years. All right. You have queer eyes. Queer. You look...
5 years. No more.
It's a lifetime.
The short one.
What do I...
You will say...
What have I done, old man?
I think you know.
If you were real, I know. If you were to be believed, I know.
There is one more word. Health. What use is wealth if you are to drop dead in 6 months or be knocked down by a passing motor car? You shall be free from any physical pain for 5 years.
I think I desire some slight ills, if only to recognize the very sweetness of life without them. Your hand. One moment. Money. Health. Listen. There is a woman alive in this city tonight who has brought me to the degradation you witness now. She flung me to the ground. She covered me with dust. She crushed me under her heel. Give her to me that I may lower her pride. Let me see her as abject and despised as the lowest trull that walks the streets.
Your taste is very unusual. But, yes, this will be.
That will be the sweetest part of the 5 years. Sweeter even than the wealth. To reality. Perhaps I should write the story of my meeting. When 1/3 of London has electricity and the rest gas, I, Rupert Orange, have to make do with a candle. Oh, dear life. What it could be like if...
The envelope lay just inside his door. It looked yellow in the candlelight.
Dear Mr. Orange, the estate of Henry Parsons of Falkenhauer, Georgia, the United States of America, has reached probate. If you will call at our Pine Street, London office at your earliest convenience, you will learn something to your advantage.
It makes you, Mr. Orange, a dollar millionaire.
My dear boy, how are you? How was Europe? We didn't know when on earth you were coming back.
Darling, I just cannot tell you how we missed that darn Mr. Orange while he was away in Africa.
Grotesque, really. Amid this social intercourse, Rupert decided on a meeting with Mrs. Ennis. He left it for a few months,
He enjoyed his new, incredible wealth. It was not until an evening late in February that he took a cab to her house near Sloane Square.
My dear, dear Rupert, how glad I am to see you. My dear, it's so long, I thought we were never going to see you again. But I'm so glad. And how very fortunate that the legacy was for you. I was quite delighted when I heard of it. And my husband, too. Oh, you know, he didn't belong. I suppose there's not the slightest possibility of a flaw in the will?
Oh, no. I think it's all right. This time.
I see.
They stared at one another, these two people. The lady's heart began to throb. Her head started to whirl. This man she'd hated before all others, up until a few moments ago. And then another emotion had taken control of her. It was not love. It was not even admiration. It was a wild desire to abnegate herself, annihilate herself in the man who stood before her, to become his bondwoman, the slave of his controlling will. She drove the nails into her palms and made one desperate effort to escape, one desperate bid for victory.
I was just going to the opera when you arrived, Rupert. Won't you join me? Come to my box. Come to my box with me, Rupert.
I think not. Actually, the opera's a bit of a bore, isn't it?
There are some operas which are not bores, my dear Rupert. La Bohème is extraordinarily beautiful and fun. Oh, Rupert! Rupert!
They did not go to the opera that night. During the next few months, Rupert Orange saw Mrs. Ellis every day. She was completely besotted with him. She deceived her husband, and when that unfortunate man found her out and told her to leave his house, she went to Rupert Orange and begged him to allow her to stay with him forever. He refused her. He told her he didn't want to see her again, and she left. And within a year, the fortune that she'd once taken from him by law was now no more. Thus Orange was revenged. He had, of course, no doubt that the bargain he'd made with the little old stranger was good. Money makes money, and soon he had so much money he didn't know what to do with it. Every woman he wanted was his. Every country he visited brought him new, rich rewards. The world was his for the taking, and he took it. Rupert Orange was in the box of the Countess de Volnay at Covent Garden when he first saw the devil.
Of course, Rupert, dear. Although she looks a little anemic on stage, they say that in real life. Oh, my dear, Anita Kearney has more in the world than... Rupert!
The devil had been leaning against the further wall of the box. It smiled at Orange and held up 3 fingers. 3 years left. I think I desire some slight ills, if only to recognize the very sweetness of life without them. And ills there were, but they were twisted to his advantage.
I mean, after all, you've got to hand it to old Rupert. I mean, my goodness. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, if ever anybody was. Did you hear about him at the hotel at Aylebon?
No, what happened?
He's an Aylebon, and he has a broken ankle, you see. I mean, really. He's at this hotel, and who should walk in but the Countess Gabrielle de Volnay?
Oh, no.
My dear, yes. That's how it all started.
Good heavens.
Yes. Nothing at all seemed to touch him. I mean, you remember the newspaper business about him in the... Oh, where was he?
Oh, yes, on Rivera.
On, my dear. What does it matter? Anyway, this epidemic broke out, and there was a Rupert running hither and thither looking after the sick. I mean, oh, he was Such a hero. The bread came in the bed.
He seemed immune from serious danger. Everything he touched turned into gold. He reveled in pleasure and radiated happiness. Until the 5th year. There were but 5 days to go when Orange, in search of solace, ventured into a London rainstorm on February the 28th. There was cash in his pockets, rich clothes upon his back, but his heart was like ice. London seemed strange, unfriendly, was cold and alien, and he could find no one to speak with, no one to share his fears, until...
Bad day for a gentleman like you to be wandering about, isn't it? You fancy a drink, do you? You could get one at my place if you were mine. This way. Take off your coat, do. What's your poison? In America just now, of course, you wouldn't be allowed to accept a drink. I wouldn't be allowed to give you one. They've got prohibition over there. Prohibition. Rupert!
Susan Annis. What in heaven's name?
You in my home. You.
Home? This? Hovel.
Tom? Tommy?
Of all the women in London, I pick you.
Tommy!
I asked for this, prayed for this, to see you humiliated.
He'll have money, Tommy, a lot. Take it, and don't be gentle.
When frost covered the pavements of London, a drunken man who'd rarely enjoyed his night out stepped over a body lying half in the gutter without comprehending what it was. The gutter ran outside the house occupied by Mrs. Annis. The body was that of a man. He'd been thrown from the 2nd floor. His pockets were empty. He was Rupert Orange, and he was dead. It was 5 years to the day since the meeting on the River Thames embankment.
Here I go, singing low. Bye, bye. There's somebody wait for me. No one else can love and understand me. Oh, but stories they all have me. I make my bed and laugh and laugh. I'll arrive late tonight.
Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder.
There is the kind of story where the listener is aware all the time of an impending doom, a gradual build-up of terror towards a grand climax. Then again, there is the tale that seems gentle enough, a story of normal, happy people, recognizable scenes. And not until the very end, indeed not until the last minute or so, does it become apparent that something is very, very wrong. My play tonight falls into this latter category. We present Take Your Partners by Ronald Blythe, the 45th consecutive production in Beyond Midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Is that better? There's nothing in all the world like a log fire this time of the year. Nothing. Not coal, mind. Coal's not the same. Logs. Got to be logs. Messy stuff, coal.
20 days to Christmas.
Yes.
It's funny. Christmases are never quite the same when you've grown up. Never the same excitement.
You grow up, and you are allowed into a new, mysterious world. The world of adult people. But you pay for it. And the price you pay is the surrendering of all the privileges of the young. You lose the chance forever of looking into the mirror of childhood.
I know what you mean.
But there are compensations. You can stay up late, drink strong drink, go dancing, fall in love. I suppose you dance.
Dance? A bit. Nothing spectacular.
Now, what passes for dancing nowadays is simple enough, I suppose, as long as you've wind and energy for it. When I was young, though, dancing was a serious thing right enough. A serious thing. We all went to balls. That's what they called them then, not dances. Summer and winter alike. You young people, you haven't a notion about those summer balls. The whole house would be turned upside down for a ball. All the windows were wide as we danced. The music sounded all night across the fields. We lived then. We danced for hours. No messy kerfuffle and then off to a dark corner for hanky-panky. Young ladies were stricter then. They thought more of themselves. Prouder they were. Now, I don't know what the world's coming to. I don't really. I remember one particularly. Indeed, I'm hardly likely to forget it. Younger than you I was, no more than 18, a laddie.
The summer ball?
No. This was at Campion's. They never gave summer balls. Your ignorance is abysmal.
Campion's? I know. That's the old house by the river, where all the chestnut trees are, isn't it?
Yes. That's Campion's.
It's empty now. It was rented for a few months a couple of summers ago, but it's usually empty.
Yes, it's empty now. Like all the big houses. Once, they were places of light and laughter, mystery and romance. Now, oh, what a garden. Chestnut trees, rustic gods, mossy Pans and Dianas, rose-covered arbors, green and golden ivy covering the walls of the great house. The swallows build their nests under the eaves in spring. On the river, lazy, meandering, the punts tied under the willows, and green lawns. Campion's. To Dolly and me, Campion's was a haven, a kind of heaven. And now, Unless someone re-bricks the chimneys, they will fall down. But I suppose no one ever will. And I suppose they will fall down. The gardens are overgrown. The roses have gone wild. The great rooms of Campions are cold now. No more laughter. The Pans and the Dianas are still on their pedestals, but they've lost a hand here, a foot there. The weeds in the lawns. The grass is thick and rough. In flood time, the river came too high and spoilt the beds. Campions is empty now. Still lovely in a sad, forgotten way. Regretful. Another log on the fire, I think.
Oh, let me, Grandfather.
Where has my world gone? Were we all carried to another planet in 1914? The Earth is different. It's colder. The sun doesn't shine for so long in summer. Sometimes it seems as if the winters will never end.
And you went to a dance, a ball there, at Campions?
Yes. It was the first ball I ever went to. There couldn't have been a better one to start with. You see, Campions was the ball. You can imagine the excitement there was when Dolly and I got cards.
Oh, it will be beautiful. Gerald, do you think Papa will take us in the carriage? Oh, Gerald, are you not so happy to be going?
The guest lists from Campions are always sent to the newspapers. Imagine, everyone will know. Dolly, you realize, of course, that now we've been invited to Campions, we're safe for the whole year. Tennis, the bishop's garden party, no end of other little beaners.
Oh, really, Gerald? You're positively vulgar. I don't know what I will wear. It's terribly worrying. Mama?
And so we went. And our father did take us in the carriage. Not a very grand carriage, but a carriage all the same. And I remember your Aunt Dolly had a new dress, which she'd started putting on after tea, although we weren't to be there before 9.
And did you enjoy yourself?
Not at first, and certainly not afterwards. But between whiles was the strangest happiness I have ever known. When we arrived at Campions, I was so nervous that my gloves were miserably damp even before I'd had a single dance. My collar rose up and down my neck limply. Dolly began to dance at once with Mickey Tranter. Oh, you didn't know him, he's been gone for years. And I was left standing near the old ladies. The ball swept by like a sea. And every time Dolly passed by with Mickey, she stared at me crossly. She knew that I had one dance on my card, and that was with her.
Honestly, Gerald, you're so feckless. I will not be responsible for you. Do something, dance. Gerald, you are still standing there. The old ladies are discussing you, you know. You must do something.
Oh, yes. The old ones were talking about me. Behind their hands. I felt them talking about me. I was so miserable I wished I hadn't come. Worse, I knew that it would only be a matter of minutes before I was sent on endless errands for forgotten shawls and turkey sandwiches. So hardly realizing what I was about, I went off towards the garden room. And that's where it all began. The garden room. The night of the ball at Campions. The room was empty, except for a girl with her back to me. She took no notice of me. She was staring out of the window. She was standing very still. She did turn round, though, after a while. I had never seen anyone like her in the whole of my life before. I've never seen a woman like her since. Her beauty was a kind of everlasting radiance. She would have been revered in any land, in any age, as a goddess. Her hair was black, and it reached down to her waist. Her face was pale, and the enormous eyes just blinked once, signifying that she acknowledged my presence. Oh, she seemed even shyer than I was. She didn't speak. She was wearing a gown that stretched in the fashion to the floor. It was gathered in a multitude of folds under her bosom. And the neck had the same startlingly pale quality as the face. The gown she wore was cut very low, and the extraordinarily handsome bosom rose and fell, scarcely noticeable, as she stood, unspeaking, and faced me. My heart sounded like the gunfire that was, in a few years later, to echo across the world. I searched for words, and found two, neither of them very original.
Good evening.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa. Oh, darling, try to look as though you're enjoying yourself. The party is great.
Yes, it was until I ate.
Well, take a dye gel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Oh, yes, darling, but dye gel is much more than an antacid. Dye gel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicone. It's the simethicone that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a dye gel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel.
You know, Ronald, there is an eternity between the man and the boy. No woman, except in kindness, would wish to spend long away from a gay, music-filled room thronged with beautiful people, merely to stand in perfect repose, looking at the thin, pale creature that was myself at 18. But she did. The minutes passed. I managed to get my heart under control after a struggle.
It's very beautiful here, isn't it? Do you come here often? To the Campions? What's your name?
Christabel.
The beauty of her voice was matched only by the loveliness of her appearance. Oh, I was in love with her at once, of course. The world could disappear, civilization pass away for all I cared at that moment in time. Indeed, time had ceased to exist. We were suspended in a bubble and had left the great house and its gardens. We were floating away, away under the moon amidst the stars.
Have you been dancing tonight?
No, I have not danced this evening.
Perhaps
Perhaps you are hungry. Perhaps you'd like me to fetch you some refreshments? The cider cup is most excellent, I believe. No? You are... You...
Yes?
I was going to say, you are extraordinarily beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not, sir. I mean, my name is Gerald. Gerald Beresford.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Beresford.
Would you care to sit for a while there by the window?
That would be lovely, Mr. Beresford.
Oh, I beg you. Call me Gerald.
There was a scent about her, a scent like a garden at night. Gardenias or the deep red carnations or, oh, I don't know. It's difficult to remember. The years separate me from her, everything but the memory of her. Whatever it was natural and heavenly, I do know that.
Did you hear the nightingale, or was it the blackbird singing?
The blackbird sings beautifully.
Although the poets always use the nightingale's name in their verses.
Perhaps it is a more romantic bird. Although the common blackbird...
sings as sweetly and yet...
receives none of the praise.
No.
Her hands were folded in her lap. They were without appendages, no ring, no bracelet encompassed her wrist. She was natural, perfectly so. There was not a scrap of makeup upon her face. She needed nothing like that. And suddenly, I was no longer afraid. The words tumbled from my lips.
I felt ill at ease in the ballroom. I didn't wish to dance. Well, there was no one to dance with. I mean, there are people there, yes, girls, many, but... Oh, I'm glad I came here. So glad. I thought I'd be alone. I wanted to be alone until I saw you, Christabel. But I don't want to be alone now.
She appeared to be leaning towards me. I felt suddenly dizzy. I felt as if I was falling towards her. Her face seemed larger. All the beauty of her increased, and I fell towards her. Towards...
Christabel.
And my hands found hers, and the gunfire hammered in my heart. My lips found hers once more. Our arms were around one another, tight. She was talking to me, but I couldn't distinguish the words. My hands were in her hair, her long black hair, and it covered her face and my face, and we were drowning in her hair. And it was as if I was suddenly become part of her. There was no separate me anymore. We were one. Our breaths and our lips and our bodies mingled, were lost in one another. And again, I was falling, it seemed. And I remember smelling those close, earthy smells of wood and fern and long, undisturbed dust. I heard singing, but from whose lips I cannot imagine, if indeed it came from lips. And I was lost forever.
It's quiet.
I love the quiet.
I love you.
She was so calm, serene. She scarcely seemed to breathe. We were sitting now bolt upright in the middle of the round wooden floor of the garden house, just like two carvings. And then she slowly rose, smiled, and held out her right hand to me.
I would like to dance.
At this, my heart stopped. I thought of the floor of the ballroom, and the darkly flushed males whirling their women in the intricate loops of the waltz. I was afraid. But I bowed to her and took her hand once more. And without another word, we left the garden house. And with Christabel on my arm, I made for the ballroom. My confidence deserted me when I found myself about to be borne into that melee. But there was no escape from the treacherous wastes of chalky floor spreading out before me.
Gerald.
And suddenly, we were part of the dancing throng. We were on wings.
Why, dancing. They say a good dancer is able to take the poorest around the floor. Anyone could dance with her. I wonder what the old ladies are saying now. Oh, not so close to the card tables. Oh, we must be dancing faster than anyone else on the floor. Oh, I bet you're all envious. Oh, there's Dolly. Mickey Tranter, you can't dance. Not like this. People are looking at us. I wonder... Oops. Oh, sorry, Christabel. That turn wasn't quite so good, was it?
Never mind.
We danced on and on. And then I was aware that things had begun to change. The band still played, but the couples on the floor became fewer and fewer. It might have been from my glorious exertions that I felt a heaviness, a languor, and would have led my partner to the side. But as though suspecting my thoughts, she became as wonderfully animated as in that very first moment. And instead of retiring, we danced more gaily than ever. I say we danced gaily. That wasn't quite the word for it. There was a kind of urgency in our movements. I might go as far as to call it a desperation. And at last we were the only couple on the floor. I thought it wise to stop now, and I led her to the side. She seemed reluctant, as if she were loath to put an end to our waltzing. I caught a vague glimpse of Dolly and Mickey. They looked perplexed. Suddenly I felt terribly ill at ease. There was only the one place to go. The garden room. Away from all the people. And so I walked out of the ballroom with long wooden steps. I entered the garden. I hoped everyone had noticed her beauty. I entered the garden room again and felt again the wonder that I had known there but a short while before. I realized, too, that my life would never be quite the same again. We stood near the window, she staring out into the night, and much as she had been when I first entered in what seemed to me then another year. We had not moved when Dolly found us.
So there you are, Gerald.
Yes. Hello, Dolly. Look, I'd like to introduce...
Do you know what you've done?
Pardon?
You fool! You spoiler!
Shh, Dolly, please. Look, I must ask you...
Come on. We're going home. You have ruined everything.
I tried again by an elaborate mime to indicate my late companion, who stood partly obscured by the curtains. But even in the midst of such anxieties, Dolly's temper wasn't a thing to be easily forgotten, I can tell you, I felt some even stronger emotion. Dolly's wrath seemed less terrible. You see, without looking round, I knew we were alone.
You're drunk.
Drunk? I didn't have a sip, not even the cider cup. Look, tell me what I done. Don't just stand there like a volcano.
I'll tell you. And what's more, I'll tell Papa. You danced nearly a whole waltz by yourself in front of the county. And if you weren't drunk, then you're mad.
the lady? Did you see her again?
No. But then we weren't asked again. I saw her name again, though.
Her name? Where?
In the old Campion's graveyard.
Where?
Christabel Forsyth, her full name was. Christabel Forsyth. She died in 1899. The ball to which I went took place in the late autumn of 1910. She was 19 when she died. In the village later, I made inquiries about her. She was remembered. It was very tragic, apparently. She loved dancing. In those days, they held coming-out balls for the daughters of the gentry, usually when the young ladies were about 17 or 18. Christabel Forsyth, a cousin of the Campions, had been very ill for 2 years, and so had missed her own coming-out ball. And so it was arranged near Christmas, 1899, that she should share the big dance with another young lady. She had a relapse and died 3 days before the great event. She had set her heart on attending. That's why it was so sad. But we were never asked to the Campions again. So I never went to another ball there.
Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex. Just soak in biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre...
Lillian Hamilton sat at the writing table in her bedroom. She turned her head and looked out of the window at the garden, in which she spent a lot of her time. The roses were blazing in the two long beds. Lillian Hamilton sat at the writing table and slowly, in a style that was not good, but colorful and evocative, penned the story of her married life in a thick, school exercise book. The last chapter was not going to be written, of course, for the final chapter of any autobiography must remain unwritten. Poor Lillian.
Poor Lillian. Oh, dear. You must mow the lawn. So much work to do. Delphiniums, campanula, regale lilies, Canterbury bells. All dead now. Must remove their little dried-up heads. The roses are like...
neon lights. Never seen roses so bright, like neon lights.
Jason.
Jason. He was her husband. His favorite color was blue. And on their honeymoon, she had worn blue to please him. But blue had never suited her, and so she had stopped wearing blue. Greens and burnt oranges suited her best, yellow too. She looked good in yellow. She looked especially good in her yellow dressing gown.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
When a story is unfolded through the pages of a book, we can cheat if we wish. We can look at the last page, the last line. We can prepare ourselves for the shock, if there is one. When a story is heard, though, this is impossible. Not even Lillian Hamilton could look ahead to the last chapter. We, too, shall have to wait a while before we learn the last chapter's secret. But it is permitted to glance at the pages which tell of the present and the immediate past.
Blue was always his favorite color. Blue, of course, is for Carola Haig Dunfield, his mistress. Blue sets off her beauty to perfection. I never thought I'd have a husband with a mistress. Strange. A husband with a mistress called Carola. A husband who buys a cottage in the country. For me.
It's very beautiful. There are roses galore. You know how you like roses. It's not far from Pangbourne, and within easy reach of London. I'll tell you what we'll do. Mm-hmm. Listen, we leave Henrietta behind in Cheney Gardens at weekends. Nurse Rooney can have her.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why do we have to leave Henrietta behind?
Darling, you need time off from the child. You need a change of scene as well. Nurse Rooney can take her own 2 half-days off during the week. She can have sole charge of Henrietta at weekends. You'll have a rest, and Henrietta will appreciate you all the more for not seeing you so often. Don't think me Victorian, but I'm all for children not seeing too much of their parents.
Yes, and it's a lovely idea, having the cottage and that, and I'm sure it is lovely if you say so, but
That's that, Phyllis. At weekends, you'll be able to do your writing. You'll have complete peace and quiet. My darling, you should always wear green. Remember how you used to try to wear blue? It never suited you.
Once upon a time, Carola was a friend of mine. I even introduced her to Jason. So long ago, it might have been part of another incarnation. In fact, it was only 4 years ago. And now, she is his mistress. He doesn't even think that I know. She knows, though. She knows how aware I am of the situation. But there'll never be any scenes. I shan't allow Jason ever to think that it gives me pain. That would only make him choose between us and give her great satisfaction. Carola. La. Oh, how I hate the way she puts everything into its diminutive.
Henny's so lucky to have such a beautifully secure childhood. I mean, despite her illness. I mean, it must be so nice to have such secure parents. My childhood was positively penniless, absolutely nomadic. And Rue is so good to her. You know. You mean Nurse Rooney, don't you, Carola? I thought... Pardon? Oh, yes, that's what I said. Rue is so good to her. She's like a mother. I was going to say I met Jim the other day. Oh, and please don't call me Carola, my dear. I do hate it. La is so much friendlier. Anyway, I met Jim down the other day, and Virginia, you mean? You're determined to take the long way round, dear, aren't you? Anyway, Jim has become a complete bohemian. She's no sense of responsibility at all.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Jay, darling. I was just telling Lily about Jim. Oh, isn't Lily funny, Jay? So serious. Anyway, would you believe it? Jim's working in that same dreadful little art gallery I was in, the one in Knightsbridge. Oh, you must remember, Jay, darling.
There are many women, I suppose, who would never understand why I don't confront Jason. Why I don't tell him that I know Corolla is more than just a family friend. But I shan't tell him that I know. I'm too frightened of what would happen. And at least this way he is mine, even if I have to share him occasionally. He was always faithful to me before Corolla, I think. Yes, I know he was. It's hard to think she took him away while Henrietta was ill. I suppose she has no real feelings at all. To take a woman's husband away during the sickness of their only child would only have added spice to the affair as far as she was concerned. But poor Henrietta.
And Lillian looked out again at the roses and the dried heads of the Canterbury bells, and tears of sadness came into her eyes as she thought of Henrietta. The child had been 10 when polio had struck, and it had left her paralyzed in her arms and her right leg. It had happened when they had gone as a quartet on holiday to the west of Ireland. Lillian had thought that the little girl had been suffering from flu, and a lot of precious time had been wasted before a doctor had been summoned from Limerick.
It was my fault. Always my fault. I was stupid. I shall never have another breakdown, though. I shall remain strong from now on. I shall put up with this piracy, no matter how many times Jason mysteriously finds that he's got to be away on working weekends. I shall never admit that I know. I won't give her that satisfaction. And I've got Henrietta. There was a time when I felt that it would be easy for me to kill, laugh. Oh, yes. I believe I could have killed her quite easily. Especially the day when she first let me know about her and Jason. And she did it so cleverly, without saying a word. Just by her silences when I talked about him.
Of course I'm fortunate. Don't think I don't realize that. I have a clever husband. And it's awful to say this, but when his mother dies, he'll be even richer. Little Henrietta will be an heiress. You're so loyal to Jay, darling. He appreciates it so much. Does he? Yes. You know he does. Don't you? Yes, he appreciates me. I love him very much. And if he ever left me, I don't think I could go on living. Cat! Oh, my cat, darling. Oh, cat. Oh, you know, dear, I'm afraid Cat has become perfectly attached to me since your holiday in Yugoslavia. He lets me do anything with him. Don't you, Boofles? Don't you, love? Oh, Cat, say hello to Lillian. I'm not your owner. You are a bad boy. Oh, Lillian, say walkies. Come on, boy, come on. Oh, Cat, there's a master. Go on, so do him. Oh, aren't dogs insulting? He didn't even say hello to you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal your doggy from you.
They're fickle animals.
Yes, they are. Aren't they?
Poor Cass. He doesn't know he's only a dog. Perhaps Miss Haig Dunfield's mission in life is to steal things. Husbands, dogs. And Jason treats me well, really. Even when he invites her to Cheney Gardens, he still goes through the rigmarole of inviting another man so that the numbers are even. She's made up her mind to marry him, I know that. But she believes she's got all the time in the world. She reckons that if Jason can persuade me that his happiness lies in his freedom, I'll give him a divorce. And I know La far better than Jason knows her. In the drama of her life, she has reached the end of Act 1. Now, she wants a man of her own. She wants permanent security now. Oh, she's got to be attracted to him as well, of course, and after all, she ought to know by now what kind of man attracts her. Her experience must be, vast. Oh, dear, I can't write down any of this. Poor Jay thinks I'm writing short stories. 5 o'clock. Jason should be here by 7:30 at the latest. Cold supper, vichyssoise, salmon and strawberries and cream. Oh, please don't phone Jason and say you can't come till tomorrow. Oh, please don't. I've got everything ready. I couldn't bear it. I know, I'll go and tidy up the border. It's lovely in the garden at this time of day.
And she began the usual hunt for her secateurs. They weren't in the garden shed, and so she came back into the house and began pulling out drawers and opening cupboards. She discovered several bills that needed her attention, but no secateurs. Electricity, water rates, garage. And then she found the crystal ball. I say found. She knew it was there, of course. She used to believe she could tell fortunes by it. Smiling nostalgically, she brought it up to her face, almost caressing its cold, spherical surface. Crystal ball. And if Corolla Haig Dunfield, what an unattractive name, had come to the end of Act 1 of her life, then so had Lillian Hamilton, as she sat quietly by the writing desk and gazed deep into the crystal.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa. Oh, darling, try to look as though you're enjoying yourself. The party is great.
Yes, it was until I ate.
Well, take a Digel. I always keep some in my bag.
But I already took an antacid.
Yes, darling, but Digel is much more than an antacid. Digel has double action. There's a layer of antacid plus a layer of simethicone. It's the simethicone that relieves that dreadful bloated feeling. Here, try a Digel.
Like they say, when you eat too well, demand Digel.
It lay amidst a cluster of bulb catalogues from De Jager and the bills. It lay hard and cold and forgotten. And smiling nostalgically, she took up the crystal ball with which she had once told fortunes.
I'd forgotten all about you. He'd be so angry, Jason would, seeing me hold this again. My psychic powers were always very modest. Oh, Jason, you were born with a dislike for all soothsayers and seers. Nothing. It looks dead, empty. I used to see things. I did, really, no matter what Jason may think. I used to see things. Good things. Bad things, too.
The minutes went by, and while she concentrated, the interior of the globe clouded, and then gradually cleared, like morning mist dissolving under the onset of the sun. She was peering into a room, papered in stripes of lime and lemon. A bed was pushed up against a wall.
It's the ground floor room in Cheney Gardens. That's Henrietta lying on the bed. I can see her in the crystal. Oh, if only I could show you, Jason. You'd have to believe you'd... Oh, someone's come into the room.
And clearly, in the crystal, Lillian saw a door open and a figure enter the room. The figure was a woman, and the woman was wearing a yellow dressing gown.
When was this? I only bought that dressing gown yesterday. I bought it at Harrods. This is the future. It hasn't happened yet. It isn't new anymore. It's faded with washing. It's old now, the dressing gown. She is asleep. Henrietta's asleep, bless her. What am I doing? What am I doing?
And Lillian Hamilton watched herself in the future, in the crystal, take a pillow from beside the sleeping child's head and press it over its head and press and press and press.
What was I doing? I was smothering her. I was killing my baby. It can't be true. Jason's right. It is rubbish, nonsense, because if it was true, how could I go mad, insane, and be the murderer of my baby? Life couldn't be so terrible. It couldn't. Oh, Jason. Must be Jason. It's you, Jason, isn't it? Jason.
Lillian?
Yes?
You took so long to answer, I thought you must be out. Look, I can't get down tonight. In fact, I doubt very much whether I can manage tomorrow either. I'll be with you for lunch on Sunday, and we can drive back together after tea. I'll come by train. I have a date with a fellow from Barringer's in New York. He should have been here today, but he couldn't make it. Got tied up in Paris. You know what these tycoons are like. Only time he'll be able to give me is tomorrow evening. Sorry to change plans at the last moment, but there it is. It might lead to a big deal, you see. Look after yourself. Lily.
Yes, Jason, I quite understand.
Is anything wrong?
No, Jason, nothing. I'm just disappointed.
Well, goodbye, old girl.
Goodbye. I'd like to be imprisoned in this garden forever. In a timeless and beautiful July. I'd be safe then. I'd never have to see another human being. Never. Not Nurse Rooney. Not Jason. Not Henrietta. And especially not La. Oh, for the first time. The very first time now, I think I hate her. It's only 90 minutes away. He could come here even though he's got a business dinner. He could still come here. He's free tonight and most of tomorrow. So, I'm sure, Miss La. Jason, I need you. I need to tell you what I see. You've got to help me. Got to help me not to kill my little girl. Will you get back to Cheney Gardens before Sunday? He might stop off to say goodnight to Henrietta. He might even read to her for a little while. Maybe he was at the flat when he telephoned. Maybe she was there, too. Oh, Jason, I'm going to be a murderess. Canterbury bells are all dead. I'm going to go mad. I'm going to kill the one little tiny thing I love most in the world. Oh, one of us has to die. It must be me. It must be me. Must be me. Jason adores her. He'll look after her. He'll take care of her. If I do it, it won't matter. I'll be saving Henrietta. I'll open the way for Jason and La, but it doesn't matter. Jason won't suffer. La will make him see that it isn't his fault. She's so persuasive, so assured.
Poor Lillian. Oh, Jay, darling, I'm not to blame yourself. She was always unstable, darling. You mustn't fret so. I understand. In a way, she acted very courageously. It's all over now. You must think about yourself and Henny and me.
No, not a farewell. No explanations. I'll lock the door. When Mrs. Roberts comes in the morning, she won't be shocked. She'll know something's wrong and won't be too upset. She'll give her help and it won't be hard to die.
And she went and got a bottle of whiskey from the cupboard and a little box of white pills and climbed the stairs to her bedroom, passing on her way the theatrical prints, the Victoriana she and Jason had discovered on a barrow in the Portobello Road when they were putting the finishing touches to the cottage together.
Dear Crystal Ball, it's you I have to thank. You saved my little girl's life. You've shown me what I must do. Thank you.
In a recess of the bureau, above the line of drawers, there was a photograph of herself and Jason, taken on their wedding day.
How young I was. Jason, so handsome. Funny little pages. Funny little bridesmaids. That one's got no front teeth. Mark Thornton and Jenny Fenley. I can't remember the names of the others. Can't remember.
Thank you, my darling.
Just...
Happy?
Of course.
Can I have another one of those, please, Jay?
Certainly. They're quite free and they come in all sizes.
Not like that. Promise.
And in the cottage, in the country, in a bedroom, above the garden where the Canterbury bells had faded and turned brown and brittle, stood a half-empty whiskey bottle on a table beside a bed. Near it, a box that had once contained pills. On the floor lay a strange crystal ball. On the bed lay a woman, a once beautiful woman, even now very attractive. Her hair was auburn, and her eyes were brown.
Where's the crystal? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Put you down there.
And cupping her hands around the smooth glass sides of the crystal, she gazed into its depths. It was difficult to concentrate. She wanted so much to sleep. Sleep. A fast, hard 90 minutes drive away, Jason Hamilton sat with...
Oh, Jay, you are an oaf. What did you do then? Jay, where are you going?
Oh, I must go and see Henrietta.
Don't leave me.
I must just read her a story, darling, and then... Well, what's the matter?
Matter?
You look cross.
Must you read her a story tonight?
Oh, I promise.
Sometimes I believe you care more for her than you do for me.
She's my daughter. My poor little crippled child.
Ah, yes. Well, we all know who was to blame for that.
That's enough. That's dead and gone. In the past.
I love you. I can give you more than anyone else in the world.
I know.
So, never forget that.
I won't. Just 5 minutes. A short story, La. Just a little one.
Dreary little cripple. How I loathe and detest her child.
Dear little Henrietta, I can see you, my sweetheart. My poor, poor darling.
But this time she forced herself to watch for longer, and the scene in the crystal ball continued. Lillian sat, horror-stricken, as she watched herself rise from smothering her child and throw the pillow aside. She forced herself to accept the role of spectator, to be present at the culmination of a murder which now would never occur. She saw the yellow dressing gown, old, frayed, She saw the mane of hair cascading down across the shoulders of the gown. She saw the hair tossed aside. But the hair was black.
You are funny, Lillian. Why must you always get things wrong? You're so utterly pathetic. I can almost feel sorry for you.
Through waves of infinite fatigue, Lillian saw the woman in the picture, in the crystal, rise from the bed. The scene in the crystal had a flawless clarity, and she was helpless to withdraw her gaze. As she got to her feet, the woman in the crystal turned her head on its lovely neck and looked straight in her direction, and the beautiful azure blue eyes were bright with malice and mockery. Lillian was incapable of rousing herself. She was sinking fast into the quicksands of inertia. The woman in the yellow dressing gown was La.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
In the year 1864, in the December of that year, to be more exact, James Murray, barrister at law, did a lot of grouse shooting. During the last few days of the season, he made several trips across the northern moors after the elusive and soon-to-be prohibited birds. December. The wind was due east. The moors were bleak and wild. On his last expedition, the very day before the ending of the season, James Murray became hopelessly lost. The first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm fluttered down upon the heather, and a leaden evening was closing in all around. The purple moorland melted into a range of low hills. There was not the faintest smoke wreath, not the smallest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track. The world had changed, become hostile, alien. Murray shouldered his gun and pushed wearily forward, on and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore, Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
Throughout the whole of the night, walking. Will there not come a time when my limbs simply fail me? Walking in circles. Circles. Hello! Oh, can you hear me? Here, this way, here. Can you find me? Here. I'd almost given up. I'd begun to think of falling down and sleeping. I must have been walking in circles. Oh, thank God. What for? Praise be. What for? Well, for you, of course. I began to fear I should be hopelessly lost in the snow.
Well, then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time. And what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise?
If the good Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit. But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Golding?
A good 20 miles, more or less.
And the nearest village?
The nearest village is White, and that's 12 miles to the side.
Where do you live, then?
Out yonder.
I pray you, keep that lantern steady. You're going home, I presume?
Maybe I am.
Then I'm going with you.
Oh, it ain't no use. He won't let you in. Not he.
We'll see about that. Who is he?
The master.
And who is the master?
That's not to you.
Well, lead the way, please. And I'll engage that the master shall give me supper and lodging tonight.
You can try.
Wait, man, wait. I've got for long enough. I can't afford to do that any like the rest of the world. The house?
Aye, it's the house. Down there.
Shelter, at least.
Yeah, that's for you. Yonder his room. Go in.
Who are you? How came you here? What do you want? James Murray, barrister at law. On foot across the moor.
Eat, drink, and sleep. Mine is not a house of entertainment. Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?
I didn't admit him. He followed me over the moor and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2".
And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?
The same by which I should have come to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation.
Self-preservation?
There's a foot of snow on the ground already. It'll be deep enough to cover my body by daybreak.
It is true. You can stay here if you choose till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. Be seated.
Your manners are not excellent, my friend. But you have a very fine head, like a poet's. Kind of scientist you must be if this room's a telescope. Pictures, saints and devils, geological specimens, microscope. And is there an organ there in the corner? Books and more books. Enough to keep a keen man busy for a year. But why do you not speak to me, blasted? I don't even know your name. But there you look like a big from Beethoven. I wonder if you would consider it bad taste if I drew nearer the fire.
On the table. I have only the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir. Your appetite will, I trust, make up for the deficiencies of our larder.
Ham, eggs, bread, and what appears to be a bottle of excellent sherry. My friend, I can think of nothing better. Thank you 1,000 times, thank you. You have preserved my life.
Please be seated.
Would the food upon these dishes be poisoned, I wonder? But if I cannot help it, at least I shall expire with a full stomach. Was probably the finest meal I've ever tasted. Thank you.
To a castaway on a desert island in a storm, a glass of uncontaminated water and a crust would seem manna from heaven. I have lived here in semi-retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces. I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information about the outer world from which I have been parted for so long?
Interrogate me, sir. I am heartily at your service.
My inquiries will relate primarily to scientific matters. If you are not a student of science, no matter. Answer to the best of your ability. More and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its narrow radius. Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony.
I believe he has forgotten my presence.
Attested by all.
Here is a brilliant man, a man of vision, spurned by his contemporaries because of his greater knowledge, a man born out of his time. If it were not for my poor dear wife waiting for me anxiously, I swear I could listen to this man all night long.
Branded as a visionary, held up for ridicule for my scientific beliefs, hooted from that field of science in which I'd labored with honor for during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me. And I have forgotten the world. And there, sir, you have my history.
It is a very sad one.
But it is a very common one. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better man has suffered before me. You shall have more sherry. Pray, why do you look suddenly so anxious?
I was thinking of my wife, my poor little wife. We have only been married 4 months, and she'll be waiting for me, watching for me, not knowing anything about my fate. I promised, you see, that I should return before dark.
It has ceased, Mary.
Ceased? Oh, if only it were possible. But no, it is impossible. Walk 20 miles across the moor, even if I could find my way.
Walk 20 miles? What are you thinking of?
My poor wife. She'll be breaking her heart with suspense and terror.
Where is she at this moment?
At Dwolding.
At Dwolding. Yes, it is true.
The distance is 20 miles. Are you very anxious to save the next 8 or 10 hours? So anxious, I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse. Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Golding, passes within 5 miles of this spot. It will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you onto the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one. Easily, gladly. The snow lies deep. A glass of Escobar before you start. There are pleasanter journeys than the one you are contemplating this night.
James Murray drank the spirit, and it went down like fire, liquid fire, and took his breath away. There was more than one instance during the next 2 hours or so when he wished fervently that he had stayed with the self-exiled man of science, rather than take the path through the snow to the old coach road at night.
And yet I cannot remember such bitter cold. Not a single star. Your master is a very eloquent man, Jacob. A brilliant man. Deep. Walking is difficult, to be sure. How much further to the coach road? Yeah. After 8 hours of talk from the master, walking with a servant is like attempting conversation with a tailor's dummy.
Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and then you can't fail of the way.
This, then, is the old coach road.
Aye, it is the old coach road.
And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?
Nigh upon 3 miles. The road's a fair road enough for foot passengers, but was over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident.
Accident? And what accident was that? Jacob?
Beg pardon?
What accident?
The night mail pitched right over, down into the gully below. A good 50 feet or more. Just the worst bit of road in the whole country.
Oh, horrible. Were many lives lost?
All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning.
Oh, terrible. How long since it happened? Jacob, how long since the accident?
Just 9 years.
Near the signpost, you say? I'll bear it in mind. Good night, Jacob.
Good night.
And here. Thank you. I'm deeply obliged to you.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Feel terribly lonely. Lonely somehow. As if I've been deserted by the last man in the world. Ice. What is it? I'm scaling some gigantic Alp. Is it? Yes. Jacob, he's coming back again. The fire? No. There's a second light. Parallel. They must be carriage lamps. Must be private vehicle. But what would be out in a night like this? Yes, it is some coach or the other, but this is impossible. It's coming on fast. Cannot hear a sound. No. Looks strange coach underneath? No, I would never have missed the signpost.
And then the coach, for coach it certainly was, bore down upon Murray, came around a bend in the road and came towards him fast. Guard, driver, one outside passenger, 4 steaming greys. The lamps blazed like a pair of fiery meteors.
Hello, wait there, coach, hello, coach!
And the coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep. Neither answered Murray's hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. Murray clambered inside the coach, and the coach started again, as noiseless as ever.
Seems as cold in the coach as it was outside. 3 passengers only. And welcome. Good word. This is scarcely the friendliest part of the world, I've heard. How intensely cold it is tonight. The winter seems to have begun in earnest. Most friendly. He heard me. I know he did, for he turned his eyes upon me. Damp. Most disagreeable. Snow in here. It's quite... it's like ice. It's warmer in the night air, by far. I can't bear the smell in here. The window down could hardly let in more cold than is already present. Have you any objection to an open window? I said, have you any objection to an open window? Very well, then. I take it you have none? It's rotten. Quite rotten. This window. I'm sorry, excuse me. This window is covered with mildew. Have you noticed? Anybody? Have you? The whole coach is in the very last stages of dilapidation. Decaying. Look. It's hardly safe, is it? How can it possibly be safe? Why, the whole machine is quite foul, and it must have been dragged from some outhouse somewhere. It must have been mouldering away for years. Quite deplorable. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair, yes?
The passenger to which James Murray addressed this last remark turned slowly and looked at him. Murray knew that he would never forget the sight of that face as long as he lived. He turned cold at heart under its scrutiny. The eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. The face was livid as the face of a corpse. The bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. Murray turned to his officer. He too was staring at him with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes.
What are you? What are you?
And then Murray realized that none of the passengers in that coach were living men, not living men as himself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their terrible eyes were alive, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon James Murray. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in a flash of summer lightning, he saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness.
Brilliant. A man like that. Exile. Fine food. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing now. Hopeless. Walk 20 miles across the moor. Across the... Where is it? Dwolding. Oh, I found it. Across the... Who died next morning? 20 miles. Found it. Across the...
rusty cell, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new. Oh, thank God you were saved. Thank God. You must have lain for so long in the snow. Soft snow. They found you at daybreak. 2 shepherds. The letters in your pocketbook showed your name, and I was summoned. You were so long in danger. So long. So many days, weeks. The surgeon said you had dreamed in your delirium. Such a frightful dream, my love. Such a frightful dream. Oh, James, my darling, safe now.
Graves. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that I was the 4th inside passenger in the Phantom coach.
I'm going to adore it here, I really am.
Wait till you see inside. I mean, it's nothing posh, but comfortable. There's 2 bedrooms, 1 big and 1 small, and the big one's yours.
Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, look, hydrangeas in the middle of Africa.
Some parts of the transport are terribly English. Fatter, of course. Well, not all of it. There's copies and things. There are parts just like Surrey or Hampshire. Oh, I knew you'd like it. I knew. Come inside. Come and see Jane. Come and meet Alpheus. He does the garden and cooks.
Jimmy,
He's not a very good cook.
Darling, I'll be here now. I'll cook. Snapdragons.
Oh, you and your old flowers. Everything that grows in England grows in South Africa too, and a lot more besides. Remember me telling you about bougainvillea? Come on.
I didn't know they had such houses.
James Brooks was his name. He had been in South Africa for 3 years. Leaving England on an impulse, England and a girlfriend, he had come to seek his fortune in a city called Johannesburg that was said to be made of gold. Within a month, he had decided he might as well have stayed in Sheffield, for there was nothing African about Johannesburg. Then, the city got under his skin, and he saved and bought a small car and began to go on weekend safaris to the Hartbeespoort Dam, and once he even drove to Durban. He wrote 4 times a week to a girl called Jane. And when she finally left Southampton University with an upper second or a lower first or something in history, she flew from a grey United Kingdom into the hard, bright sunlight of Jan Smuts Airport. By this time, he had rented a cottage at a place called Kyalami, where they raced motor cars. And so began in earnest James Brooks' African adventure. The picture. Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight. Thanks, Alfie. Super thanks. Shall we have tea outside? Darling, would you like tea outside? Wait a minute, Alfie.
Oh, darling, it's all right. Don't fuss. We're inside now. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Alpheus.
I never met anyone called Alpheus before.
He's a nice bloke. Good in the garden, too, except he doesn't know the difference between flowers and weeds. What'll you do, Janie? Look for a job? Will you teach? I love you. 4 years.
I get work as soon as I can. I must pay back my fare.
Don't be silly.
I love you too.
Seems queer to be able to say it instead of instead of writing.
I know.
Will you marry me? I meant to wait a bit before asking you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it would have been, I don't know, more...
If I marry you, I won't have to pay you back my fare, will I?
No.
All right, I'll marry you. Sorry.
That's 15 cents you owe me for the milk jug. My dears. And that's how it went on that first day, the day she came to Africa. James Brooks found it quite impossible to sleep that first night. On 6 occasions at least, during the frog-croaking, cricket-singing night, he got up and padded to her door and listened to her sleeping. Sleeping a confused sleep of airliners and airports, blue oceans and green hills, a burnt brown place called the Transvaal that had existed for her only in a song. In her bright dreams, customs officials and smiling black people danced jigs with elephants and tigers, lions and giraffes, and 1,000 spear-carrying warriors sharpened their assegais and prepared to make Hollywood come true. Southampton had vanished. Her world had changed. In 6 weeks, they were married, and the second bedroom was turned into a study, and from there she wrote letters home, describing her exultation. Christmas came and went, and Jane Brooks grew brown in the sun and learned more Afrikaans in 4 months than her husband had managed in 3 years. The idyll lasted until April. Jane planted a cabbage patch and peas and began to make a compost heap. The idyll lasted until April.
So much for the Transvaal being dry at this time of the year. Oh, come on, Jimbo. You're jolly late. Better ring, I suppose. Those sharks have kept him late again.
The lid of the dustbin lay on the ground a few yards from the bin itself.
Going to be a storm. To 8. Come on, darling. Oh, here comes the rain. There's no wind.
Once again, the lid of the bin was off. This time, the contents of the bin had been disturbed. An empty cornflakes packet lay several feet away. A newspaper parcel of tea leaves had burst.
I told Alphys I want tea leaves for the compost.
And the girl replaced the lid once more, wondering vaguely how it had been knocked off. It was raining, yes, but there seemed to be little or no wind.
Be a dog or something. I'll watch from the bathroom. I must phone Jimmy. Jane Brooks? Hello? Jimmy! What? Oh, Oh, you poor love. Where? Of course not. You'd have all the wheels pinched if you left it. Oh, darling. Well, you mustn't leave the jacket home in the garage, must you? You won't. Oh, that's kind of them. How long do you think? Are you very hungry, darling? Yes. Yes. Oh, by the way, we've got a night visitor. I think it's a dog.
20 minutes later, Jane Brooks was crouched in the small, cramped bathroom, waiting with a flashlight at the window. She crouched. But nothing came. No dog. Nothing came at all while she waited for James, who had a puncture on the road from Johannesburg the night he forgot the car jack. Nothing came while she waited.
Oh, that's enough of that. Jimmy would think I was crazy. Oh, Jimmy. It's 9:20. You've had time to mend 20 flat tires.
Dog! Shit!
I wonder what it is.
What are you doing?
Jimmy.
Huh?
Were you asleep?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, darling, but it's back. The dog thing. Well, the dog thing. The lid's just come off again. I heard it. Oh, Jimmy, wake up.
I am awake.
You were going to sleep.
No, I wasn't. I was thinking. Put a rock on the lid. It can't have come off.
Well, it has.
Come on to... I'll go and see. He went out into the dripping night and found... Was off? The rock? The devil could do that.
How many times has it been there?
I don't know. When was it I got that puncture?
2 weeks ago. No, 3. It was a Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy, do you think we ought to put something down?
It's been about twice a week, isn't it? Oh, poison, you mean? You can't do that.
Well, if it is a hyena, like you say...
That's all I can think of. It can't be a dog, not even a wild one. Here, move over, you great fat lump. I'm getting fed up with it, I can tell you.
You're a wet.
Yes, well, it's raining. It's uncanny. He seems to know when we're waiting.
What do you mean?
Well, it never seems to come when we're watching.
It's not uncanny. It's just clever, that's all.
All right, it's clever then, same thing. I'll get Roger up tomorrow. Could maybe set a trap or something. I told him about it, you know. He said it could be a hyena. Sometimes do get them.
Maybe it's escaped from the zoo.
No, they'd know. Would have been in the papers. No, I'm not going to put poison down now. That's horrible.
Oh, it must be terribly hungry.
Look, no more food in the dustbin anyway. Nothing edible at all.
Well, I don't put anything. You know, he's never been at the compost heap. You'd think that's where he'd go, wouldn't you?
It's not a very nice diet, compost. It's the truth. And don't ever walk out there after dark, will you? Hyena's going to take your leg off as soon as look at you.
Charming. Don't worry, Jane, darling. South Africa's perfectly civilized. You're not coming to darkest Africa or anything. That's what you wrote to me.
Yeah, queer, isn't it? I've never known anything move as fast as... Better than night. We flashed the light almost before the lid hit the ground and... nothing. That's what I mean by uncanny. I don't understand how anything can go that fast.
Perhaps Roger could help. He knows all about traps and animals and things, doesn't he? And you're drying out now. But probably both get colds. You said it never rains in the winters here.
Well, it shouldn't. First year I was here, there was a terrible drought. Night, darling. Sleep well.
Morning, darling. 4 o'clock.
Blast. Still, we don't have to get up early. It's Saturday.
Poor hungry old thing. Coming grubbing in our dustbin.
Roger Cillier, who farmed at Mull's Drift, visited the cottage that next day. He was a hunter, a one-time warden of the Kruger National Park. He knew a lot about animals. It had to be an animal. He looked for spoor, but found nothing. The winter rain that shouldn't have been passed away, and the land became parched and dusty again. A month, 2 months passed. It was July, and the Brooks had forgotten their night visitor. Came the night of the new moon. Jane had just put out the light in the little round bedroom in the Kyle Army cottage.
Oh, gosh, it gets cold, doesn't it?
Love you.
Oh, no. It's back again.
Who cares? This time, neither of them bothered to replace the lid. The illuminated hands of the clock showed 3:30 when Jane Brooks went into the kitchen to get a glass of water.
Oh, the moon's so beautiful in South Africa. And it's stuffy. They must leave more windows open. Hello, Africa. Hello, world.
What's happened to her?
At the moment, Mr. Brooks, I don't know any more than you do. She suffered some kind of shock.
She doesn't even know me. She doesn't know anyone. She can't seem to... She walks about. She sees, but...
Mr. Brooks, sit down, please, won't you? This night when it happened, you say something knocked the lid off your dustbin outside your house. You've had this happen a lot of times, but...
Yes, but I mean nothing bitter or anything
like that. I know that. Now, this has happened many times, and you said you've often watched for it. Waited,
but we've never seen what did it, no. Look, the night it happened, the lid was knocked off. But it was hours later when she... Well, I think she went into the kitchen. Maybe she heard something, I don't know. I don't think so, because, you see, we decided not to bother about it anymore. And anyway, it had been there for ages. We put a rock on the bin at first, and then we didn't bother. We never put anything it could eat in there after the beginning. But what... Look,
Mrs. Brooks isn't frightened of animals.
She got frightened of animals, no, good heavens. She's never been scared of animals. Why?
Do you think she saw a hyena or something? Could it have been that? How could seeing a hyena frighten her? She wasn't. I mean, it wouldn't do that to her. How could a hyena frighten her to that extent?
From what I know of, I don't think a hyena could do it, no.
Oh, they're all very interested in her condition, as they call it. They're like ghouls. Well, there's another one of them coming from Cape Town tomorrow, someone called Sachs. Professor Sachs. Roger, look, was it a hyena?
I don't know.
But you looked.
I looked, man. Yes, I looked. But there wasn't a thing anywhere around.
I heard her screaming, and I went in there like a shot. It was bright moonlight. Like day it was, and there was nothing at all. Just the lid on the ground, like before.
I don't understand. Something to do with that to her. You're staying in Johannesburg now, aren't you, near the clinic?
Yeah. You know what I think? I think she's going to die.
Die? James, don't.
She is. She's not her anymore. She's gone.
Gone?
There's nothing in her eyes.
She's had some kind of a shock, James. You know what Rosen said.
But she's all empty. It's as if she's not there anymore. She just doesn't know me.
I feel very stupid about this, James. What can I say? I don't understand it. She saw something that frightened her. Well,
being frightened's one thing, but it's as if she's gone mad. And the doctors, they don't know what it is. He said, Rosen, it was like when people are shell-shocked in water.
How often did this thing happen? This business with a burn out of the cottage.
You all talk about that. It's got nothing to do with that. Has it?
I don't know. It might have. It happened the same night as the dog or hyena or whatever it was came.
But a long time after. I think someone was prowling about, going to break in or something. And when she saw him, he frightened the life out of her.
A human being wouldn't do that.
It sounded horrible when you said that.
What?
Human being.
If you aren't going to stay at your cottage, can I go out there for a few days?
Yeah, of course.
But good. I can take a while off. You've kept on your boy, you say. Can he make good scrambled egg, eh? Roger Cillier went to Kyalami and stayed for a week. He slept during most of the days and waited with a rifle inside the small bathroom during the hours of night. On the fifth night, Roger Cillier baited a spring trap. In the morning, nothing. He left the meat in the trap throughout the next day, and it began to stink. The flies feasted on it and grew fat and fell helpless, crawling in the winter sun. Came the seventh night, and Cillier decided to return to Johannesburg the following day. He decided the Englishwoman was merely neurotic, like most Englishwomen. Like most women come to that. He had read everything of interest of the cottage and was considering bed when the cricket stopped singing. When you have been a hunter and you have listened to a million crickets singing their endless arias throughout 1,000 nights, you wonder when they just cease for no apparent reason. Nothing, except the smell of rotten meat. You like lousy meat, whatever you are. And whatever you are, you move faster than lightning. Nothing more that night, though. In the morning, Cillier went back to his farm and then to Johannesburg. In the afternoon, he set up 3 cameras. Each had a flash attachment and a shutter speed of 1,000th of a second. He arranged them with a complex system of wires, one in the bougainvillea, one on the bathroom windowsill. and the third on the ground, its lens looking up at the dustbin. Before dark, he drove back into Johannesburg to see James Brooks, his wife.
Nothing. I don't know what to do. They can't help at all. They just keep her at the clinic under observation. They can't seem to suggest any treatment other than usual shock stuff. Do you know how long it's been? And she still doesn't know who I am. You're going back again?
You don't mind?
No. So what good will it do? Whatever it is too fast, Roger. You can't catch it, and if you're watching, it doesn't come. And even if you saw it, well, that wouldn't help Jane, would it? And anyway, what if the same thing happened to you?
A month passed. Cillier moved much of his belongings out to Kyalami and made himself comfortable. A bachelor, he had no one to answer to for his movements. His farm ran itself. He had a good staff. A month passed. Cillier read 8 novels, checked the cameras each morning, and grew a little bored. Jane Brooks remained the same. Her husband was told that if he could not think of some way to improve his work, he might lose his job. It was the beginning of September when Roger Cillier had the feeling that something was going to happen. He decided to watch that night. He had slept most of the others, leaving the camera's eyes to do their jobs. At 3:30, he went to get a gin. And that, of course, is when... But 3 small bombs of light had exploded in the darkness seconds before. Each camera had taken its impression of the rancid meat-eater. Negatives and fluid, bottles and magic, the miracle of photography. The first exposure yielded nothing but a blurred image of grass by night, something that might have been the west wall of the cottage and a bit of sky. The second print might have won an arty European photographic competition, Kyalami dustbin by night. The third print... The devil is it? Search me, man, I don't know. But whatever it is, the camera sees it and the naked human eye doesn't.
I'm a scientist, Mr. Cillier. As a doctor, I can't accept these
that old black kid. She's just the same, huh?
Yes, still the same.
I'm not trying to teach you your job, but can I make a suggestion that might help?
What?
Listen, I don't know whether you think it's too much of a risk. Rosen was not interested in the photographer's plan. Another month passed, and only these 2 men knew what the camera had seen. Jane Brooks was examined by 4 specialists, men from Switzerland, Germany, and Britain, as well as South Africa. No one knew what was the matter with her. There were many long textbook terms bandied about, but essentially her condition remained a mystery. And then, with her husband's permission and Rosen's reluctant cooperation, they arranged for Jane Brooks a slideshow. Jimmy, Dr. Rosen, I think this might just at least tell us if she saw this too.
Stay close by her, Mr. Brooks. It might distress her. All right.
What the millions of the lights on? Turn and see them all, whatever you do. For a moment, the white screen had been filled with a figure the like of which no man had ever seen before, like a hyena on its hind legs, dancing in the glare of the camera's flashing, night-splitting eye, a hyena with a hyena's body and a near man's face, a dawn man's face, hideous in its bestiality. The lips were drawn back in a snarl, a silent cry of defiance.
Darling, it's all right now. It's all right. Yes, yes, there. Please, darling, it's all right.
Within the month, James Brooks and his bride flew back to Europe. She was herself again, nervous and depressed perhaps, but essentially herself. And after a while, Rosen assured James that even this would pass. Roger Cillier, who was always of a morbid disposition, rented the Kyle Army cottage and lives there still. The picture was never shown again. There is no point in wasting words attempting to describe the indescribable. Subsequent research revealed that the cottage was built originally on the site of an Ndebele burial ground that dated back to before the white man came to Africa. The Brooks live in Torquay, England now. They have no wish to return to the Transvaal, which is a pity. It's very beautiful. Most of the time. Even beyond midnight. Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder.
When the signalman heard my voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box, with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came, but instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting over the railway line, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable about the man, the way he stood, something strange, perhaps uncanny, but certainly I would have termed such a thought mere imagination then. I know now what was remarkable about that man, and even though years have passed, I still see his figure, foreshortened and shadowed, down in the deep trench, my figure high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all.
Hello, below! Is there any path by which I may come down and speak with you?
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Now, ladies, we're speaking about Biotex in this series of programs, and Mrs. E.B. Granger of Gordon Road, Heathfield in the Cape wrote to say that she decided to try our Biotex just to see if it lived up to our claims. And she said, I bought a packet, and lo and behold, it actually did just what the advert said. I'm so proud of the children's white shirts, the hankies, and the underwear that I want to say it will be Biotex for me every washing day from now on. Some of my family's accessories were left with slight stains, but now, thanks to Biotex soaking, they come out white, and the stains do go away, as you say. Now, that is the statement from Mrs. Granger of Heathfield of the Cape, and it bears out what we have been saying to you ladies ever since Biotex first came on the market. We said to you, it is different to any washing product that you've ever used before. We claim that the stubborn stains will vanish, and people like Mrs. Granger bear out our claims. Remember, Biotex.
I climbed down and approached the man. He stood now with his left hand at his chin, his right hand across his breast. His post was in as solitary and dismal place as ever I saw. There was an earthy, deadly smell, and little sunlight penetrated down to the line and signal box. The gloomy entrance of the black tunnel yawned. I stopped a few feet in front of the man, and suddenly he stepped back and raised his right hand. There was something in the man that daunted me.
This is a lonesome post to occupy. A visitor, I should think, must be a rarity, yes? I looked down from up yonder and felt a need to come down. Signal boxes have always riveted my attention.
He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth.
The light is in your charge, is it not?
Don't you know it is? A monstrous thought came into my mind. This was a spirit, not a man. I stepped back, but then I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me.
You look at me as if you had a dread of me.
I was doubtful whether I'd seen you before.
Where?
There. By the light.
There? My good fellow, what should I do there? Well, however, be that as it may, I never was there. You may be sure of that. I've always had a fascination for railways and their workings. If it would not disturb you, may I prevail upon you to show me over your box?
Of course, sir. Come this way, sir, come this way.
Thank you.
Come this way, sir, please. Manual labor I have next to none. I have to trim those lights, turn that iron handle now and then. Many long, dreary hours I have to spend here, so I occupy my time working at fractions and equations, problems, you know.
Is it necessary for you always to remain in this damp air down here? Even in this signal box with a fire aglow, it is somehow oppressive. Can you never rise into the sunshine?
Well, that depends upon times and circumstances.
I see.
Under some conditions, there will be less upon the line than under others. In bright weather, I go up for a change. Certain hours of the day and night, I'm freer than others. But at all times, I'm liable to be called by my electric bell.
Forgive me, but you appear better educated than your station in life calls for. I mean no offense.
When I was younger, I was a student of natural philosophy. I attended lectures, but it all came to nothing. I ran wild and was sent down. I've never risen again. But I've made my bed, sir, and now I must lie on it. It is too late to make another.
Acceptance of things for what they are. There is something to that. You almost make me believe that I have met a contented man.
I used to be. But I'm troubled, sir. I'm troubled.
Oh? With what? What is your trouble?
It is very difficult to impart. Very, very difficult to speak of. If you ever make another visit, I will try to tell you.
But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?
I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on guard at 10 tomorrow night.
I'll come at 11.
I'll show you my white light. That is, till you found the way. When you have found it, don't call out. And when you're at the top, don't call out.
Very well.
Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, hello, below there, tonight?
Heaven knows. I cried something to that effect.
No, not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well.
Well, I spoke thus because I saw you below and wished to attract your attention.
For no other reason?
What other reason could I possibly have?
You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?
No.
Oh, good night, sir. Oh, may I inquire your name? Mine is William Benby.
Mine is Charles Dickens.
There was something singularly peculiar about the man. Of this I was sure. And I could hardly wait the time before I could speak with him again. That he was well educated, there was no doubt. That he feared something or someone very greatly, there was no doubt either. There was something tortured about him. While we talked that first night, he was several times interrupted by the little bell and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand and display a flag as a train passed. Once or twice, while he was speaking, he turned and watched the bell, and his face drained of all color when it did not ring. I was punctual to my appointment the next night.
Good night, sir. My hand.
Good night to you, sir. And here's mine.
I have made up my mind, sir, that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. Oh, please be seated.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I took you for someone else yesterday night. That troubles me.
That mistake?
No. That's someone else.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Like me?
I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the left arm is waved, violently waved. This way. For pity's sake, clear the way. One moonlight night, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and he cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure.
Hello! Below there! Look out! Look out! What's wrong? What has happened? Where? Hello! Below there! Look out!
The figure just stood in the blackness outside the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered if it keeping the sleeve before the eyes. I ran up to it and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away when it was gone.
Into the tunnel?
No. I ran into the tunnel 500 yards. I stopped and held my lamp above my head and saw the figures of the measured distance and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again, faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me, and I looked all around the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder atop of it, and then I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
All well. All well.
An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
All well. All well.
An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
This figure must have been a deception of your senses, a deception of your sense of sight. Figures such as you describe sometimes originate in the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye. As to the imaginary voice, well, the wind, dear sir, the wind which sometimes sounds, well, in this unnatural valley, think...
That is all very well. I know about the wind and telegraph wires. I pass many long nights here, alone and watching, but But I beg to remark, sir, that I've not finished my story.
I ask your pardon.
Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood.
Now, an effective spray-on furniture polish that gives a wax shine instantly. Johnson's Pledge. Just spray on, and your duster becomes a magnet. Picks up every speck of dust in seconds. Pledge dusts, cleans, deep waxes quickly, easily. And new, deeper wax formula Pledge will protect your furniture longer. Buy Johnson's Pledge Aerosol today.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soak stubborn stains away.
Clean, everything soon will be clean, for all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood. This was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock when, one morning, as day was breaking, I, standing at that door, looked towards the red light and saw the spectre again.
Did it cry out?
No, it was silent.
Did it wave its arm?
No. It leaned against the shaft of the light, with both hands before the face like this. Like an action of mourning I've seen in stone figures on tombs.
Did you go up to it?
I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was all around me, and the ghost had gone.
Ghost?
That very day, as the train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side a confusion of hands and heads. I saw it just in time to signal the driver, "Stop." He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here, 150 yards or so. A beautiful young lady had died instantly in one of the compartments, and she was brought in here to the box and laid there on the floor between us. True, sir. True. Precisely as it happened. So I tell it you. Now, sir, mark this and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since, it has been there now and again by fits and starts.
At the light?
At the danger light.
What does it seem to do?
Like this.
For pity's sake, clear the way.
For pity's sake, clear the way. For pity's sake, clear the way.
I have no peace or rest from it. It calls to me.
Below there! Look out! Below there! Look out! For pity's sake, clear the way.
It calls for many minutes together, in an agonized way. It rings my little bell.
I remember. Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door?
Twice.
Oh, I see how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell. And if I'm a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except in the course of natural physical things, when it was rung by the station communicating to you.
I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with a man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell that it derives from nothing else. And I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you fail to hear it, but I heard it.
And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out?
It was there.
Both times?
Both times. Will you come to the door and look with me now?
Well... I saw the danger light in the dismal mouth of the tunnel. The high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were stars in the sky.
Do you see it?
No. It is not there.
Agreed.
By this time, sir, you will fully understand that what troubles me greatly is, what does the spectre mean?
I do not know.
What is its warning against? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before, but surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?
At this, the poor man pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. I could think of nothing to say, nothing to put courage into him.
If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I can give no reason for it. I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. Can you imagine? This is the way it would work.
Danger! Take care!
What's danger? Where?
I don't know, but for pity's sake, take care!
They would say I'd gone mad and they would displace me. What else could they do?
His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man, oppressed beyond endurance by a responsibility involving life.
When it first stood under the danger light, why not tell me how it might be averted? Why not tell me where the accident was to happen, if it had to happen? When, on the second coming, it hit his head, why not tell me instead she's going to die? Tell them to keep her at home. If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, a poor signalman, on this solitary station, why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act?
Bendy, William, you cannot blame yourself for anything. You must not become so agitated. Whoever so thoroughly discharges his duty as you do must do well. It must needs be comfort to you to know full well that you understand your duty perfectly. The fact remains, I know that you do not understand these confounded appearances, but you must not take on so. I will not insult you by trying to reason you out of your belief.
Thank you, sir.
I left him at 2 o'clock that morning. I'd offered to stay the night, but he would not hear of it. As I climbed the path up, I looked down to the red light. I did not like it. I knew full well I should not sleep sound if my bed were under it. Nor did I like the two sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I wondered how I ought to act. I knew the man to be painstaking, vigilant, and although in an inferior position, he held a most important trust. How long, with his mind as it was, would he remain to execute this trust with precision, I wondered. I resolved to accompany him to the wisest medical man in those parts and to take his opinion. Something told me that it would be most treacherous to communicate all that the signalman had told me to his superiors. It might well cost him his living. A change in his time of duty would come round next night, he had informed me. He would be off an hour or two after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, a half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me quickly passed when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw that this appearance of a man was a man. There was a little group of men standing further away, and this first one seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made, the gesture the signalman had described so vividly. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft, a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. I descended the path with all the speed I could muster.
Hello! Hello! What is the matter? What has happened?
Signalman, killed this morning, sir.
Not the man belonging to that box.
Yes, sir.
Not the man I knew.
You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him.
He raised the tarpaulin cowering from the small structure I had observed from above.
His face is quite composed.
How did this happen?
He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better, but somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. H struck the light and had the lamp in his hand, and as the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom.
Well, coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir, I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass. Well, there was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. But as he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off. And as we were running down upon him, I called to him as loud as I could call.
What did you say?
Say, sir? Why, I said, below there. Look out. For pity's sake, clear the way. I never left off calling to him, sir. I put my arm before my eyes so as not to see, and I waved this arm right to the last. But it was no use.
Let's play some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and...
Atlantic pretty often. I have my favorite ships, you see, and I have a habit of waiting for certain vessels I favor. It may be prejudice, but I was only cheated out of a good passage once in my life. I remember it very well. It was one June, and the Kamchatka was a ship I always loved to travel on. I say was, because she emphatically no longer is. She's uncommonly clean in the run aft. She has enough bluffing off in the bows to keep her dry, and the lower berths, most of them double. She has a lot of advantages, but I won't cross that duck pond in her again. Why? You'll find out. You'll find out the terror that was curtained in the upper berth on the June crossing of the Atlantic that year, when all the drowned souls who ever were endeavored to drag me beyond midnight. Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Since Biotex appeared on the market, we've had many endorsements from time to time, and these can be seen in our office. I am broadcasting some of these to you, and will do so as they come to hand. Mrs. M.V. Krauser of Fifth Avenue, Promptown, Natal, wrote and said, "Here's a letter from me of appreciation to the makers of Biotex. I am highly satisfied with Biotex and have introduced my friends to your product, and so far there has not been one complaint that it does not live up to the claims you make for it. I have two sons aged 2.5 and 1 year. The elder boy gets filthy dirty, and his clothes are pretty much the worse for wear at the end of the day. The baby naturally drags himself about, and his little diapers become very black and dirty at the end of each day, too. The point I'm trying to make with you is that every night I soak these diapers and the elder child's clothing in Biotex, and in the morning, all I have is a slight rubbing and rinsing, and that's it. The name again is Biotex."
Lower berth, please. The steward took my portmanteau, greatcoat, and rug. I shall never forget the expression on his face. I supposed at the time, as he led me into the lower regions, that the steward had had a little grog, but I said nothing and followed him. 105 was on the port side, well aft. There was nothing remarkable about the cabin. The lower berth was double. There was the usual washing apparatus. The folded blankets looked like large buckwheat cakes. The general air was one of desolation, I remember.
I'll try and make you as comfortable as I can, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. So, well, I hope it'll be a good crossing for you.
Well, one passage across the Atlantic very much like another. Whales and icebergs are always indeed objects of interest. But after all, one whale is very much like another whale. One rarely sees an iceberg at close quarters.
I agree, sir. No, one don't.
I must say, I'm not looking forward to the first day at sea. People pace the decks and stare at one. Everything's uncertain. No one knows whether the food's going to be good or bad or indifferent. Seasickness. No, I don't like the first day. Not that I'm generally sick, but new sailors, you know.
Yeah.
sir. If everything... Yes, thanks very much. I'm sure you want to go and look after more passengers now. Oh, thank you, sir. Pleasant trip. I had the funny feeling, even then, that he was thinking me a queer fish. I don't know why. I also felt he didn't like number 105. But I mean, he wasn't going to live in it. I wasn't very keen either, but it didn't worry me unduly. I wasn't very pleased to find I was to have a companion, I have to admit. Before I'd been long in bed that night, he came in too. He was very tall, very pale, very thin, with sandy hair and whiskers. He was overdressed and a bit odd. I didn't like him and made up my mind I'd give him a miss whenever possible. If he rose early, I decided I would rise late, and vice versa. Anyway, I was pretty tired that first night. And perhaps the cabin wouldn't be so bad after all, I thought.
Fine morning, and it's not a fine morning. I don't think it's much of a morning myself.
Well, no, it's not a very fine, must admit. You're the doctor, aren't you? My name's Brisbane.
It's just what I call ugly weather. Yes, I'm the doctor. How do you do?
How do you do? Very cold last night, I thought. However, when I looked, I found the porthole was wide open. Hadn't noticed it when I went to bed. Cabin was damp, too.
Damp? Whereabouts are you?
105. Why?
100...
Whatever's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Only, it's just that everybody's complained of that cabin for the last 3 trips.
Oh, well, I shall complain, too. It certainly hasn't been properly aired. It's a shame.
Look, I don't believe it can be helped. You see, I believe there's something...
what?
Well, it's not my business to frighten passengers.
Oh, you needn't be afraid of frightening me. I can stand any amount of damp. If I get a cold, I shall come to you.
It's not so much the damp. However, I dare say you'll get along very well. You have a roommate?
The deuce of a fellow who bolts out during the night and leaves the door open. Doctor, you keep staring at me.
Did he come back, this fellow?
Yes. I was asleep, but I woke up and heard him moving. Then I felt cold and went to sleep again. This morning I found the porthole open.
Look here. I don't care much for the ship. I don't care a rap for a reputation. I tell you what I'll do. I have a good-sized cabin up here. I'll share it with you, though I don't know you from Adam.
That's very good of you. Really, I mean, I think even now the cabin could be aired and cleaned out or something. Why don't you care for the ship?
We're not superstitious in our profession, sir. But the sea makes people so. I don't want to prejudice you, and I don't want to frighten you. But if you'll take my advice, you'll move in with me. I'd as soon see you overboard as know that you or any other man was asleep in 105.
Good gracious. Why?
Just because on the last 3 trips, the people who have slept there actually have gone overboard.
I was sure the doctor wasn't pulling my leg, but I was resolute all the same. I told him that even if 3 people had gone overboard, I was going to prove the exception. At breakfast that morning, I noticed that 1 or 2 of the officers looked grave. When I'd finished my meal, I left the dining room. I was informed by the steward that the captain of all people wanted to see me. I went toward the captain's cabin and found him waiting for me.
Sir, I want to ask a favor of you.
Do anything to oblige you?
Your roommate has disappeared. He's known to have turned in early last night. Did you notice anything extraordinary in his manner?
You don't mean to say he's gone overboard?
I think he has.
He's the 4th, then. And I told the captain what the doctor had told me. He seemed annoyed. Then I told him what had occurred in the night. He was shocked and looked very grave.
What you say coincides almost exactly with what was told me by the roommates of the 2 of the others who disappeared from 105. They bolt out and down the passage. 2 of them were seen to go overboard by the watch. Nobody, however, saw or heard the man who was lost last night.
The others, you searched, of course?
Of course. We stopped and lowered the boats, but we found nothing. Now, sir, I beg you not to mention this to any of the other passengers. I don't want the ship to get a bad name, and nothing hangs about the ocean going like stories of suicides. You shall have the choice of the officers' cabins, including mine, for the rest of the trip. Is that a bargain?
Yes, but I shan't move, thank you. If the steward will just take that unfortunate man's things out, I'll stay where I am. You'd have no fear that I'll follow him.
I'd rather...
Thank you, Captain. I'd rather stay where I am. Just 1 or 2 small things. I'd like the room cleaned and aired. I'd like the fastening with the port looked into. The thing was open this morning. Maybe the catch is loose or something.
Of course, you've every right to stay where you please, but... Oh, well, hang it, men. I wish you'd let me lock the place up and have done with it.
Towards evening, I met the doctor again, and he asked me whether I'd changed my mind. I told him I had not. He didn't say much, just...
You will, before long.
Wax with the detergent-proof formula won't wash off. It's detergent resistant. Rally gives sure wax protection that's deep and long-lasting. And the finish is fast, very fast. Johnson's Rally Car Wax in liquid or paste form.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or 2 you'll find as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soaks stubborn stains away.
Clean, clean, everything soon will be clean, clean, for all the world to see. Soak, soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Yes, sir. What the deuce do you mean, you scoundrel? Leaving the port open every night. That's against the regulations. Do you realize if the ship heeled and water started to come in, 10 men couldn't shut it? I'm going to report you to the captain for endangering the ship.
Sir?
Well?
If you please, sir, there's nobody on board as can keep that porthole shut. You can try it yourself, sir. I ain't staying on this ship any longer once she docks, sir. If I was you, sir, I'd just clear out and go and sleep with a surgeon or something.
I don't want to sleep with a surgeon.
Try the port now, sir. Wait, sir. There, sir. Try it now, sir. It's fast.
Right.
Yes, sir. But I'll wager my reputation as an A1 steward that within half an hour that thing will be open again.
If I find it open in the night, I'll give you a $5. It's not possible.
$5, did you say, sir? Oh, thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Pleasant repose and all manner of enchanting dreams, sir. Night, sir.
I slept. I awoke startled. Sometime in the small hours, I felt the draft. I got out of my bunk and stood. The port was again wide open. It was then I thought I heard someone or something moving behind the closed curtains in the upper berth. I thrust in my hands to see if there was anyone in the upper berth. There was someone. It was as if I was plunging my hands into a damp cellar. The air was full of the smell of stagnant seawater. I laid hold of something that had the shape of a man's arm, but was smooth and wet and icy cold, and then the creature sprang violently forward against me. A clammy, oozy mass hit against me. It was heavy and wet and seemed endowed with supernatural strength. Then the creature rushed to the door and out. Creeping horror had taken hold of me. But I examined the upper berth once more. By the light of the railway reading light I always carry with me. The bed had been slept in. The smell of the sea was strong, but the bedding was as dry as bone. I did not sleep anymore. I waited for the porthole to open again. It didn't. Doctor, you're quite right. There is something wrong about 105, and that's an understatement.
Thought you'd change your mind. Had a bad night, huh? You want to pick me up? Have a capital recipe.
No, thank you. But I would like to tell you what happened.
Come to my place.
peculiar thing was I couldn't get the blasted port closed. I struggled and actually bent the brass fittings before I finally got it to stay.
Bring your bags here. Stay with me.
No. You come and take half of my cabin for a night. Help me get to the bottom of this thing.
You'll get to the bottom of something else if you try.
What?
The bottom of the sea. I'm leaving this ship. It's not canny.
You won't help me then?
Not I. It's my business to cure passengers' ailments, not monkey about with ghosts and things.
You really believe it is a ghost?
Have you any reasonable explanation of these things to offer? No, you have not. You say you'll find an explanation. Well, I tell you won't, sir, because there isn't one.
My dear sir, can you tell me as a man of science that these things can't be explained?
I can tell you, and I do. And even if they could be explained, I would not be concerned with that explanation.
I've made up my mind to spend another night in 105. If the doctor wouldn't join me, I was determined to have the captain. Consequently, I told him the whole story. I said that if no one would spend the night with me, I would ask leave to have the light burning all night and would try it alone. The captain fell for my ploy.
Look here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show you a watch myself. We'll just see what happens. Then maybe some fellow skulking on board who steals a passage by frightening the people on this ship. It's just possible that there may be something queer in the carpentering of that berth.
Then I suggest, Captain, we take with us the ship's carpenter and make a thorough examination of the whole cabin.
Certainly, we will.
We did that. We took the cabin bit by bit completely to pieces. We found nothing in the least bit extraordinary. As we were finishing our work, the steward, Robert, looked in.
Well, sir, did you find anything, sir?
You were right about the porthole, Robert. Here we are.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, begging your pardon, sir, I'm a plain man, sir. But it's my belief you'd better turn out your things and let the carpenter here run half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of this cabin. There's been 4 lives lost out of here to my own remembrance. And that in 4 trips. Better give it up, sir. Better give it up.
I'll try it for one more night.
Put your signature to that, Mr. Brisbane? Yes, sir. You see, I cannot afford to laugh at the affair. Your signature to this writing, telling what we're about to do, is at least proof that another responsible man believed that something queer was happening in room 105 this crossing. Well, if both of us are all right after this night and we do observe or experience anything uncanny, then you and I together will fill in our experiences and emotions. If nothing happens tonight, we'll try it again tomorrow and the next day. Now, suppose we put your portmanteau before the door. One of us can sit on it. Nothing can get out then. Is the port screwed down? Yes. I like the reading lantern that you suggest. And now we can see well into the upper berth. And I shall sit before the door. I searched thoroughly. There's nothing in here save ourselves. Nothing at all. It's impossible for any human being to get in. Or for any human being to open the port. All right. If we see anything now, it must be either imagination or something supernatural. First time it happened was in March. The person who slept here in the upper berth turned out to have been a lunatic. He'd taken this passage without the knowledge of his friends. Rushed out in the night and threw himself overboard before the officer of the watch could stop him. His suicide was accounted for on the grounds of his insanity. I've never heard of such a thing ever occurring before or after or in any other ship. Well, on the very trip... What are you looking at? I could not reply. My eyes were riveted upon the porthole. loosened. Look at it, it's loosened. I couldn't turn it. Just with my hand. The queer thing is that the second man who was lost was supposed to have gone through that porthole. The weather was very heavy. There was an alarm that one of the ports was open as the sea was coming in. Down here we found the whole cabin flooded. The water poured in every time the ship rolled. Ever since then, the place smells of seawater. On my word, I can smell it now, can't you? Yes. To smell like this, the place must be damp. And yet when the carpenter examined it this morning, it seemed perfectly dry. Why? How did that bolt and port come loose, Captain? I saw it move. Hello. How did... My reading lantern, which had been placed in the upper berth, was extinguished. Most extraordinary. What? The port! It's no good. Wait. Stick. To the ring and... No good. Nothing can close it. Nothing. I'm as good. Brisbane, there's something in the upper berth. Hold the door. He won't escape us, whatever it is. No, wait. And I flung myself across that cabin and seized something which lay in the upper berth. There was something ghostly, horrible beyond words, and it moved in my grip. It was like the body of a man long drowned, and yet it moved and had the strength of 10 men living. Dead white eyes seemed to stare at me out of the dusk. The putrid odor of rank seawater was about it. Shiny hair hung in foul, wet curls over its face. I was wrestling with a dead thing. It wound its corpse's arms around my neck, the living death that was overpowering me. Time on that cabin floor. The thing, whatever it was, could only have gone one way out, through the port. I revived the captain. He wasn't hurt, but badly stunned. There's nothing more. The carpenter ran a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of 105. And if ever you take a passage on the Kamchatka, you may ask for a berth in that cabin. You'll be told that it is engaged. It is engaged by something that's dead. I finished the trip in the surgeon's cabin. The captain never sailed again on that ship, although it is still running. I shall never sail her either. You see, I saw a ghost, if that's what the thing was. It was dead anyway. I believe that somehow that poor wretch who flung himself overboard, the first one, the lunatic, I believe he's condemned until that ship sails the Atlantic for the last time to sleep in the upper berth and hurl himself to his drowning death at night, every night.
some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Past 9.
The last stragglers were leaving Mariner's Waxworks. The uniformed attendants, glad that another day's work was over, were locking up. On the second floor of the old grey building, the manager, a stout, blond man of smart appearance, was talking to one Raymond Hewson, who looked anything but smart. His clothes, although good once, were showing distinct signs of their owner's losing battle with the world.
There's nothing new in your request. In fact, we refuse it to many people. Young bloods have often made bets, but we don't play ball. We've nothing to gain and something to lose by letting people spend the night in our murderer's den.
A night in the murderer's den. That's what Raymond Hewson, the man in the shabby clothes, was after. Why? You'll find out. The Waxworks. I must earnestly beseech you not to listen to this Beyond Midnight alone.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore, Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
We certainly have nothing to gain. If I allowed it and let some young idiot lose his senses, what would be my position?
But, of course, your being a journalist somehow, that alters the case.
Well, I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose.
No. But one imagines them to be sensible, responsible people. Besides, here we have something to gain. Publicity and advertisement.
Exactly. And there I thought we might come to terms.
Oh, I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? It used to be said years ago that Madame Tussauds would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. And I hope you don't think we've made any such offer. Now, what's your paper?
Well, I'm freelancing at the moment, working on space for 2 or 3 papers. But, I don't think I'll have any trouble in getting this story published. Do you? Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with Mariner's murderers. No live paper could turn it down.
How do you propose to treat it?
Well, I'll make it gruesome, of course, but with just a saving touch of humour.
I see. All right, Mr. Houston. Get your story published in the Echo, and there's a £5 note waiting for you here when you care to come and call for it. I'd like to be sure about you, though. And I'd like you to be sure about yourself. I must confess that I wouldn't spend a night in Murderer's Den. I've seen those figures dressed and undressed. I know all about their process of manufacture. I can walk about in company downstairs as if I were walking among so many skittles. But I'd hate to sleep alone down there amongst them.
Why?
I don't know. There isn't any reason. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts. Even if I did, I'd expect them to haunt the scenes of their crimes or the place where their bodies were laid, not a cellar which just happens to contain their waxwork effigies. It's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night. They seem to stare so. Well, after all, they do represent the lowest and most appalling forms of humanity. Now, I wouldn't admit this publicly, of course, but the people who come to see our murderers aren't generally charged with the highest motives themselves. No, the whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant. And if you're susceptible to atmosphere, I warn you, you're in for a very uncomfortable night.
Well, sir, I'm imaginative, I think. I am probably susceptible to atmosphere, as you put it. But it's a good idea. And I have a wife and family to support. Been a bit unlucky lately, in the job stakes, you know. And, we're living on my savings, which aren't great. But after all, they are only waxworks, aren't they?
You're not superstitious?
No, I don't think so.
But you just said that you have an imagination. As a journalist, you'd need a reasonably strong one, after all.
The editors I've worked for have often complained I haven't any.
All right. I think the last of the people have gone. Now, wait a minute. I'll give orders that the figures haven't to be draped. I'll let the night people know you're going to be there, too. One condition, I'm afraid, I must impose on you. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down in the murderer's den this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there weren't very many people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. All right. A night with Mariner's murderers you want. A night with Mariner's murderers you shall have.
In the passage at the bottom of the stairs were a few preliminary horrors. A rack taken from a medieval castle, relics of the Inquisition, branding irons, thumbscrews. Beyond was the passage into the murderer's den. The Waxworks. Fertel, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in his diabolical act. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson. There was Lefroy, who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman, and Charles Peace, sneering across a gangway at Norman Thorne. Brown and Kennedy, the 2 most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mahon.
Oh, no, that's Crippen. I expect you recognize him. Insignificant little beast. Looks as if he couldn't turn on a worm. Oh, there's Armstrong. Looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? And, of course, who's this? Oh, yes, I was coming to him. He's our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch who hasn't been hanged.
The figure Hewson had indicated was that of a small, slight man, not more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed moustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in his appearance but it reminded Hewson of a stage caricature. Who is he?
That is Dr. Burdett.
Oh. Don't think I've... Well, somehow the name's familiar, but I forget...
Well, you'd remember better if you were a Frenchman. For some long while, that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat cutting by night, when the fit was on him. He killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill. And always the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police on his track. Now, one clue led to another, and before long they knew they were on the track of the Parisian equivalent of Jack the Ripper. They had enough evidence to send him to the madhouse or the guillotine on 12 capital charges.
And they caught him then?
No. Our friend was too clever for them, even then. When he realized the net was closing, he just vanished. Disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever since the police of every civilized country had been searching for him.
Oh, where can he have possibly gone to? I mean, with such a hunt on for him...
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Did himself in, obvious. But in such a way that prevented his body coming to light. Now, 1 or 2 crimes of a smaller, though similar nature have taken place since he disappeared, but he's believed to be dead. The experts think the crimes, in a sense, are, the actions of imitators.
Look at his eyes.
Yes, that little figure's a masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you, don't you?
Sort of, yes.
Well, that's excellent realism, then.
What do you mean?
Mesmerism.
Pardon?
Burdett practiced mesmerism. He was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them.
Oh.
Indeed, had he not done so, it's difficult to believe how so small a man could have done his ghastly work.
He's very small, isn't he? Doesn't look very strong or anything.
Well, there were never any signs of a struggle. There's an armchair here for you, Mr. Hewson. It's the best we can do for you, I'm afraid. I hope you'll be able to get some sleep. Mr. Hewson. Mr. Hewson.
I
thought... Yes?
Well, I thought, just then, I thought I saw the doctor, Burdett. Silly, but, I thought I saw him move.
Keep your home sweet with country fresh atmosphere in every room. Keep Airwick handy. Airwick is the air freshener that actually knocks odors right out of the air. It doesn't just mask them with heavy scent. Airwick is the modern air freshener in economical bottle or a smart aerosol. Get Airwick. It makes breathing a little nicer.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Imagination. Silly, but... Well, I could have sworn... Just for a second.
You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I'm afraid. But you won't be locked in. You can come upstairs when you've had enough of it. There are watchmen on the premises, so you'll find company. But don't be alarmed if you hear them moving about. I'm sorry I can't give you any more light, but all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep the place as gloomy as possible.
Yes.
And now I think you'd better return with me to the office for a tot of whiskey before your night's vigil.
Yes, well, for a start, I don't think we'll ever have my armchair facing friend Burdett. Yeah, I think I like him a lot less than the others.
uncannily like human beings that the stillness and the silence seemed unnatural, ghastly even. Hewson missed the sound of breathing, the rustling of clothes, the 101 minute noises one hears when even the deepest silence has fallen upon a crowd. The air was as stagnant as water at the bottom of a standing pool. Not a breath in the chamber to stir a curtain or rustle a hanging drapery or start a shadow.
Must be like this at the bottom of the sea. Have to work that into the story somehow. Like the bottom of the sea. Sinister lot, I must say. Even Armstrong doesn't look quite such a harmless country gentleman now. Still, they're only waxworks.
All would be well, thought Hewson. Yet somehow, what prevented him most of all from feeling absolutely comfortable was the knowledge that Dr. Burdett was directly behind him. He knew, in fact, that the little Frenchman's waxen stare was directed at the back of his neck. He itched with a desire to turn round.
Come on. My nerves have started already. If I turn and look at that dressed-up dummy, it'll be an admission of funk.
It's because you're afraid that you won't turn and look at him.
Rubbish. Not afraid at all.
Yes, you are.
Rot. Complete and utter rot. Afraid? A lot of waxworks.
Not of a lot of waxworks. Just one. Dr. Burdett.
French fool. Not so healthy now, is he?
Look at his eyes.
Don't want to see his eyes.
All the same, he had to eventually have a quick look round at Dr. Burdett.
Only a waxwork like the rest of them. They're all only waxworks.
All the same, he took another quick look behind him. Now, it did not worry Hewson too much, because it was, after all, only his imagination. But there seemed to be a subtle change in the grouping of the figures around Dr. Burdett. Or was it Dr. Burdett himself? Looking to the front of him, he looked at Crippen. Again, he had the slight feeling that something, somewhere, was a bit different. Crippen seemed, for instance, to have turned 1 degree to the left.
Must have moved my chair a bit. Not Crippen. It was me who moved.
And just then, the waxwork of grey moved a hand. At least Hewson thought the hand moved. Just for his own peace of mind, Raymond Hewson gave the waxen figure a little poke. Wax. No more, no less. Lifeless, lifelike wax.
They tell me, the editors, I've no imagination. Better make some notes. Deathly silence. Unearthly stillness of the figures.
And then he turned suddenly and looked over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say,
"It wasn't I."
Of course it wasn't you. Wasn't any of you.
And then he looked back, and Crippen seemed to have shifted his position slightly.
Can't trust that little beggar. Can't trust any of them. Once you take your eyes off them, they move. Not good enough, this isn't. I reckon I'm going. Not going to spend a night with a lot of waxworks who move when you aren't looking at them. Oh, Hewson, please. can't move. What are you thinking of?
He encountered the mild, baleful stare of Burdett.
Almost got you that time, Crippen. All the rest of you, too. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Smash you! Experienced enough already to write my story. 10 stories for that matter. Yeah. Morning echo. Wouldn't know how long I'd stayed if I cleared out now. As long as the story's good. Yes. That watchman up there. He'd pull my leg all right. And perhaps the manager wouldn't give me the $5 or $2. Find out all right how long I was here from the watchman. Rose will laugh about this, I tell her. You asleep, Rose girl, or awake thinking of me? Can't have Rose laughing at me. Kids will pull my leg too. Yeah. Nothing worse than having someone's breathing. Someone was breathing. Well, it wasn't me. They knew I was listening then. And then they stopped. Yes, they did. This is too much. Bad enough when they move, when I'm not looking. But I'm not having the beggars breathing, too. No, this won't do. I am Raymond Hewson, unsuccessful journalist, but a living and breathing man. And these figures grouped around me are only dummies. Dummies! What does it matter if they're lifelike? Wax and sawdust for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking tourists. Ha!
Then the gaze of Dr. Burdett urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn.
Huh?
Hewson stared into those dreadful, hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth, at first set into a grin of terror, lifted at the corners into a snarl.
You moved, Blasty. Yes, you did. I saw you. I saw you. Good evening.
Dr. Burdett's movements were quite leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing movements of a lady alighting from a bus.
I need hardly tell you that not until I overheard the conversation between yourself and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous? My dear, have no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible little effigies suddenly come to life. I am Dr. Burdett himself. Pardon me, but... Steve, let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to the building this evening when I saw a policeman regarding me, thought too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow me and perhaps ask embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. Inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat, which you may all be wearing, donned it, hid my effigy behind the platform at the back there, and took its place on the pedestal. I own I have spent the most fatiguing evening. The world is divided into collectors and non-collectors. The collectors collect anything according to their own individual tastes. I collect throats.
And the doctor regarded Hewson's throat with interest mingled with disfavor.
My activities of late have been curtailed. I am glad, though, of the pleasant opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. I should never have selected you from choice, of course. No, I like men with thick necks. Thick red necks. This is a little French razor. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. It does not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment, you shall see for yourself. I shall ask you the little civil question of all polite barbers. Does the razor suit you, sir? You will have the goodness to raise your chin a little. Thank you. And a little more, just a little more. Thank you. Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci.
Over one end of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass, which, by day, let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs, and this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired by the crowds who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the center gangway, Hewson sat still, leaning far back in his armchair. His chin was up-tilted, as if he were expecting to receive attention from a barber, and although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor indeed anywhere upon his whole body, he was cold and quite dead. His previous employers were wrong in having him credited with no imagination. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only a waxwork.
Scarlet willy-willy seeds into a barbaric necklace. The man was idly looking through a basket of unmounted photographic prints. The drooping branches of the hull tree shut out the glare of the late afternoon sun, and the fluttering leaves were backgrounded by a purple-blue horizon, from which long lines of white surf came rolling in, curling nearer and nearer, until they washed softly up the sand to the line of rocks. The man continued to toss the prints over idly. Suddenly he stopped and bent forward. He bent forward over one of them. His expression was at first one of amazement. This changed into fear, and then disbelief illumined his face as he turned to the woman. "Where did you get this one?" This is a true story. I shall not name the person who recounted it to me. I have no proof of its authenticity. I merely offer it to you as something quite unbelievable, and yet it happened. Hawaii, under the hull tree.
pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Where? Yes. I took it. No, I mean this one. Yes, I see it. Certainly I took it, photographed it. You couldn't have. Well, I did. When did you take it? What on earth's the matter with you? If I said... When? When? About 3 weeks ago. The morning they went away.
And the woman tied the thread of the necklace and then wrapped the long line of red round and round her white throat, like 3 scarlet gashes.
Here? They were here? These people? Yes. See, they posed under that coconut tree over there. The one with the big vine hanging down.
And the man turned and gazed at the tree, and at the great leaves of the swinging, swaying vine, and his finger touched the picture, where the same giant spray swayed over the heads of the 2 people.
What was their name? Odd? Why? I suppose I knew their name. I was just going to say it. It didn't come. I've forgotten. I shall think of it in a moment. Wait, it was... Yes? Let me see. Began with an A. No. Yes, I think it did begin with an A. Oh, well, I can't remember it now. I'll tell you when it comes to me. No, hurry, is there? Yes, there is. I want to know the name. Then you'll have to go up to the office and ask. I can't remember. What in the world's so exciting about them anyway, huh? I'm not accustomed to sharing attention with anyone. Certainly not with a photograph.
And the man got up and started across the lawn, under the banyan tree, toward the hotel entrance. The woman looked after him, and then at the basket. Then she, too, rose, picked up the photograph, and followed the man.
But this is stupid. You must remember them. They stayed here. I've just seen a photograph of them.
Well, there are so many coming and going all the time.
Yes, but... wait. Here.
Have you asked?
Have you got the photograph?
What was the name?
Here. You see them? Photograph down there, under the heart tree. Who are they?
Oh. Why, that was Mr. and Mrs... Mr. and Mrs... wait. Here, it's in the register. They came here about, let me see, about the middle of March. Let me see.
But can't you find them? I can't understand why you're so anxious.
Think my necklace is pretty? Willy seeds. That's queer. I can't find the name. I know it if I saw it. I wonder what boat they came on.
They came from the Orient.
What? Yeah. They came on the March. They must have come on the Korea. Here they are, the Korea people. Foster, Martin, Cudahy, Abercrombie. What's this name? Haven't you got the writing?
Tortolot. No, those weren't the ones. I remember the Tortolot.
Ah, wait. Mr. Western, what, could you help us, sir? Some people are here.
Hello. Enjoying your stay?
Who were these people?
Their name, do you remember? Oh. Yeah, I want to know their name, you see. Nobody... Oh, yeah, I remember. Yes? What was their name? Not forgotten. Still, just look it up in the book, Miss...
We can't find it, Mr. Western. It doesn't seem to be here.
Well, it must be. What room do they have?
I think... second floor. No. Third. 312, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, someone in this hotel...
I think I remembered, and then...
Third floor, though.
But I remember them. Give me the book, Miss... Thank you.
The career. They must have come on the career. There. Those are the people. See?
Yeah.
Foster, Martin.
Oh, in the whole hotel. What about the waiter?
Tell me why it's so important. Is it important?
Yes. Vitally important. I know their name as well as I know my own, too. They came by way of the Orient. Were here for 3 or 4 weeks. Why, they only went away a short time ago. Isn't it strange? I can't think of their name. The woman had a white scar on her neck. Clear old-fashioned thing she was. Pardon? What about her? Huh? Oh, kind of old-fashioned. Funny, you know, she was sweet pretty. Well, I mean, we must have passed that name half a dozen times here. I thought I'd recognize it at a glance. You can't any of you remember their names, nor which room they stayed in. You can't find anything about them in the book? They've only been gone 3 weeks.
Well, I can't remember either, and I haven't nearly as much to think of as they have. Not nearly.
Well, I must be the kitchens. I'll let you know the moment I remember it. The name. If I do. Oh,
Mrs. de Courtney. Excuse me. Mrs. de Courtney. The reservation for the restaurant.
This is...
Never mind. Let's go back to the How Tree.
Tell me about those people.
There isn't much to tell. They came from the Orient.
The woman's fingers were playing with the scarlet seeds. The man was leaning far back in the low chair. He stared, away beyond the purple-blue horizon. He shielded his eyes from the sun.
They were queer people.
In what way were they queer?
Well, they were sort of ripped from wrinkles. That's the only way I can describe them. As if they'd been asleep for 20 years.
20 years?
Yes, 20 years. I know, because their clothes were exactly like my aunt's wedding clothes. This is 1924, and my aunt was married just 20 years ago and kept her whole trousseau for sentiment's sake. She let us take some dresses once for a fancy dress ball, and they were exactly like this woman's clothes. Same sleeves, shirt in 2 places with a wide lace ruffle at the elbow. Skirts gathered all the way around the waist. Sort of bolero jacket effect. Little ruffly thing. Her hair, too.
Her hair?
Same little smooth waves like Auntie's. Like Auntie's pictures.
What else?
Huh? Her face was small and sweet. You can see in the photograph.
Yeah, I can see.
Funny, rusty little voice. I remember... Oh, yes, she had some spots on the shoulder of the dress, or suit she was travelling in. Grey it was, and you can see them, spots, in the picture. Carnation doesn't quite cover them. She wouldn't send it to the cleaners in case it got spoiled. She wanted to wait until she got home. Said her grandmother had a recipe for a cleaning fluid or something. She was so worried about those silly spots. She kept dabbing at them with her handkerchief as if she could rub them off.
Go on. All you can remember.
Well, she wasn't young. 34, 35. Her face was so sweet and happy, and yet...
Yes?
She always had this look as if... sort of expression
Of waiting?
Yes. That's it. What's the matter? What is it?
Oh, I don't think I can explain. It's impossible.
What is? Look, I wish...
The man's knuckles were gripping the chair until they showed white. He was staring out to sea with the same worried, unbelieving look as before. Suddenly, the woman was very disturbed. She glanced at the photograph. It was just an ordinary photograph. The people in it were ordinary enough. Or were they?
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex. Stains, grass stains, collar and cut stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger. Just soak in Biotex. Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't. Just soak in Biotex.
Four or five very small, tawny Hawaiian children had gathered on the shoreward end of the pier, where, with much giggling and splashing, they discarded their halukas and overalls and were paddling joyously in the clear water, carefully out of range of the hotel office. The man and the woman sat, as before, under the how tree.
She seemed to be waiting. But what for? Here.
You talk to her often? What did she talk about?
I don't know. She was the sort of woman who never says anything to be remembered. We just talked.
And the man?
Same period, 20 years back. He had a sort of drooping moustache and wore his hair brushed up like Uncle's when he was married. And his trousers were too short and too tight. Toes of his shoes were thin, and ties he wore around his neck, they were funny. She was the most interesting, though, if either of them could be called interesting. This waiting thing about her, as if it had got to be a habit, you know. She was always ready to talk. She was quiet and quite quaint. Quite quaint, like the beginning of a Victorian poem or something. Sometimes she'd get a bit embarrassed when you talked to her. Her little hands used to go up to her necklace. It was made of coral. Her hands were very thin, white. She said the necklace belonged to her grandmother. It was very old.
Did they tell you where they came from?
Yes, I told you, from the Orient. They'd been round the world.
No, I mean, what was their home? Where was it?
They were from South Africa.
Where?
State, I think. Somewhere... Winburg or somewhere. I don't know, I can't remember.
And after that they were quiet for a very long time. The woman sat waiting to be told something remarkable. She knew that she would be told something remarkable, but she felt she had to wait for the man to choose his time. Finally, the woman spoke.
They lived in my town. Brunfort, not Winburg. He was my uncle, my mother's brother. His father kept a small bookshop. Books, pictures, things, you know. He'd fought in the war, the Kaffir Wars too, way back. The family was all English originally, but they reckoned they'd given up on the old country and were more for the Union than anybody. My uncle's father had many a fist fight with the Boers to prove he was so truly integrated. He always lost, apparently. They never went back to England to live. My uncle took charge of the store when his father died. He was 16 then. His mother died 2 years after. He was the only one of the family left. He'd always intended to marry Jenny. She was his sweetheart when they were babies, before he was 8 years old. When he was 8, his uncle came back from around the world, and the boy sat on the old, stiff haircloth sofa, covered in animal skins, and listened. He was fascinated by all the tales he heard of the other countries, India, Ceylon, Australia, and the Far East. His uncle took him on his knee and asked him what he was going to do when he got to be a man. Marry Jenny and go round the world on our wedding trip, he said.
He was your uncle, the man in this photograph?
And that was his one ambition from then on. He and Jenny discussed their trip, discussed it day in and day out. They knew they were going when Johannes was grown up. Johannes, you see, all the children were given names like that. Although the family remained essentially English, they sort of pushed Englishness away. No one even called him Joe. He was too earnest. He was always my Uncle Johannes. Then when the shop was completely his, he began putting away every possible penny towards the tour. He and Jenny had made up their minds. No matter how long they had to wait, they wouldn't marry until they'd saved enough money for the journey. Jenny was a MacDonald. They went out to Africa, the family did, in the middle of the last century. And there were MacDonalds of Scottish ancestry who couldn't say a word of English, spoke Afrikaans all the time, knew no other language.
So, they saved for the trip. Did they...
It was very slow, the saving, in a little town like Brunfort. But they never faltered. Jenny did hand-painted china, which sold in the shop at Christmas time. She taught classes at school, painting classes, little watercolors, green woolly trees and white woolly clouds and little grey woolly rocks, wooden sheep and cattle and Noah's Ark sort of people. I've got some of them back home.
And then?
And between times they studied maps and made up itineraries, read history and travel so they'd be ready to get the most out of their trip. There were years and years of this. Good years when quite a lot was added to the little hoard in the bank. Bad years when there were droughts and fires and new roofs to be put on. Then the savings were drawn upon. Jenny was 30 before she began making her trousseau. They thought it would be only about another 2 years then. I used to go sit with her and watch her work. I used to see how she made her little drawings on china, and I used to watch her sewing her dresses. She made them all herself. She gathered the sleeves in little lines of gathers with puffs between, and gathered in the skirts all round, and the little ruffles for the trimmings on the shoulders.
And then?
Well, it wasn't just 2 years. It was 5. Uncle Johannes was sick for 3 months, and he had to hire a clerk and pay doctor's bills. It was 5 years. I helped Jenny pick out the grey material for her travelling dress. I was 14 then. Well, I'm 34 now. And she and Uncle Johannes were my dearest friends.
Wait a minute. You were 14 and...
Well, shh, I'll tell you. I'd spent hours with them over the maps and the railway guides and things, the steamship schedules, everything. All the neighbours helped, the De Bruins and the Woosthazens and the MacDonalds. It was going to be a wonderful journey. She was going to have a wedding dress and a travelling dress in one. It was marvellous.
And they went then?
They were married one morning in May. Uncle Johannes gave me grandfather's watch that morning. I said goodbye to them at the church door. I didn't dare go to the station with them. I ran home and hid amongst the mealies for hours, long after I heard their train whistle for the crossing. Then after a long while, I heard a horse come galloping along. It was coming fast.
The man straightened in his chair. On his face there was a faraway, sad expression, as if remembering great disasters to loved ones. The sun was setting out by the point of the Waini Range, and the water had turned to orange and crimson, and there were orange and crimson flecks in the clear sky above the grey-black streak of the horizon, and on the woman's white dress and in her eyes as she bent forward to listen to what the man was saying.
The man who rode the horse was in a very bad condition. He'd had a fright.
Daar was een ongeluk. Die ochtend kreeg. Baie van die wagens is uitgebrand. Hulle probeer nou hulp kry.
I ran to the station and flung myself aboard just as the breakdown train pulled out. There was no time to stop to put me off. There'd been a collision with a freight train. The carriages had all burned except one, the passenger carriage, and that had been wrecked. Those who'd been taken out were lying on the grass by the side of the track. I found my Uncle Johannes and his Jenny. Uncle Johannes was propped up against a big rock. Jenny was half leaning, half lying against him. There were 3 red gashes across her throat, and she was trying to wipe the spots from the shoulder of her traveling frock with her handkerchief. Weak, ineffectual, artificial little movements. There was no expression at all in her eyes. She made only a few little movements after I came. Such poor, useless little movements, and then it was all over.
You mean she died?
Yes, she died then.
And the man?
Uncle Johannes was leaning back against the rock and breathing only once in a great while, and looking at her. And when the little movement stopped, he looked up at me. He hadn't looked at me before, but he knew I was there. He spoke only once before he died.
And he said?
It isn't the end. I've got to begin all over again. Somewhere. Somehow. But I'm going to take Jenny round the world. Yet. I'm going to take Jenny round the world.
I have Grandfather's watch here. You see? And in the back, here's the photograph taken on the way to the station on their wedding day. The photographer turned it over to me. It's them, isn't it? The 2 who stayed here.
Yes, it's them.
I'm going to take Jenny round the world. Yet.
Let's go in. Let's go where the lights are.
Just soak in biotext. Just soak in biotext. Just soak in biotext.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
In Beyond Midnight, next Friday, we're broadcasting Charles Birkin's The Yellow Dressing Gown. Unlike Under the How Tree, which you've just heard, this is not a ghost story, and for perhaps 2/3 of the program, the listener will hardly expect anything at all horrific. It would make one uneasy, don't you think, to be able to gaze into a crystal ball and see scenes from one's future? Most of us would decline an invitation to do this, because the unknown is far more bearable than a certain future, especially if that future should prove to be in the least way unpleasant. But Lillian Hamilton has a crystal ball, and she watches her own future, and is frightened and repelled. In that day yet to come, she is wearing the yellow dressing gown.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder.
The Voice of South Africa presents The Cassius Touch, a play for radio by Beverly Pierce.
You coming up to bed, John?
No. Oh, still a mountain of work to get through. You go on up, darling.
You won't be too late, will you?
Oh, we'll see how it goes. If I'm late, I'll sleep in the other bedroom.
Oh, all right. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Try not to make it too late, will you?
Good night. Let's see now. I'll drink first. Relying on you rather a lot, aren't I? No. Not that much. No. Peterson contract renewal. I'm going to have that ready with the board tomorrow. Blasted door. Let's get that cat seen to.
You left your husband a little after 10:30 last night.
That's right, Inspector. I asked him not to stay up too late.
Approximately how long was it from the time you left the room until the time you heard the shot?
A few minutes, no more. I went straight up to my bedroom. I was in the bathroom when I heard them.
You saw nobody about the house?
No. No, the servants had gone to bed earlier in the evening. The only person up at the time was Mr. Richards, my husband's secretary.
How did you know he was up?
He was in the office. It's on the same floor as the bedrooms. I heard the duplicating machine when I went upstairs.
How long had you been married to Mr. Cassius?
4 years.
You were his second wife?
Yes.
The girl last night, Jocelyn Wiley, what can you tell me about her?
Nothing very much at all. It was the first time I'd met her. David, that's John's son, well, he was obviously very taken with her. So much so that he wanted to bring her out here to meet me.
Well, I think that's about all from you for the moment, Mrs. Cassius. I wonder if you'd ask Mr. Richards to come in.
Oh, yes, certainly, Inspector.
Well, Sergeant, get all that down?
Yes, sir, all of it. Nice homecoming for Cassius, wasn't it? Row with his managing director, fight with his son, and 3 bullets.
He'd been away 2 months, yet his return seemed rather abrupt. Nobody expected him. Odd.
He seems to have been rather odd all round, sir.
What was your opinion of Mrs. Cassius?
Younger than I'd have expected. Well, mind you, she was his second wife.
Mr. Richards, please come in. I'm Inspector Vernon. This is Sergeant Scott. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. How do you do?
You, sir?
What can I do to help you, Inspector?
Well, let's find out, shall we? Where were you when Mr. Cassius was shot?
Upstairs in the office. Mr. Cassius had given me some contracts to duplicate, and I was...
Just sign it as witness, will you, Richards? Good. That does it. Now, take them upstairs and have them run off, will you?
Certainly, sir. How many copies?
I don't know. 6, isn't it? You're the secretary, not me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, get a move on. I'd like to have them before tomorrow morning, if it's all the same to you.
I was doing just that, Inspector.
I see. The machine you use, is it an automatic model?
Oh, yes, fully automatic.
I mean, would it be capable of running on its own without anyone to watch over it?
Well, yes, I suppose so. I've never really thought of it.
Do you know if Mr. Cassius kept a gun?
Yes, indeed he did. A Corsair 38, American Police Special.
American Police Special. That's an unusual weapon for a private individual, surely.
I believe he acquired it whilst in America.
Where did he keep it?
In that desk, Inspector. Here, I have the keys. Odd. It's not locked. And the gun? It isn't here, Inspector.
Might it be anywhere else in the house?
Possibly, but I couldn't suggest where.
Where did you last see it?
Prior to our leaving for America on his last trip. Mr. Cassius was cleaning it himself.
Was it always kept there?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did anyone in particular have a personal grudge against him to the extent of wanting him killed?
There were men whom he ruined financially. I should imagine any one of them would not have been unhappy to see him dead.
Do you think you could supply us with the names of such men?
I believe so, yes.
Fine. Please do that, Mr. Richards, as soon as you can. Well, that's all for now, I think. Would you ask Mr. Cassius to come in for a moment?
Yes, of course. If there's anything I can do, Inspector, please don't hesitate.
I won't, Mr. Richards. I certainly won't.
Good day.
Inspector, there's something about that, Mr. Richards, something that doesn't ring true.
What in particular?
Oh, I don't know, something false. Nothing I can put my finger on, though.
A hunch, Sergeant. Extraordinarily enough, I think I'd be tempted to agree with you. Our Mr. Richards is withholding something, and I'm rather sure it's something we should know about.
Good morning, Inspector Vernon.
That's right. Come in, please, Mr. Cassius.
I hope you won't mind Miss Wiley coming in. She was with me last night.
Not at all. How do you do, Miss Wiley? This is Sergeant Scott.
How do you do?
Please sit down.
Yeah.
Just a few routine questions.
Oh, I don't know that there's very much we can tell you that'll help in any way. You see, we'd both already left when it happened.
So I believe. However, one never knows, does one? Now then, you left here at 10:20 or thereabouts, didn't you?
Oh, about then, yes. I'm almost sorry we came at all.
You didn't know your father would be here?
Hadn't any idea. I'd been out all day, so I wasn't here when his cable arrived. As soon as I opened the front door last night, I knew he was here. No mistaking those trumpet-like tones of his. Joss and I had been out to dinner. I thought I recognized the dulcet voice. Welcome. Welcome home, Father.
What a cool reception. How are you, Davy boy?
Davy boy is just fine, just fine. Allow me to introduce. This is Jocelyn Wiley, my father, John Cassius.
How do you do?
Everybody please bow. My stepmother, Marcia.
How do you do?
And my father's managing director, Mr. McCorber.
How do you do?
Is this the latest addition to the fold, Davy boy?
This is the addition to the fold.
Oh, she's decorative. Then most of them have been, haven't they?
Oh, all of them, Father, all of them.
In any event, welcome to the Cassius clan, Miss Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. McCorber, haven't we met before?
I hardly think so, Miss Wiley. I'm sure I would recall having met you.
Thank you. But there is something familiar...
You've probably been reading too much Charles Dickens.
Yes, of course. Yours isn't a particularly common name.
May I get you a drink, Joss?
I love one.
Well, you've been given quite a build-up, Jocelyn. You don't mind my calling you that, do you?
Oh, please do. What kind of a build-up?
Well, David has been drooling at the gills for days about you. You've made quite an impression.
And you, dear Marcia, have quite an imagination. Drooling at the gills is so descriptive. Rather like a fish that swallowed too much cod liver oil. Anyway, Joss, one soothing medicinal beverage.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, now, Father, what brings you home so suddenly? It must be something terribly important.
How now, Davy boy?
What is it, 2 months? 3?
Gently, boys. Let's all have a lovely evening.
You've heard of my father, haven't you, Joss? The legendary magnate, the genius of the stock market, the carver of empires.
Oh, yes. I've heard of him. As a matter of fact, Mr. Cassius, my father's about to give you some competition.
Your father? What kind of competition?
Home appliances. We've just entered the market.
Wiley? Of course. Carson and Wiley.
What's so amusing, Father? Let's all laugh.
Oh, nothing, Davy boy. Just something to do with the business.
Well, if it's to do with business, why shouldn't I know about it?
You? About business? Oh, Davy boy, you stick to your cars and your debs and your nightclubs. I'll take care of the business.
Such touching faith, such confidence. I hope I won't let you down, Father, with my, what was it? Oh, yes, my cars and my debs and my nightclubs.
I've no worries on that score. After all, you've had a lot of experience in those fields, not to mention the models. Do they call them models these days, do they?
Must be Monday. Dirty washing being brought out.
Yes, well, I think it's about time I was getting along. Plenty of work to catch up.
Oh, Ma, sure you're not going?
I'm afraid so. We old-timers need to sleep. Well, good night, everybody.
Mars, you won't forget that little chore in the morning, will you, old man?
No, John, I shan't forget. No matter how I feel about it, you're the boss. Good night.
Well, that was unlike Miles, wasn't it? He sounded so ominous.
Not ominous, darling. Just saluting the flag.
What do you mean?
Oh, I told him to handle a couple of matters for me, and he wasn't too happy about it.
I don't follow.
Well, not in quite as many words. I intimated that he was not entirely indispensable.
Oh, John, you wouldn't fire him, would you?
If necessary, as I told Miles, I'd fire anybody, but only if necessary.
And on that happy little note, dear Joss, I think we should leave.
All right, David. It is getting rather late. I'm so glad we've met, Jocelyn. Please come out again.
I'd like to. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Mr. Cassius.
Good night, Miss Wiley. Oh, please give my regards to your father.
Why, thank you. I will.
Good night, Marcia. Father?
Oh? Why the military-type farewell, Davy boy?
Just saluting the flag, Father. I hate to think that I might be dispensable.
I see. So when you left, your father and stepmother were alone?
That's right, yes.
And you then took Miss Wiley home?
Yes, she lives in the city.
You went straight home, no stopping off anywhere?
No, nothing like that.
Well, not quite, David. We stopped outside, remember, when you came back?
You came back here, Miss Cassius?
Well, no, not really. I was going to, but I didn't actually get here.
Well, perhaps you could explain that a little more clearly.
Well, you see, I was coming back to collect some liquor. I thought I thought Joss might like a nightcap and something like that when I took her home.
But you say you didn't come back. What made you change your mind?
Well, I remembered that I had some in the car, that's all. I just started on the drive, but I didn't come right back to the house.
Tell me, how long did it take you from the time you left the car to the time you returned to Miss Wiley?
I don't know. A couple of minutes, perhaps. 5 at the most. Why?
Well, because it was no more than 10 minutes after you left that your father was shot.
You think I killed him?
Oh, I didn't say that, but you may have noticed someone in the grounds.
Well, I didn't. Why should anyone be in the grounds?
The gun was fired from beside those curtains. The killer would have had to be standing outside to shoot from there.
How do you know the shot was fired from there?
Powder burns on the curtains.
Well, it's a pity I didn't see anyone there.
Yes, it is rather. Well, however, it can't be helped. Miss Wiley, how well did Mr. Cassius know your father?
Well, that's the strange part. As David told you, Mr. Cassius specifically asked me to give his regards to my father. But when I did so today, Daddy was most surprised. He said they never met before.
How odd. I wonder why he should have done that.
I told you, Inspector, my father had a peculiar sense of humour, if you'll pardon the phrase.
Yes. How long have you two known one another?
Just over 3 weeks. We've only been out a few times.
And Cassius was away for the past 2 months. It's all very puzzling. He couldn't have known even that you two were seeing one another. Mr. Micawber arrived yet?
Yes, he came in while we were waiting for you.
Ask him to come in for a moment, will you?
You finished with us?
For the present, yes. Oh, Mr. Cassius, don't leave the house just yet, will you? There may be more questions later.
Of course, Inspector.
I wonder, Sergeant, do you suppose that young Cassius neglected to mention that he'd returned to the house accidentally or deliberately?
I don't know, sir. It'd be very difficult to find that out for certain.
You're quite right, it would. Sometimes I think a crystal ball would help. It'd make our work so very much simpler.
Now, that wouldn't do, sir. That wouldn't do at all.
Oh, really? Why not?
Fortune telling, sir? That's against the law.
Oh, really? Ah, Mr. Micawber, please come in. Sit down.
Oh?
I'm sure this won't take very long. This is Sergeant Scott.
Thank you, Inspector. How do you do, Sergeant? How do you do, sir?
Now then, we've been told that you were the first to leave the house last night. That's correct, isn't it?
Quite correct, Inspector.
What time was this?
Oh, 10:15. I'm afraid I can't be more accurate than that.
Well, that's accurate enough. Perhaps you can clear up a small point that's been bothering me. Did John Cassius ever have any dealings with Miss Wiley's father?
Certainly not, Inspector. He was about to, in an indirect manner, but his death prevented that.
Please explain that.
Henry Carson and Arthur Wiley, directors of Carson & Wiley, they were about to enter the home appliance field in competition with us. Well, Cassius didn't like the idea and wanted to start an undercutting campaign to drive them out. I told him I didn't think it was a good idea, but Cassius had a mind of his own.
I don't give a hoot what you think about it. That's the way it's going to be.
But, John, surely there are other ways of taking care of it.
I appointed you managing director of Cassius Developments to do just that. Take care of things. I'm out of the country 2 months, and you allow this piddling little company to move in on us.
Carson & Wiley is a very small company.
They're starting small. The same way I started 15 years ago. And today we're top of the pile. That's where we're staying, Miles. And nobody else gets so much as a nibble. Understand? Tomorrow you start the undercutting campaign. We'll run them into the ground.
If you ask me, John...
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Well, you're the boss, I suppose.
There's no supposing about it. I am the boss. I hire people, Miles, and if necessary, I fire them. Is that quite clear?
You'd fire me?
Think about it, Miles. It's a remarkably sobering thought.